rocks, on me. I got him.
I got you, fun.
Should we insta get back up, or like, is the strat to like
wait up,
some more time looting?
I just stole a knock. I got another knock on that too. Knocked on that.
That's an enemy. Enemy. Vehicle. Nice. I'm gonna do this for you.
Oh wait, that's Tyler. That's Tyler.
Oh.
This is them.
Oh, there's so many people here.
So bad. I hit him out. They're so low already.
Yeah.
On, man!
I got killed by Rolex, but we got Tyler. Rolex is with the hammer.
He was not in. I got a flag. Wait, bro.
I'm deaded. I can't move.
Okay, I got Brandon, and I got Jacob, and I got Mo.
Nice!
Oh my god!
That was kind of clutch. Let's go.
You're so clutch, dude.
You have any more coins or no?
That's it. Good on the north.
It's the 1v2.
Let's go, guys.
You want this one? We can wait for a
Oh,
little
he
bit.
got me. He got me. He's pushing her, right? You got that, brother? Oh, there you go! That's what I'm talking about.
Let's go! Let's go!
That was crazy.
You're actually crazy.
Who's Jacob? Who's Jacob?
Let's go.
Got one. Got Jacob. Did you Jacob?
Let's go, Rolex.
iPad user?
I killed Mo.
Let's go, baby!
You're
Down
done.
you go.
One more.
Change your position. Change your position. Nice. Let's do it!
Clutch.
It's been 2 years since I played professionally, man.
I love that for Pep, bro. It's like, you kill me, I kill me. And he kills himself. Zuxi, he was being a snake for quite a while.
Help me!
Nope.
No! God, please, no! No! No!
Goodbye.
Nope.
Help me!
Huh?
What happened?
Ooh.
Excuse me.
Huh?
I love that for Pep, bro. It's like, you kill me, I kill me. And he kills himself. Zuxi, he was being a snake for quite a while.
George, they deal with it regardless. Lord now, master.
Huh?
How is he not dead? He rolled under the tires there, but the kill goes. He knows.
Just
the other player
do it!
chasing.
Make
Only
your
man
dreams
to right.
come true!
Looking for the run down, but no.
Nope.
Tires on. Set by the tree, and he is taken down at the last.
first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration and the first steps. I am the 1+9.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East, you have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americas, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, you took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans. It's almost time to bring together the world's top teams for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021. This year's PMGC has a total prize pool of $6 million for teams and players, and tons of great rewards for our fans as well. PMGC will consist of 2 stages, League and Grand Finals. The League phase will last from November 30th to December 24th. During the League phase, teams from the Americas and Europe will compete in the West League, while teams from Asia and the Middle East will compete in the East League. Each league, 20 teams will compete on Tuesdays and Wednesdays for 16 slots to compete on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in that week's Super Weekend. The total Super Weekend scores over the first 3 weeks will determine which 16 teams will compete in the PMGC League Finals during the final week. The top 9 teams from the East League Finals, the top 6 teams from the West League Finals, and a special invited team will advance to the PMGC Grand Finals. The PMGC Grand Finals, which will take place on January 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, will determine the PMGC 2021 Global Champions. Who will be the next to glory? Don't miss a single minute of exciting PMGC action.
Welcome everyone to the kickoff here of the finals of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021 East League. It's been 3 weeks running and we're finally into just 3 days of play from our top 16 teams across those 3 weeks. And those teams will be participating for a chance to get into our global finals, our grand finals, kicking off in January. But you got to be top 9 at the end of these 3 days to make it happen. I'm Jason Kaplan, joined by Maxman and Kalaris there on the end. It's nice to have you two back here on the desk. Max, even though you weren't there on the show with us the last few days, it definitely felt like you were there in spirit because we kept making fun of you. But how have you been, man?
I was here on the last day of the Super Weekend.
That's how forgettable you are
about me so
sometimes,
easily, Jason. I get it, but it was fun games, Jason. Until now, I don't know how to feel now. Okay, thank you.
Don't cry. Don't cry. It's okay. Hey James, how you been?
Yeah, I was here obviously every day, including that last day when Max was supposedly not here. I've been good. It's been a great time. I'm excited for the finals. Get hyped, Jason. I want to hear you shout and scream as we're hyped to get into this grand final.
Well, as my family is sleeping completely around the house because it's 4 a.m. here, I don't think I can do just quite that, unfortunately. But you can see the format of the whole event. We're going to skip through just to the finals. As I mentioned before, it was the top 16 teams for the end of those 3 super weekends. And it's going to be 6 matches a day. That's the biggest change we're having so far here in the finals. Then when we get to the grand finals, things might change a little bit more. I'm actually not sure of the format of the grand finals. All I do know is the top 9 teams from East and the top 6 teams from West and 1 team from India will be participating in it. With $6 million on the line, max. This is do or die time here for some teams, and it's a complete mental change as well, a focus for them. Realizing this is a sprint now, 3 days of play, 18 matches total compared to, well, 3 weeks of time, where each super weekend you had 15 matches.
Yeah, and with for that first place, of course, you're going to be able to get yourself $392,500. So if I see anyone in a YouTube chat say, oh, BTR prank or Nova prank, I swear I'm coming for you. Okay, no, there's no time to prank right now. Okay, you got to try your absolute best and potentially take that first place and aim right now for that top 9 to make it to the grand finals. That should be the focus of these teams. So now it's time to try out as much as you can. There's no room for mistakes anymore.
Yeah, no room for mistakes at all. And well, I mean, at least some teams here have had the experience of participating in these kind of, you know, sprint tournaments, right? Last year we had Nova, who, I mean, they did all right during the league stage, but then when they got into the finals, they took home the whole prize here, James. And obviously the switch up here for some teams, and some teams in particular that were down towards the bottom of the table, the teams who will barely qualify, the teams who were, I'd say, outside of top 10, they have to massively step up if they want to have a chance to make it to the grand finals.
But this is the important thing, right? As you mentioned, with it now being a sprint here in the final moment, the final throws of the tournament, this is now open to everyone. Everybody has been reset. It doesn't matter how good Infinity, Stalwart, Genesis Dogma looked throughout the whole of league play, because now they're at the same position as everyone else. So a good opportunity for those teams that didn't quite have the performance, as you're mentioning, to now rise up against these teams that we know. And a team like Nova that you've brought up, for example, can hang with the top of this lobby. It didn't happen in league play. Can it happen in these final 3 days?
I mean, that's the question, right? I think, you know, not to downplay the performances of some of the teams that we did have in our super weekends, but Infinity, I mean, they have been the most dominating, the most consistent team, hands down. They had the most points the final week with 186. They actually improved every single week in the points they were getting, and were first place by 97 points. Like, that's how good they've been. But you're right at the same time, Kalaris. If for some reason these 3 days are their off days, there's a chance they won't qualify.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, the fact that they were almost 100 points ahead of second place when it came to the overall Super Weekends number tally coming in, that's ridiculous. I think all of us right now are looking at Infinity as that championship caliber team, hands down, but a lot of different things can happen in just this 3-day period. So let's see. I think the thing that bodes well for them best, Jason, is that you said it yourself, they improved week on week on week. In a lobby like this, that's unheard of. That's ridiculous.
I mean, also the fact, Max, they're improving on 155 points. Then they got to 165. Then they got 186. Some teams, and by some, I mean pretty much all of them, minus, I'm looking like 2 teams, ever broke 155 points in a super weekend. That's how good they've been.
Infinity have just been so surprising for the entirety of this tournament. You also want to keep in mind that out of those 506 points, 140 came only from the eliminations picked up from Nuzi and Godtani alone, which is insane. With purely just eliminations alone, this team would have qualified in our top 16. That is how aggressive and how talented this team actually are. But now everything is reset back to 0 going into these league finals. So teams like Genesis Dogma, Stalwart, that maybe had a little bit of a slower start, they're going to come in guns blazing throughout this finals to try and get themselves that top spot.
It's a good point you make, right? It's not about necessarily the #1 team anymore. It's about those top 9 teams, and it's about the teams who can just cross that threshold, because then you do have, well, pretty much a month's time until you actually have to play again for the grand finals. You have time to prepare, time to improve. And speaking of improvement, I mean, Nuzi and Top, some of our real standout players so far across the entire event. I mean, averaging 1.6 eliminations per match is pretty damn good. And it feels like when Nuzi would ever pop off, he would pop off pretty damn hard.
Yeah, indeed. Very, very impressed by what Nuzi has been able to put up here so far. I mean, I think in terms of damage above people here, he was #1 across the entire league with 22,000-ish damage done across the 66 games actually that he played. And then the guys just below him, Action and Top, actually all played 69 games. Nuzi had a few sit-out games because, of course, they were having Nia in through some of those league day plays. So the fact that he is still #1 with less games played is extremely impressive here for Infinity.
I mean, it's just, I feel like we can't like talk them up enough just because of the individual performance, their team performance, but someone has to be out there that can dethrone them. And I am curious to see if, you know, maybe like Stalwart with top, you know, action. We saw them have so many stand-up performances as well, Max, that Stalwart could be that team to do so, but it's about hitting that level of consistency, as you've mentioned before.
Yeah, I mean, at their peak, they didn't quite reach the 155 point you said earlier, but they got really close on their second Super Weekend, was 151. And I think that Stalwart and Infinity currently are the two teams with some very simple mechanics, and yet it works so well that you're going to have top and action always trying to be those two entry fraggers going hella aggressive, Scry looking for the opening opportunities, trying to look for the off angles, and then you're going to have Pico, of course, that not only is great with that long range Car 98, Mini 14, such and such, but also is going to be just a great IGL to control those players. So if there's a team that I would expect to potentially be first and contest that position away from Infinity after what we saw in those Super Weekends, I think Stalwart is definitely one of the closest with Genesis Dogma to potentially make that happen.
Yeah, actually, Clark's talked to us a little about Genesis Dogma, because this team, like, definitely towards the later end, the later stages of the Super Weekends, I feel like they had a massive step up here, especially, like, in the last week.
Yeah, I'm very much so a convert when it comes to Genesis Dogma. I didn't really come in having huge expectations for them, but I think that they proved on this stage that you have to put them up against the likes of teams like Infinity as well as Stalwart. I will say there was a slight slide towards the end for this final Super Weekend that they played, but that didn't really deter me from the fact that looking at these guys like Satar, for example, they are able to hang with this lobby at quite a considerable rate. So they're definitely one of the challenges. I'm
a little confused how Newsy has a 2.5 KDA there in the team breakdown, but in the head-to-head he had a 1.6. So I think there must be something wrong there, but definitely the 2.5 is got to be the accurate one because of how strong he's been. Yeah. Well, either way, take a look at the matches. Again, we have 6 happening now instead of 5. We're going to be going over to Sandhawk twice, Erangel 3 times, and Miramar once. And that'll be the schedule for today. But again, extra time for teams to perform. And realistically, Max, I mean, with 18 matches, I know it's like really hard to predict. It's like predicting a lottery. It's predicting who's going to win every chicken dinner. Like, realistically, how many matches do you think a team can afford to really be off if they want to make top 9?
I thought you were going to ask me if 4 rivals were going to get chicken dinner, but no, that's also...
we know the answer to that.
It's probably not going to happen, but really, I would say you can afford maybe one bad day because it's not like the league stage where you're actually aiming for top 16 out of the 20 teams. Now you're aiming for about that 50% mark, right? So I would say you can have one bad day, but if you don't make up for it after the 2 next day in really good fashion, I would say things are not going to look great for you. So yeah, one bad day and then you just need to play good the entirety of the tournament.
Okay, I guess I'm on the same page. 5 bad games is what I'm going to say, which coincidentally is the same amount of Sandhawks we have. So, you know, we'll see. There's a little variance there. Sometimes it can go your way, sometimes not. We'll see.
Okay. I mean, well, if you're Infinity, Sandhawk isn't even your bad map. I don't think they really have a bad map. Maybe the Kendi, but that's because it's not being played. I don't know. But then what about some other teams? Like, realistically, looking at the overall stance from behind the Super Weekend and how you guys are feeling coming into now the finals, like, do you think there's going to be some teams that are going to surprise us and maybe some teams that might let us down? I'm just curious if you have any thoughts about that.
I mean, I think the one team we're expecting to be a lot higher, right, is Nova, of course. Like, they're not able to make in that second Super Weekend and having, what I would say, pretty weak third Super Weekend to close it off and barely qualifying. Like, they got dropped on by BTR and Painan. You also got that third party happening from Enigma Galaxy and Sanhok. Like, and then you have that win from FaZe towards the end. That could have been in a completely different ball game from Nova. So way too close to the wire. I think they're going to come back with this one with a different mentality. Hopefully, they are going to be gunning for that top position, aiming for that 300, for that almost $400,000 for first place. So I think Nova, we're going to see a big drastic change in how they're going to approach the tournament right now.
There needs to be a step up from them, right? It was all Paraboy. I mean, Order had some moments, but it was all Paraboy. The other guys need to step up around him here, Jason.
Yeah, I completely agree, and hopefully we do see Nova step up. Maybe they got themselves some 1+s because that is actually our sponsor here at PMGC, and maybe help improve their gameplay with its flagship performance and immersive 120Hz display and the hyper touch technology made specifically for gamers like them. OnePlus 9 Pro are their best shots to climb the leaderboards and hopefully get a top 9, because if they want to be in the finals, well, they sure as hell better do so, because they're the only team here that can defend that title from last year. But what about some other teams? I mean, I'm looking towards Reject. I feel like sometimes they can be hit or miss. Rico Infinity team as well as a team that I feel like could potentially fall to top 9 here when we go into this event. I'm trying to think of some other teams off the top of my head. I think BTR even is a team I'm not really sure which team's going to show up today, because we've had so many different versions of them.
Top 9's an interesting conversation, right? Because that is quite open, I think is fair to say. For me, if I don't see a Team Secret getting into top 9, I think I'd be a little bit disappointed. I think with the form that they showed, aside from not being able to qualify for that last Super Weekend, I think they could quite easily attain top 9. But right now, they weren't in top 9. So I think that's a little bit of a surprise to me, considering their form. They would have been if they'd have qualified for that last Super Weekend. But, you know, I think we'll see them pump up here.
I mean, on that note, Max, and as you start to talk about some teams as well, what's interesting to me is the fact that you have DRS, you have Secret, who didn't play in the last Super Weekend. So they've had, well, a really long break. They have had, what, 7 days, basically an entire week of time off. And now they have to come back into this with only 3 days to play. I feel like have that mental switch flip back on and them to, like, wake up is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, you had some scrims that have been played, so of course they were trying to get into the heat of things a little bit more. But as we know, scrims don't always translate into what is actually going to be played out during a tournament. So there's that little bit of training. They hopefully checked out every single game, which I'm pretty sure they did, and they did a little bit of VOD review to make sure they come in fully prepared into this one. But yeah, DRS Team Secret, I mean, especially for Team Secret, I agree with Zukalaj, right? This is a team that we potentially would like to see in the top 9, but compared to last PMGC, I think Team Secret has just been a little bit more silent. And unfortunately, an averaging result, it is not going to cut it to make in the top 9, unfortunately. You're in the most competitive PUBG Mobile tournament of the year, and unfortunately, if you're just average, you're not going to make it to the grand finals in January. So I want to see Team Secret go plus ultra, hopefully, throughout these 3 days of play and try and push themselves a little bit further, because they've been too silent to my taste.
Is that an anime thing?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
I was just trying to slip it in, but yeah, you got me. But yeah.
This is why I forget about Max being on the show, because he says stuff like that.
I'm gonna go Bankai. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. That was way funnier than I actually needed to. I don't know why I just saw you, like, your hand motions in there. But, you know, talking about consistency, talking about, obviously, well, inconsistencies, I'm taking a look at, like, the weekly points. And obviously, you have teams like Infinity getting better and better. You have 628, which I was thinking in my head, like, just without looking at numbers, do I see them as a consistency team? Do I see them as a hit or miss team? And funny enough, like, they got 101 points, 115 points, 115 points. So they've been pretty consistent, but just on, like, a different level of consistency compared to, like, the likes of Infinity. But again, it is 9 teams, right? So realistically, only 7 won't qualify to be better than 7 other teams. But I am worried for teams like Damwon. Maybe I shouldn't be, though, because obviously they didn't qualify the first Super Weekend. Second Super Weekend, they got 102 points. It was kind of average, right?
They got better.
And exactly, right? They got better. And we were questioning, can they get eliminations? That seems to be where they really struggled to perform. I mean, it came down to Sung getting them their first chicken dinner by just staying alive and getting a 1v2 with the team not looking at them. I feel like they have probably some of the most pressure on them to perform because they need to continue to improve when they finish 13th overall.
For me, Damwon, if they were able to get top 9, that will be a pleasant surprise. I think when you look at this lobby as a whole, yes, Damwon has improved, but do they still have the raw strength that a lot of these teams have up at the top? And I don't know if it is quite there just yet, especially now with just a small kind of microcosm that we're going to be kind of focusing on here with just these 3 days alone with this sprint that's going to be happening. I would like to see them top 9, but I don't know if it's going to happen here.
Yeah, I think that if they make it in top 9, they're just going to make it in maybe like 7th, 8th, 9th position. I think that's how we can expect it for Damwon to go. Though there have been some improvements on their side, especially down to their macro. I would love to see a lot more in particular from Forest. I think he's been a very silent player right now. He was known as Inonix last PMGC for Archer Gaming, and he was one of my favorite, still is my favorite currently, South Korean player, but I think he's been too silent from this part of the tournament. So I want to see Sung, Art, and Forest maybe working together a little bit more, trying to actually get those frags, because as you said, right, without those eliminations, it's just not going to be enough for Damwon. So they need to try and push themselves a little bit further in those late game moments to try and not only secure those wins potentially, but get more eliminations per game.
I will say as well, Jason, you actually brought up 628 before, and this is a team that right now in the Super Weekends, they got 7th place. And I think Max will probably echo these sentiments with when we were watching their process to actually qualify for this tournament. I think they look better than a 7th place team right now, but not in this tournament just yet. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. What do you think, Max?
I agree. They looked a lot more impressive in PL Phase 4, right? The last final games, you had Yin Yang doing some great clutches to control that position. So it's good to see, but I think that a lot of the Chinese teams came into this one, like you're looking at your Novas, you're looking at your 628, you're looking at your Tongjiao Baos, you're looking, okay, these teams, we expect them to be, potentially towards that top 5 position. We haven't seen that type of domination right now, but now we're in the position where things are going to be a lot more serious. Are we going to see 628 Nova Esport wake up big time? We're going to see today, but I'm expecting these two teams to hopefully be a lot higher, and if they are not today, I'll be generally impressed by how the other regions have been able to perform above them.
But the
Don't
world
suppress my
caught
Max,
Jason.
man.
The world
Go ahead.
caught
Sorry,
up.
James.
The world has
Yeah.
called to them, effectively.
Yeah.
So.
I think so, but I still am hesitant to say that because when it came to, again, like these sprint events, like they're so well drilled when it comes to this, and for 628, like I can't think of a better team when it comes to these high pressure situations of 3 days. I think they had 2 points going into the last season of PEL, and because their performance in that one event at the very end, they managed to qualify and to get into PMGC. Like that is a standout in a good and bad way, right? It shows they haven't really been consistent throughout the whole year, but it shows like when it counts, when they need to step up, they definitely will. Or at least in that case, they will. We'll see if they will here, obviously, the next 3 days. But it leads me to even another team here, Cryptics. I mean, consistent, 73, 80, 78 points. But realistically, 73 points, I don't think is going to be enough to qualify you. And they have to perform better here in these 3 days than they performed in the last 3 weeks, which is going to be a tough ask.
Cryptics is a team that I find very interesting because they have, when it comes to it, really good rotations. They find good entry points, they get good positions under control, but they just tend to play very slow. Like, for example, sometimes I see them play Cube and they just wait it out and let a lot of teams pass them. They're not trying to go for those great sprays, potentially even with some DMRs if they want to try and get those extra eliminations. I think they have opportunities that happen in front of them and they just don't seize those opportunities. I would like to see them to try and, just like that one, be a little bit more aggressive from time to time. I think if they can try and adapt on that a little bit more, I think they'll be great. One improvement, though, is that we're not seeing El Chapo heal a lot in those Sanhok games, which I'm happy to see. I'm seeing El Chapo actually play some Sanhok games, so that's great. But I think that they can still potentially play positions a little bit better, and if they can do so, I think that they could try and potentially push for that top 9.
I think there's some predictability factors as well in Cryptics, right? If you think about what they're going to do on like an Erangel, which is the most the long form battleground that we're going to be on for at least 3 days, if you've got yourselves your kind of eastern circles, we know that they're going to be rotating on that. If they're western circles, we know they're going to be rotating on that west coast, right? So that gives you already information, as all the other teams. Okay, where's this team going to be? Do we feel confident against this team? Are we going to be able to take them out, etc., and things like that? I think that Cryptics, I think, is going to have to put in that little bit extra to get top 9 here in this lobby.
Yeah, and I completely agree with that, to be honest. And I feel like we should be open to mention this, that definitely in the last Super Weekend for the teams who were going to be qualified through top 16 with no chance of falling out, it definitely felt like they were playing a lot more relaxed. They weren't as serious. So if Cryptics could only get their second highest amount of points in that third Super Weekend where teams were messing around being cool, obviously when you don't have pressure on you, you can actually perform really well. But knowing that they still only got 78 points, which wasn't even as good as the week before that when teams were more relaxed, that's not a good sign for them to potentially break through the top 9.
Yeah, but one cool thing actually about them on that last Super Weekend, they were willing to go for them of the hot drops we were potentially speculating throughout the tournament. They actually dropped South Jaws to try and potentially get rid of FaZe very early on. Unfortunately, they gave the edge to FaZe and gave them a few eliminations, which is not really the way we wanted that to go down. But I think that was a good change in mentality. Hopefully, it can continue going into these finals now. But another team that I find is very interesting coming into this, right, is G Xavier. And I don't know what you both think, but when we went back to it, Jason, we covered the World Invitational at the middle of the year. They did great in that tournament. Like, they got 3rd place. They're very impressive into the eastern region of the PMWI, and them arriving in 14th, barely able to qualify into this stage of the tournament despite doing so well in the World Invitational. I expect way better things from D Xavier. They have a composition that's literally golden when it comes to it. It's unfortunate, I have the impression that they're just slow on many aspects of the game and how they tend to breach and how they tend to rotate. They respond to circle shifts very slowly. If they can just speed up things a little bit, I would like to see D Xavier making top 9 because I think that they've shown great prowess throughout the year, but they just slow down a little bit towards the end.
I think we should be fair to something about the standings, right? Is that obviously some teams have played 2 Super Weekends, some teams have played 3, which obviously is its own information on itself, right? Because D Xavier couldn't qualify in week 2. But the fact is, they had 106 points in the first week, 114 points in the third week. Technically, they're better than Cryptics if Cryptics didn't play 3 Super Weekends, right? In that sense, right? Obviously, they requalified. So they're actually averaging better than a lot of teams that are actually above them. So that, 14th place finish that they have, if you look on paper, isn't true to how good of a team they have been. But I will say, obviously, week 2, it was a blunder for them, obviously.
They tried some, some switching around of rosters. I do think for D Xavier, when I look at this team as a whole, if you dissect their 4 starters, I think that there is wide skill variance there. And that's no disrespect to a player and things like that, or he or they. It's the fact that sometimes when you have a roster like this in this kind of lobby, it is accentuated and you see it more because you're going up against such a skilled lobby. These kind of variants in skill, for example, on some of their players. So am I hopeful for a top 9 for them? Not right now. I would like to say, yeah, absolutely. But again,
are they a top 9 place team, Coloris?
Not currently, no. I think there still needs to be more work put in there, or maybe a little bit of circle luck. But we'll see how it goes throughout these games.
Okay. Well, one team we haven't really touched on, MS Chonburi. Max, I don't know if you wanted to touch on them a little bit. We've hit almost every team besides them and like Nigma, and we hit 4 Rivals a little bit. But do you have any thoughts about them coming into this? Because they did play 6 overall, and technically they should be on track to break top 9.
Yeah, they've been a very consistent, strong team throughout the tournament. I believe Pons is one of the top, what was it, damage dealers of the lobby or something? He had one of the top stats throughout the tournament. So Pons has been actually very impressive, and which is one of the players we expected to do well for MS Chonburi throughout the tournament. But I like how they've been playing these. They like to play edge a little bit more, so they're not the team that's going to go with those big elimination games. So that's fine. They went for just some really consistent games every single time, and if they can replicate these performances in the finals, I think MS Chonburi can make it very easily. They're not taking those fights versus DRS and Yesnai Polyana anymore. They've taken a very nice approach. I'm a fan of what MS Chonburi has been able to pull off so far, but as always, I want to see a little bit more. I want to see those wins getting converted from them, and if they can do so, I would be genuinely happy to see MS Chonburi make it to the grand finals.
Okay, well, does that mean, Max, man, that you're going to predict them to win match 1?
No. Unfortunately, no. Not going for 4 Rivals either, because I've unfortunately, my hopes have been crushed. No, I'm going to go with Stalwart, actually, for my prediction, because I've been Stalwart fan since day 1, and I'm going to continue being a Stalwart fan because these guys are too good, and they're going to be my pick for the first game.
That is where your curse was broken. Claris, what about you?
Well, I've just realized I haven't written anything in the chat for this, so I have no clue. I mean, I guess we have to go with Infinity, so I'll follow the Jason standard and see what happens.
Hey, you don't even know what my prediction is. It could have been different, but can you two tell me what my prediction is for this match?
It's the Infinity.
It is the Infinity. It'll always be the Infinity. It'll be the Infinity every match, every day throughout the entire finals. We get to grand finals, maybe I'll rethink things a little bit. You know who doesn't need to be rethought? Blind Imperium. We're going to drop into the first match today. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Jason. I feel like Jason would be a fantastic Buzz Lightyear, you know, with the Infinity and Beyond thing going for him. We're going to be jumping into Wrangle Imperium. I'm excited. The first game here of the League Stage Finals and everything on the line. And we're starting from ground zero.
Indeed, the points have been reset. The teams have had a couple of days off to prepare, to rest, to relax, to do what they need to do to get into the mindset for the finals. You have 18 games, 3 days, top 9 make it through. There's also a decent bit of money involved, if I'm not mistaken, Blair.
Yeah, just the casual first place getting shy of 400,000 smackaroos or something.
That's not too bad.
It's not too bad. I could do with that. I could do it even like 1% of that. Anyway, it's not like we're getting paid for this, are we? Like, we just do this because we love the game.
Of course, yeah. You know what they say? You pay peanuts, you get monkeys. You know, that kind of thing. You know.
Okay.
But yeah, moving into this kind of playing path, it's not too bad going from the northeast down to the southwest. It's a little bit more south than what the teams would like to have overall, especially for Cryptics. And the Phazon does, to an extent, complement that, where we're seeing some action right off the bat.
I love it. Like, firstly, the zone is the diametric opposite of where the team sort of liked it to go, considering the playing path, as you pointed out. Now, MS Chonburi, they get the knock. Are they gonna continue to push on ahead? No, they're just gonna try and pick up a little bit of loot. Meantime, the res has taken place. So yes, early, a little bit of action taking place, but I do really doubt if MS Chonburi are going to go for the full commit over here. Speaking of teams, right, we have some heavy hitters coming in, and I did notice how our desk were very, how shall we say, safe. They were playing it very safe with the teams they were picking for the first game, for the first chicken dinner. The Infinity getting a double, you know, Killaris agreeing with John, you know, I don't even know what's going on there. And then we had, I think it was Max who went with the Stalwart, definitely, firm favorite to at least get a chicken dinner here on day 1. I want to ask you, who are you? I wouldn't say rooting for, but who do you think might potentially kind of upset the predictions? Over?
Well, okay, so upsetting the predictions, I wouldn't say so much because I would put my eyes on Genesis Dogma for this game number 1. But as far as upsets outside of the norm, I want to say Team Secret. Because they didn't play in the third Super Weekend. I think they are a bit of an unknown entity coming into these finals with how overall lackluster they looked. And we do have to consider the fact that they won their respective PMPL point slots. They won the SEA Championship when they didn't even need to. This team has the capabilities of pulling it off. We just didn't really see it in the league stage. Technically, we don't need to, right? Because that's not really where it matters. Now is where it matters. So I'm putting my eyes on Team Secret for this game 1.
You're brave. You're very, very brave,
I am.
and I respect that. I'm gonna go one step above, and I'm gonna say, Max, this is for you. 4 rivals.
They're
gonna start off with a bang. That's all they're gonna do. They're gonna start off with a bang, and they're gonna get that chicken dinner. And you know what, Max? That's what you get for not picking them. They're gonna get it. And you're gonna regret your decision to go with Stalwart.
Outside of the initial action that we had, it's been all quiet on the Western front. Cryptics did drop on that Western coastline, which was, I thought it might have been a little bit close to 628, but it was a little bit further up north. They've got their vehicles and they're making their way to George Paul. I was speculating if anybody was going to take over the South George spot in which FaZe had under control in the PMGC League stage. For this game 1, it makes sense that Cryptics are going to have a bit of a split drop around South George and North George. Might enable them to rotate a little bit earlier in this game, although we do have to consider that they're late getting to their drop phase because of that playing path and how they traversed on it. This kind of circle, though, I'm really looking also at Rico. When the circle is very heavily in their drop sort of severity, in the past, I've seen them perform extremely well and take advantage of that. So I'm looking to see how they're going to set themselves up in the first couple of phases inside this game 1. I'm excited to see.
The team I'm also looking forward to has been Enigma Galaxy, right? Like, you go back to the first Super Weekend, and if you're someone who just tuned in for the first week and you skip the second and third, you're coming into the league finals and you're like, yeah, Enigma Galaxy, I don't think they're going to do much, but you would be so mistaken because they have been incredible. Sure, they have the much more pacifist approach, I might even say, compared to a lot of the teams at the tippity top, but they make it work. And I always stood by the fact, it doesn't matter how you get those points as long as you get them. And I think Enigma Galaxy, they exemplify the particular style, of always surviving till the very end, having this consistent placement points, as we do have Infinity, going for the early rotation, which could kind of put them up against Reject here.
Reject, I don't think want to worry too much about gatekeeping them on the edge of the circle. This kind of phase on is, I suppose, beneficial to gatekeeping because you know, with how the river is in play in the middle of the circle, you don't really want to commit too deeply into this phase 1, so staying more on the edge makes sense, waiting until phase 2 pops up, but Infinity make it across safely. To go back to Enigma, I believe that they are the most improved team in PMGC. The reason why I say that is what they went through will challenge any team to the highest degree. Any team. And I mean, like, in the strongest possible way. To have a day like they did in the Super Weekend, mentally you question yourself so much. Am I good enough? Am I capable of doing this? Are we actually a good enough team for this? And to come back the way Enigma have, I firmly believe they are not only the most improved team, but they probably arguably have one of the best IGLs in this PMGCs, because that's what that is the role of an IGL, is to really get that team back on track, is to say to that team, hey, we are good enough. Scratch it. Get it out of your head. We focus, we rebuild, we move on. And that's exactly what Roof did with the rest of his team.
Oh yeah, for sure. You know, the guy, he has a knack of leading by example, and I love it. I do enjoy watching the team, and I gotta say, coming to this event, you go to week one during the league stage. You look at Cryptics, you look at Enigma Galaxy, you look at Rico Infinity, and you're like, all of them look pretty solid. But I feel like Enigma Galaxy have managed to kind of, you know, go further and beyond, above and beyond, rather, compared to their counterparts. Of course, you can never ever count out the other two, Rico Infinity and Cryptics, both very, very dangerous indeed. A team with it, the Desk did touch upon. I mean, they did touch upon a lot of the teams, but 628, right?
Yes.
Where are they? Like, where do you stand? Or rather, where did it stand for you?
They stand to me as a team that are quite volatile because of how, and this is a bit typical of even just Nova as well, but I have a little bit more faith in Nova as the reigning, defending, undisputed champions of the world, so to speak. But with 628, there's that volatility on how they are constantly moving around, how they never fully feel settled in one area of a circle, and they tend to play quite heavily split. In the finals where every team is gunning for it, that might hurt them. But I also know that they're by no means a weak team. They have the firepower, they have the ability to get the results needed. So they're a little bit kind of, I think they're safe for the finals, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Well, Reject, rather just Divine, Wise Lonesome, having to take this 1v1, this is not comfortable. Rage is arriving to help him out, but the knock has taken place, and Rage just might be walking straight to his doom. He's trying to make his escape, but the bullets just rampage, just slamming into the car, rather, and somehow, even though the vehicle is smoking, he will pull off the great escape. He's going to group up with Sarah, but yeah, I did have a feeling that Reject might be in an uncomfortable position earlier there, and unfortunately, they were split, right? Like, you had Sarah towards the cliffside, and I guess he wasn't very aware of to how close the Infinity members were. We do see the next zone taking place, and you can see it's a kaleidoscope of teams here. We have a multitude of them all gravitating straight towards School and Rozok. This could get interesting. Could even be a Pachinki final zone.
Don't tempt faith, my friend. Don't tempt.
I've already picked 4
faith.
Rivals here.
Okay.
I mean, what else could go wrong?
True. Potato Hill is looking to be somewhat occupied by BTR, at least compound that's down to Potato Hill on that eastern side. It's not bad. It gives some good sight lines on towards apartments. It's going to look to take advantage of teams rotating variably on that eastern side. The phase 2 shift, I think, was extremely good for a lot of these teams because it did go heavily down south, so it really kind of eliminates a good bit of that river in terms of the late game. Not saying it can't head back up north on phase 3 and we have that kind of inconsistency of, is it going to be north of the river, south of the river? But at least for now, despite the kind of harder now reactions from a lot of teams up on the northern side of phase 1, it's a healthy shift.
Yeah, I think most of the teams are going to be pretty reasonably happy with the way things have panned out, considering the plane path and how the zone kind of potentially would have screwed them all over. But yeah, the rotations, it does pan out for a lot of them. Very centralized zone we're seeing over here. I wouldn't mind seeing another Rozok zone. And we've seen, what's the team? Now, I think it was week 1 and week 2. There was one particular team, or a couple of teams who just used to make life miserable for everyone from the Water City or near Rozok.
Yeah.
I don't remember, was it Rico Infinity or was it Damwon?
Team Seeker got a massive game from the from the Water's
Seeker
Edge.
did, true.
Yep, they got a massive game. I think it was the 33 or 32 pointer game. Record breaking at the time, if I'm not mistaken. So that is something to think about. They're not there, but they could head in that direction. Nova still around the Cube compound on the northern side of the river. Cryptics are down by that area in which Team Seeker got a massive result. Enigma Galaxy have a lovely kind of 2-2 split on the buildings outside of School to the south and just north of Pachinki, but they do have to think about who might be around them, such as 628, possibly Infinity, if they can grab that information.
Thus far, just the one casualty in the server. 12 minutes in. See Freak in the distance. Very, very comfortable he is usually with the Mini 14. There are a couple of players, in the lobby when I see them with the Mini 14. I'm like, yeah, they're gonna do something wild. Starwood Esports comes to mind. You have Enigma Galaxy as well. I do wonder though, I mean, after 3 weeks of league play, and then you have the super weekends and everything, where the points are accrued over a longer period of time, Imperium. When it comes down to everything mattering, this is a sprint. It's no longer a marathon, right? It's a sprint.
That's
to get as
true.
many as possible. I do wonder if somehow things are gonna get interesting, and interesting is gonna be the zonal shift. I kind of thought it would be maybe towards, you know, the southwest, towards the western side, but instead it's gonna be heading back towards Yasnaya. And DRS, if they ever imagine heading back towards their little city, MS Chonburi have potentially cut off that particular rotation. So things are going to get interesting here.
And this is what I liked about MS Chonburi's kind of rotation in Phase 2. It wasn't super fast, but it was also on that eastern edge, which would have played a big part. 4 rivals, Temboru, you got to take advantage of that. Takes a couple of shots towards Team Secret up on top of the roof. He has to traverse down one gaming for a deep rotation through this circle. Don't really know where they're going. They're going right into the path of DRS.
Damn One Gaming pushing in and making quick work of Mafia Ninja. Where
Wow.
he was maybe trying to be a ninja, but there's nothing his teammates can do. And now we do have a bit of a stalemate between Damn One Gaming and DRS. And mark my words, DRS are just not going to let it slide by. They will be looking to take that fight. They have to take that fight. In the meantime, Nova. Now, this is what worries me about Nova. Defending champions and all of that, you know, they had a bit of a squeaky bum time qualifying here for the league finals. They've either looked great or they've looked very lost. And we've seen this, you know, transpire on the same day. Like, one game, they'll be like, damn, they're just looking so fantastic. And the next game, you're like, what are you guys doing? Where are you guys going?
I know. There's justifiably a good few questions on the head of what Nova are able to do, what they are going to do, and it makes sense. But we have to understand that this isn't a team out of nowhere. This is when we know this, that this team that have their wits about them, and I really believe that there is a lot more to them, you know, struggling. I'm not going to say it was on purpose, but I think there was a good few elements of, hey, we are testing things, we are trying things, we're feeling out the lobby, we're feeling each other out on how we're going to perform, what kind of communication, play style, rotations we're going to pull out, give or take, in the finals. That's where I believe Nova stand at this stage. Are up as a full squad. They have that kind of northern direct side outside of the river in play. I think they have good grounds to control onto the likes of Cryptics and Rico Infinity, but it looks like they're going to clash up against each other before they clash up against Nova.
Oh, careful there, Senkai, having to do a little bit of combat driving. A quick circle, and fortunately he's going to be escape. He's going to escape comparatively unscathed, but not El Chapo. Getting knocked down. And that could be the opportunity Rico Infinity are looking for. They know exactly where the other members are. Towards a Wizard Tower, just a preemptive couple of nades being lobbed in. And that is a brilliant second one. Senkai taking quite a lot of damage. And if they can just eliminate the vehicles there for Cryptics, they can be surrounded, hounded down, and just naded into oblivion. Lazy Boy gets caught out. He was just trying to find some information, but brilliant rifle work coming from SK Ton. And I gotta say, Cryptics, it's not looking comfortable for them against their MENA counterparts.
Why isn't the rest of Rico pushing in on this? Come on, be the proactive team you need to be. There you go, indeed. Pushing in. It's only the sniper tower. The final 2 players of Cryptics are up. I know they want to thread their waters a little bit lightly coming into the sniper tower, but body advantage plays a big part, and they have that body advantage.
Yeah, and then they have a lot of time as well, man. Like, there's no one's going to be coming this direction. It's not even inside of the zone, right? And as long as they take care of Cryptics, there we go. It's going to be Fury, Death, no glory for Cryptics. They get eliminated. First team in the first game here of the league finals. For the East, of course, and yeah, they go down without even getting a single knock or an elimination. In the meantime, Damwon Gaming, their reign of terror continues. They're going to be going up against Nova, but right now we have a tasty battle. Stalwart Esports going against Nysel, who's all alone. He's got his teammates nearby, but remember, we saw a 1v4 just a few days back, so anything could happen. Maybe not this time. Nysel gets quickly finished off by Scry. I tried to set it up, Imperium. I tried to set it up.
Tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it just didn't matter. He went down, and that leaves Genesis Dogma up as a duo. The Phase 4 circle shifting over to the kind of southwest has kind of forced a couple of teams to go to the apartments building. I'm not a fan of that, really overall, but I do definitely appreciate how proactive Stalwart are being on that, getting the kill onto Genesis Dogma, getting a couple of shots on the BTR, just creating that level of suppression that they need to.
Oh, that's a brilliant nade coming in from Fidhan. Knocks Sarah to his knees. This is looking a little worrying for Rico Infinity, honestly, because, you know, they get the squad weapon. Cryptics to have all 4 alive, and then to just fall to reject after having all 4 members intact would have been quite disastrous. Fidhan out in the open. Okay, very, very brave, but is buying his teammates time, and they will eventually get the reses. Asketon needs to patch himself up. Prestigo still bleeding out, and I believe is too far out for Rico to go for the rescue. They could still attempt it, but at this point, considering he's on the edge of that particular bank, I don't really feel it's a worthwhile endeavor.
Oh, TG13, he was only going to go so far in that vehicle, and he gets knocked by 4 rivals. That confirmation coming through. MS Chambori down to just 1 player. Dima of DRS sent it into the water. Desperate times calls for desperate measures. As Appy getting a couple of shots on the fan. This is some great proactivity from 4 rivals on the edge of Rosshawk. If you're going to play a city position, 9 times out of 10, it should be on the edge of that city, and the spread of the 2-2 split the 4 rivals have is pretty damn perfect.
Absolutely. Just playing a simple game of defend the castle, and 4 rivals doing a good job suppressing fire from Appy. He's got his teammate inside of the building on the first floor, keeping an eye out for anyone trying to sneak in from the left-hand side. In the meantime, we do have a number of members getting knocked down. Nova down to just a 2-man squad, so a Rico Infinity, you can clearly see in the water. Damwon Gaming have 3 knocked. That's rough for them.
Forest?
Oh, Forest so far away.
Yeah, he's on the southern edge of the circle, kind of BTR looming down on his position. Xavier holding another angle. I am worried about BTR, and it's at this point I think they could go for a pretty deep cut rotation around that eastern side, even into the blue a little bit, and come into the circle. It wouldn't be like the best place to go. There's very little hard cover inside this phase 5. Outside of the Xavier's compound and Team Secrets, there's nothing.
Ponzai, last man standing, getting hounded by the 2 surviving members of Reject, and he called it beautiful molly with the follow-up nade, and I don't even know
how Ponzai's alive. I
can't even see how much HP he's got. You need a microscope to see how much he's got, and he patches himself up just in time for Reiji to come in and put a bullet through his body. In the meantime, Infinity are getting absolutely obliterated by 628. Only 1 standing.
But a third
Great
party
work from Logan, and the third party comes in from Nigma Galaxy. Is that Nigma Galaxy? And
my
Secret as
God.
well. They're getting third party by 2 teams altogether, and that might be the little bit of respite they're looking for. Yu Yang in the meantime taking the fight, and 628, they had Infinity on the ropes, but they get wiped out. And Infinity, they're getting the reses in. They're back on their feet again.
Oh my God, I really feel bad for 628, not gonna lie. But that's the way their cookie crumbles, and they couldn't deal the damage on the Infinity quick enough, and indeed, the revives are being played out. We look at the Xavier, they gotta think about the fact that the next circle could and most likely will be outside of their compound, so looking to settle the score and lay the foundations for a clean rotation into the next phase is going to be important. Team Secret have done a good job dealing with the last player of 628, dealing with another player 628 from a distance. Now they're going to have to deal with 4 rivals.
Amongst all the chaos, you might be forgiven for missing out. The DRS also have been eliminated. I'm still trying to gather my jaws as to how, you know, Infinity managed to survive. Right? Still the intact unit, right? 4 rivals going for the very brave rotation. 1 by 1 they go in, but the nade's going to be sailing on in. What a beautiful nade coming in from Jumper and Team Secret. They continue to harass, but Fredo gets spotted, and it's a nice trade coming in from 4 rivals. Finally, they're able to get a knock. You need to get the res on the Pembrew as well. Team Secret, though, they can completely ruin 4 rivals' days here. The nades, 1 good nade could even find a double. The 4th member arrives. It's going to be Rithal joining the fray. The res still taking place. It is still a 4v4 standoff between Team Secret and 4 rivals, and in the distance, Infinity, all 4 members up and running, and they're looking to gun a few members down as well. Rithal getting taken up by Infinity, as they're going to be third partying on towards this 4 rival Team Secret fight.
You also have to think about Rico, from behind. Possibly Nova from the other side of the circle. We'll have to wait and see. Four Rivals for now somewhat protected against Team Secret. Infinity are going to have their numbers. They have to climb over and knock on towards action. Stalwart, they're still in the game, but they have to try and get into the circle. And the Xavier, they're going to try and stop them.
Nova down to one man. As Reiji will fall. I think that's it for the side of Reject. I'm very much mistaken. There we go. Reject will be eliminated. 8 teams remain. Nova down to the 1 member. But the remaining teams, quite a few of them are very, very healthy indeed, right? You look at Secret, you look at the Xavier, who are very comfortable out in the compound of their own. You have Infinity with 4 still alive, 4 Rivals at 3, and you can never ever count out Stalwart Esports. These 3 members in a car, very, very brave, very, very risky, out in the open, driving on in. As 4 Rivals, they've somehow managed to stave off this onslaught from Team Secret. They got a couple of knocks, so 1 knock and a finish of their own, and they're finally going to be able to kind of flush Team Secret out from their particular segment of this particular compound. But Infinity are now getting harassed from the distance, and they're taking a lot of damage.
Can we also highlight how good of a job Lord is doing for Enigma Galaxy in this game as last player alive? He's been punishing the members of Stalwart. Got an initial knock. He's not in the circle, but he has been doing such a good job. He's close to it as Team Secret were pushed away. They lost 1 player. Rico Infinity right behind them.
Fredo comes in quickly, finishes off Anasa's Rico Infinity. They thought it was only going to be Infinity they had to contend with, but now the 3-man squad for the side of Secret, making life miserable for Rico Infinity. They will eventually fall. Infinity, in the meantime, down to just Newsy. Logan on his bloody knees, crawling out in the open. That's
so
a
close!
brilliant nade. Not quite able to confirm the knock or the elimination. Unfortunately, there were 4 Rivals. That even though they're down to a 2-man squad, if I'm 4 Rivals, I'm feeling very comfortable because now the Xavier have to try and find some cover. Because even though they're in the zone right now, Imperium, I can't see much room for them to work with or cover for them to work with.
You're not wrong there. Who's the last player left from Nova? Surprise, surprise, it's Power Boy. Always has, always will be. You know, he's a man, the myth, the legend. Carries the team on his back, and this game is no different. Enigma with 9 eliminations. Like I said, Lord doing a hell of a lot of work on the edge of the circle. He has to try and cross the road to make it in. Smoke after smoke, the path is made in. And luckily, because 4 Rivals, Team Secret and Infinity are all kind of, for the time being, very focused on each other, they're not really looking at that smoke where Lord is laying down.
I was saying the Xavier might be in an uncomfortable position, but the zone has shifted in their direction. You can see them spreading themselves out, trying to ensure there's no entry for any of the other teams trying to potentially sneak into the circle. And that means everyone else has to duke it out right now. 4 Rivals meanwhile finishing off Paraboy. That's going to be it for Nova. Defending champions will fall in the 7th position, in the 6th position, beg your pardon. Down to the final 5 teams, 12 alive. The Xavier, all 4 members still alive and kicking, and they have the circle.
Team Secret have to push in. They know where the final 2 players of 4 Rivals are. I get Jumper being on the roof, but there's no point being on the roof if the rest of the team are not in the position. Okay, yeah, okay. Sorry, correct me, I was wrong. On that roof play is working out.
Team Secret, they're trying to eliminate 4 Rivals so they can feel a little bit more comfortable as they make a push towards the zone. Newsy being very, very quiet. He could third party here. A well-placed nade could find 1, 2, maybe even 3. I don't know. Nate sails in. He finds Fredo, and that's a huge assist coming in for 4 Rivals. And now 4 Rivals like, wait, 1 member down. There's another one for providing covering fire from outside. So Jumper's the only one nearby. They can push him. They can take him down. And Jumper's aware of this. He's going to deploy some preemptive utility, trying to keep the rest at bay.
Lovely nade being thrown into the window by Newsy. That might connect once again. Lord is going to come in to get the 3rd party onto 4 Rivals.
Oh, what a snake, Lord. He's doing it alone. And like you said, even though he's the last man standing, 9 eliminations, looking for 10, but he's out in the blue, and his position has been compromised as 4 Rivals. A valiant stand, but they will finally fall, and Newsy trying to use an opportunity to strike, but he will be finished off as well. But a nade comes in from his teammate Logan. He's not going to go down without a fight. And Team Secret, they have no idea where the nade came in from. And Logan, he can just get this. He's going to get the knock and the finish and the wipe, and he falls in the end. And the Xavier, they just get the chicken dinner. All 4 remain standing. And what a bit of an anticlimactic finish, but what a finish indeed. Incredible stuff.
That was crazy. That was so crazy. Like, you just can never count Infinity out. First of all, credit to Xavier. They played that game really well. The compound they were in that they had to move out of, I think they moved out of it perfectly. They controlled that kind of eastern side. They sent 2 players in initially, away from that compound into the circle. That's the way you do it when you're not 100% sure of what's going on. You send 2 players in, maybe 1. You get a little bit of information, even if it means that 1 or 2 players are put under pressure, get knocked, possibly thirsted. It's still more important than, or better than kind of full sending as a full squad, right? So they played it well. Once they got control of the eastern side, they spread very beautifully across the way. They had all angles covered. And yeah, okay, they were helped by the fact that there was that isolated compound fight between a minimum of 4 teams, then leading into 3. But man, it was still a well-executed win by Xavier.
Yeah, I mean, sure, they were gifted the zone, you know, as it does tend to happen at times. But like as you pointed out, they played it to perfection, leaving almost it felt like no chance of any of these teams able to steal it away. But I feel like this game was also, you know, apart from the Xavier getting the very well-deserved chicken dinner there, a tale of a couple of individual heroic plays, right? We saw Logan from Infinity there at the very end, not just avenging his teammate, but getting the wipe, you know, the 2K or a 3K, I'm not too, I think it was a 3K there coming in. So 3 extra points for his team. And of course, you cannot forget Lord from Enigma Galaxy.
know.
Dude, he was one man
Look at
alone.
1v3 stalwart.
He 1v3 stalwart, and the team had only 5 eliminations, by the way, and he was able to close it out on 10 or something ludicrous.
Yep.
Incredible play coming in from Lord.
Yeah, very good indeed. And then Team Secret, right? I called them kind of having a strong performance in this game 1, and they showed up. Yeah, not quite to win, but can't argue with the amount of eliminations they got.
Oh yeah, for sure. An incredible start to what is shaping up to being an incredible finals over here. But right now, we of course, have the boys on the desk, and Jason, take it away.
Well, as we head over to the incredible desk, you know, just trying to help you out there, Blah. What a game, though. I mean, we had multiple teams stepping up that we called out in particular. We had Xavier really coming in big there, as well as obviously took themselves the chicken dinner. But Secret, I think they're trying to redeem themselves from being out from that final Super weekend here, Max, really picking up a lot of limbs. Yeah, they got knocked out at the very end by Logan from Infinity, but they still get 20 points, and that's a phenomenal start here to their day.
I think it was down to like a quarter of a second difference between Secret trying to secure that second and also Logan just coming in and snatching away their second place, getting those 12 points. So it was down to the wire between Secret and Infinity, but they were able to still get himself a good game, or both of them. But Xavier, we talked about it, right? Potentially being gifted a little bit towards the end there, but they had a very strong compound early on, just like northeast of school next to the road, and they just held onto that position despite knowing the circle was not going to come their way, and there were teams rotating very close. There was Stalwart, there was Damwon, there was also BTR, there was Nova across the road. They were proactively trying to make sure they were making those numbers dwindle to make the next phase even easier for them to play. So Xavier, despite that circle up towards the end, they made sure they made it a lot easier on themselves towards the end.
Yeah, that's so much to talk about from this game. From the very word go, as you say, like, it's great that Xavier gets themselves the win. Great that Secret has themselves this performance off the back of guard, and considering we said it at the top of the show, Jason, you know, 2 super weekends out of the 3 attendance doesn't really quite tell the tally of points that they should in theory get as a roster this good, in my opinion. So great to see them get the 20 points. And Logan, the game sense that this man has to be able to make that happen, to get themselves into second place there, I am blown away that Logan's able to scramble the second place from the position that they had to them being able to take out Team Secret at the end. That's insane. Yeah,
and I think that's like the side of, you know, I hate to use this topic, or not use this topic, use this phrase over and over again, but a championship caliber team, like individually, the fact that Logan was able to make that play in such a split-second decision. Also, the fact is he wasn't even necessarily a top fragger. Max, I think you were talking while we were watching the game, talking about how Newsy was one of the top fraggers. Then you had Logan and was it Mela, who were kind of like the support players for the team?
Mela and Logan were first and second respectively when it comes down to the top assists throughout the entirety of all Super Weekend games. So that's 45 games total. So very impressive. I think also Logan is the 3rd player with the most reses. So he is actually serving as the support. And yet when he needs to get those numbers, frag out big time and try and secure some extra placement points, he can do it like we just saw in this game. That is how stacked the entire roster of Infinity are. Even the supports are not supporting sometimes. Like, it's just insane.
The important thing that enables that, Jason, before we get onto that, is the fact that is their cross from the shack where they were completely destroyed to the eventual garden compound. They could have easily sent it there earlier than they did. However, they didn't. They waited for all of these other crashes to come in, and from there bided their time to find exactly the right spot to be able to make that happen.
Yeah, well, you can see here to remind you guys, we have our treasure box still happening. If you guys are watching between now and the 13th of January, you get some permanent rewards unlocked for yourselves. You get some PMGC tokens that you can use to do that. Also, some special rewards as well, as you can see in the form of Google Play cards and Amazon Play. But also, you can see here exactly a little bit more of how to do it. There's a lucky draw that's happening on the live stream. But also, if you guys want some extra tokens, we need to hit 500,000 viewers here on the eShow. And that makes things easier to unlock exactly what you want for these permanent items. I mean, we know the AUG, we know the pan, we know the outfit, we know exactly what we want to get. So make sure you guys can see down there under Maxman. I don't know why he gets it under him. I would prefer it to be under me.
It's mine.
Use the code PMGC token. And then you can use that as well in the live chat, so you can actually follow on what to do from there. So again, a lot of stuff for you guys to win. A lot of games still yet to come today, as we have 5 left to go. And of course, 17 across the entire event. But you know, look at that first match. I don't want to take too much stock in things, just because, I mean, there were some hardships that we were discussing, right? It was a little bit wonky.
Wild.
But then also, like, it's just the first match. And I never want to put too much stock in just one game.
Yeah. It's the first match, right? But I haven't seen any major changes. I don't know if you would agree with me on that one, Kalash. But compared to the Super Weekend games and this, it is what we expect, I think, for a lot of teams. Of course, there were some improvements from some other teams. I think that the Xavier played their position really well. But if there's one thing that happened again and we didn't want to see happen again into these league finals, is seeing Paraboy solo again. I want to see build up around Paraboy. Don't leave him solo. It's not going to work out for them to qualify in top 9 otherwise.
I mean, yeah, you can't take too much away from one game, Jason, here. I mean, again, we had what was 4 hard shifts here, and some people would just look at that and be like, well, just sit center and wait. But that doesn't work in a lobby where we have a lot of edge play right now. So when you get these constant back and forth, hard shift, you're having quite a bit of variance occur from that. So these teams are trying to find the best ways they can to make this work, but sometimes it can be difficult.
Well, the show's going to hard shift right now on over to a break while we get things ready here for a second match of the day. So see you two, or you two, I'll see you two, and you guys at home in just a few.
Oh, do this to them!
I'm so sorry.
You've killed them! Look at them!
FaZe still in contention though. FaZe up a real possibility.
Really?
I think it really is.
Oh, no!
Oh no!
It's FaZe down!
No, I'm so
On
sorry.
your face!
I'm so sorry.
Why would you do this to them?
I'm so sorry.
You've killed them! Look at them! They're dead! Huh? Oh! What?
Excuse me. He's waiting out. Just needs to move forward. They are out in the open. He's waiting for the tree to provide some cover. You can see he wants to move out to the right hand side here. He's going for the shots. Lines up. The one for top. Looks for the knock. Action.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Oh, hey, what a surprise. I see you two are still here and you guys at home who are watching. I never would have guessed that. Well, it's going to be happening because we have so many action-packed games throughout the rest of today and, of course, the next 2 days until we do have our top 9 teams to play in the grand finals. Maxman, what's up, man? Where's the glasses? You were so keen and so happy to have them, and I haven't seen you wear them a single time.
The correction is so big, it's hard to wear them right now. I could put them on for a death segment, but it hurts me, Jason.
It's
okay?
fine.
Unless you want me to be in pain, which you probably do, but yeah, I went not right now.
I mean, I saw you wear them on a little talk you had with Professor Tarzan and Imperium. But I guess we're not cool enough to see that side of Max. Well,
are we not good enough for you, Max?
Okay, I'll get them later. Okay, I can leave right now. Okay, I won't leave.
I got mine right now.
They're on my on my side table. I don't have them right now. I'll get them later though, promise.
You know what I love about Max James? Is that you can just throw so much stuff at him and he'll always laugh and giggle, but I feel like deep down he's like yelling like, ah!
I hate you guys. Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
I'm in this and I don't like it.
You're the meat in our little sandwich here, Max, man. We can see here Sanhok going to be coming up next. That was our second match of the day. It's not going to be a Miramar anymore like we've had before. Since we have an extra match, well, it's going to go right here, right now. And Sanhok is Infinity's stomping ground, which, of course, you could probably at home guess who I predicted to this match. But, again, I think for me here, guys, yeah, we criticize, you know, Helion and Blue so much. We criticize maybe how teams play Sanhok. But the fact is, every single point matters, right?
Yep.
It doesn't matter how you get those points. But if it's the difference between you getting into the grand finals and not qualifying, then you should be slapping yourself for not trying to maximize your amount of points you can get.
I think the scary thing right now is that it is the meta, right? A lot of Sanhok finishes that we see, there is teams that are using the healing strategy to pretty decent effect. Oftentimes our second place is very occasionally come from that healing person out in the blue, right? So you have to be accounting for this, and to that point, you have to have this as a back pocket strategy. You can't be ignoring this. Just in case, you lose people on rotation and you need to do it later on. So I think it's very prevalent, and every team, no matter how good you are, still has to be thinking about it.
Yeah, and Rauf, I mean, I feel like we haven't seen him for Enigma. What's so funny?
And we're not going to see in this game. He's just going to be healing phase 1. I'm telling you.
When you said we weren't going to see him in this game, I was like, wait, are we back at League Play? Did I mess up again? But no, like I feel like we haven't seen him do the heal off that often for Enigma as of late, but that is like their go-to strategy. I mean, they stack up first aids as quick as possible. They give it over to him and let him just sit on them for the majority of the match.
Yeah, I have the impression Infinity is a team that really understands the heal strat really well, potentially the best in the entirety of the lobby, because they know when they have no other option than to heal off. When I have the impression that not only Enigma Galaxy is not the only team to do that, right? But I think that they're one of the teams that tend to go for that very early, when there are still options to make good plays and to maybe go for a top 5 or a top 3 and even get more eliminations. I think they tend to go for it a little bit early, but they've tried to change it a little bit recently, I would say, for sure.
But here's the thing, Jason. I don't think Enigma Galaxy needs to do it. I think, yes, you've got your top 3. Yes, you've got your Infinities, your Genesis, Dogmas. Yes, you've got your Star Wars Esports. But I think Enigma Galaxy can hang up at the top. I think they might be the Dark Horse Championship caliber team. And I'm going to go on record to say it, Jason. There you go.
So they're the Avenger level threat in another dimension. In the multiverse.
They come a few seasons down the line, all right? And then Max is surprised,
I mean, I think it is, right? It's like, if it's not broken, why fix it? And I think, I mean, maybe there's an opportunity when we get towards like the final day, if they're feeling confident, like, okay, yeah, we're going to make top 9, there's no chance of falling out, then maybe they can try things out. But I feel like, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like in the early stages here, you just try to play out the way you know how to play it, the way you have been playing to get as many points.
Yeah, as you said, right, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's worked for them in the past, and it would be clearly more than enough to qualify in top 9, and you can have a lot more Sanoks. They're going to have one more Sanok than Miramars throughout the entirety of this stage, so if you get the good results in the Super Weekend, just copy-paste it, and it should be more than enough to make in top 9 here.
Somewhere Rejects just screaming like, no, why is there not more Miramar? That's our thing. You guys did just see there was about a minute and a half until the match, but I am hearing that we're going to be having a quick little remake, so we have a little bit of time until we're going to be heading to this, which means you have a little bit of time to maybe think about your predictions here on the desk. Though I think, yeah, okay, they're already locked in. Good to know. Good to know one of you is copying me. But it's fine. But let's maybe talk a little bit more about going into the finals of like who can you think take the title. And I know we wanted to get into this when we were talking before the first match began, but who do you think realistically could come out number 1, or at least contest for top 3? We've been talking about top 9 this entire time, right? But let's really hammer in on that $362,500 you win for first place. Who's your real contenders for that, Max? Or James? James. You know what?
No,
James is on it.
Okay, I'll jump in first. I think we will have 3 teams in mind that could be going for that first place. You've got Genesis Dogma, you've got Stalwart, you also have Infinity. But if I had to choose one because of how consistent they've been throughout the entirety of the tournament so far, it would have to be Infinity, right? In terms of aiming for that
you're
first
predicting Infinity to win the whole tournament. That's not what we're doing right now. Let's cut that. We're not doing that part.
I mean, Infinity was also going to be my prediction for this game, Jason. So it's fine. It's a double prediction. But I think for that first place, Infinity would be a favorite not only for that, but also for this game. So there you go. 2-1. Yeah.
Well, James, I'm wondering who you're going to predict to win the whole tournament, which is, okay, go ahead.
I don't know if this... I mean, we were talking about it just before, and I don't think I'm... All right, my prediction for this game is Nigma Galaxy, actually, even though I've talked about the potential that they could be the Dark Horse Championship caliber team. But, I mean, let me just make the case for that for a second here, since we have some time. I think especially people like Blank, you kind of judge them quite harshly in that first weekly final, super weekend even, I should say, because they only got that 47 points, right? They looked dire compared to the league play that they had, and then the subsequent 2 super weekends that they had, they got themselves 160 plus points. That is championship caliber point gaining in those super weekends, right? So for me, Nigma Galaxy, you might be, people might be sleeping them on it a little bit, but guys like Lord, we just saw what he was able to do in the previous game. He was by far a fantastic representative for them throughout the entirety of the tournament thus far. I think they're a sleeper. I think you got to be careful about them.
Can you say that phrase again?
Which one?
Championship caliber
point gain.
Point gain championship caliber point gainers. I don't know what I said. I said something.
Did you want to take this extra time to talk about them just to slip that in? Because if so, mad respect. That was great.
I just speak. That's all.
Just pull the Michael Scotts. You just sometimes just keep talking. You don't know where you're going until you get there. My prediction was Infinity for this match because I'm going with Infinity every single time. I guess we're actually going to be heading to a quick little break here. I actually wanted to dive a little bit deeper into what we're talking about before, but maybe we can do that when we come back here. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to head to a short break, get things ready, get things all set up for you guys at home. Go get a drink, go get something to eat. I don't know where in the world you are, but come back because a couple minutes time, we're going to be hopping into match 2.
For this flame path, we're going from Primals all the way up to just between... Hang on a minute. I don't think carpooling is a thing in PMGC. To the side, get to the tree. That's your cover. Get over here! And get your teammate involved.
I don't know. I feel like this is a painful situation if you're Satar. Let's see if he has any tricks up his sleeve. This guy's got the moves. He's got the moves, got the PMGC out there. He looks clean. He's right up the top of the car. I'm gonna need backup. Who's gonna go in now?
Magic Man himself, Satar. But in comes another player to try and what for, and this time, oh, he's got a gun. Okay, yeah, there's not a lot you can do. I mean, dodging cars is one thing.
Really is a... Oh, do this to them!
I'm so sorry.
You've killed them! Look at them!
FaZe still in contention though. FaZe up a real possibility.
Really?
I think it really is a real... Oh, no!
Oh, no.
It's FaZe down!
No, I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry. Why would you do this to them?
I'm so sorry.
You've killed them! Look at them! They're dead!
Huh?
Oh!
Excuse me.
He's waiting out.
Just needs to move forward.
They are out the open. He's waiting for the tree to provide some cover. You can see he wants to move out to the right-hand side here. He's going for the shots. Lines up. The one for top. Looks for the knock and action.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Yes, chills, but this will make it big for Semnot if they can get the chicken dinner. Now we're seeing a lot more information here. Yes, baby. What? What? He got it back in! He got it back in! Semnot with chicken dinner! What? Refiring what? What a play! What? He's gonna get it! He gets it! Tony K!
movement on the vehicles, and Frankie, a prolonged spray coming in from Ponzai, but he will be finished off by NC2. Stalwart now against their the counterparts in the name of 628. The two STEs going up against each other, but 628 have a massive advantage. It's a 1 versus 4 for Scry, and as incredible as this player is, it is looking very, very unlikely.
Happy about this one. Somehow they've managed to keep all their players up. It's been rough though. I think a lot of them are down. Sadly, this is why Damwon here is towards the bottom of the tables, is that they are just crumbling under the might of Nova at the moment.
Wow, that's brutal. That is brutal. The nades just keep pouring down, and that is Damwon here eliminated from the game. 3 teams remaining.
One gaming. A nade from 628 will connect onto Tony K. Looking to be stolen away by Fnatic. Is there anything sweeter than a normal elimination? It's stealing an elimination away from another player. That's a double knock by Fnatic. Rico, what is up?
Right next to each other. Shifu seems to be aware, but Freak's fully patched up. Shifu, he jumps a corner, he goes to but he's more than ready as Freak on a sliver. 1 HP. And Freak he's only got bandages, so Turu, if your times is right, he knows it's there on the corner. Molotov, yeah, that's gonna flush Freak out. Comes pre-firing. What a play!
What?
Freak absolutely ruins Deadeye's guy's days. Yeah, Emma Chonburi have evacuated the premises, and Tony K. Okay. KKK. Tony K. If that M249 could shred them, he's gonna go for the play.
Oh, I love that.
Tony K finds one, runs back up again. Now Scry does he go for the res. Going for the long reload. It takes about half an hour. It's like assembling an IKEA table. There's going to come peering around the corner again. Another knock for Tony K. He's found 3 members of Stalwart Esports. It's going to get it. He gets it. Tony K. The 1v4 against Stalwart. What a beast. Going to be holding off the entirety of DRS, pushing in onto this onslaught now. Knock has taken place. Just going to be falling on top. This is a very smart play. Oh no! Oh no, Nima!
Help already from the inside here from Yasna Poliana. Nice. They could move closer. They could try to stick together. They find the revive coming from those stereotypical locations.
Yeah, boy.
So we saw these teams drop on by. No, don't do it. Don't save it. The paraglider is okay.
Mello though in a position to maybe receive open arms Reggie in a battle of his own.
Roger that.
Wall does get done. Will get down. Back up.
Help me!
Roger that.
Sarah, in the meantime, has managed to push all the way up. But it's the holdout coming through from the Deadeye's guys, straight through the window. Plants some.
Just starting to make their way outside of Tiki, which I would argue is a little bit too late. A couple of teams were up to like helicopter! Extended for more, and I'm sure others will join in on the mix. If there's ever a time to say, helicopter, helicopter!
It was at this moment that Nathan knew. He f***ed up.
No!
Oh my god! It's Reggie with the 4v1 taking down the whole
from the grass. crawling his way up top. Zuxy's gonna find the line on him. And Sung, he's just waiting. He's just waiting for MSC. Oh, he spots Zuxy! Oh, he's just waiting for them to eliminate each other. And he's finally gonna strike the moment. Zuxy gets a knock. Zuxy's found it. And now it is all on Sung to make this happen. And he's from the grass. And Sung steals the chicken dinner away from everyone.
Wait for Stalwart and FaZe to somewhat engage on each other. They get in that vehicle and they wrap around the underside. It could work out. But one thing that's going to stop them is Beer 11, who's flanked on the outside.
Allow action to stay alive. That's the next one is a Molotov, and
Oh,
it's
that's
spreading.
perfect.
Oh, top! He can't even drop and roll. We can jump into the water, but that's not going to quite pan out for him.
Tries to stymie the flow of Bigatron players as they move forwards. Gets a cheeky little angle as Lapis goes down.
Yeah, I mean, for Yuhai, he has been the one leading this charge at the moment. Zuxy finds Divine, and now it's just a matter of time before the rest of Reject do fall. I think BTR realised they need to do something quickly, but it's Ray Giosio to find the double.
The man of the hour, he's found one, he's found two on the spray down. He's found
Oh
three,
my
finds
God!
four. It's Ragey with the 4v1, taking down the whole of Bigatron. He strikes back, and 3 players fall. Your dream might be denied. Bamboo is low, Jumper has the nade, it's looking good, a good cook. Oh, just needs to go a little bit longer, finds on the back, and Bamboo falls. Team Secret wrested away from the higher ground control.
But they are in the most uncomfortable spot amongst the 3.
How many times have Nigma been put down to like 1 or 2 players and they're still up as a full squad? I know it's impossible for the likes of Infinity or DRS to push on them, but that's incredible resilience.
NANI?! お前はもう死んでいる。
Probably trying to delay the inevitable. He spotted where all 3 members are, but for him to isolate these fights, getting 1v1s, I don't think they're going to be affording him that. He gets the first knock. Now, he has been tagged quite low. They're trying to confirm the kill, which he will onto H-Sir, so I guess that's the best case scenario there for 628. They at least get the 1 point, but they will be knocked out as well, joining their Chinese counterparts in the form of Nova.
Because if you look at the team list here, there's one massive team missing. Nova did not qualify into our second Super Weekend, but that worries me, Max. Is this replicating the performance from last year where they didn't qualify? I believe it was the second or third Super Weekend. I can't remember which off the top of my head. But they still went on to win the entire event.
Well, I think we've got to stop saying BTR prank, okay? I think that's not valid anymore. I think we've got to stop saying this Nova prank that's happening right now, okay? They're just taking a little bit of a break with small vacation before going into that third Super Weekend, which I'm pretty sure they're going to try their best to make it for that tournament. We're still trying. Paraboy was the top 4 in terms of elimination at the end of the league play, and in terms of overall damage, he was top 3, right behind Action at top, which are you going to be Action at top after how good of a league play they had? Pretty hard, but the fact that they've not qualified and the Paraboy is that high is so impressive.
A little bit too deep, but this is the opportunity phase we're looking for, and Tony K run and gun, the Dogs Macabre, and Team Secret will be eliminated. Genesis Dogma helping them out, and FaZe Clan third place. Great work for MS Chonburi, and it's all on Stalwart, it's all on Pika, the 1v4. Looking unlikely, they're pushing in, and they're making quick work of it. For a moment there, Imperium, it's Stalwart Esports. I've seen him pull off almost 1v4s, but FaZe played that one to perfection.
It is technically the first back-to-back win in a single day from the team, and it's FaZe able to get it, and they had such a good play from the very start to the very end. They played Ricardo and brings up a world of opportunities in terms of where you want to rotate, how you want to rotate. You go from good high ground position to good high ground position to just maximize the information input.
So far up the leaderboard. Into the side of those buildings, misses the nade through the window. Struggling to make entry now into the UMP. Help! PJ Duello.
Ow! Somehow Imperium stays alive for the time being. Oh, Fredo, that's not a good thing at all. Was it Max? Well, Max, how do you like that?
Well, Caleris first.
Yeah, Max. Fine. How do you like that? Because they're down to the top 4. Attacker and Longs, but they just might be arriving straight to their doom. A Molotov taking so much damage as well, crossing from Liquid Galaxy. Freaking lord, he can never count it. He did! Victor the kill for FaZe as Fredo's getting like, wait.
Oh no! Control of the building, rising.
I got a bad feeling about this.
Nope.
Huh?
No! God! No! God, please, no!
Come on!
All right, well, the break was a little bit longer than expected, but just wanted to fix some technical issues to make sure the lobby is good to go, and so everything will, or so this won't happen again in the future. But we are back here, and we're going to be hopping into our next match in...
I did it. I did the thing. Okay, I was not supposed to take that much.
I feel so uncomfortable.
You know what? I'm not even gonna. I can't be bothered.
Go ahead, Close.
Jason. What is going on?
That's Close. What do you want to say?
You know, he made so much effort for you, Jason, and you just no-showed him. You just blank.
Okay, then they're gone.
A blank pie of a face, just nothing. Just.
I mean, it's like I'm his estranged father, and he's like just like begging for my approval and everything. You know. I could be like, oh, Max, I feel like you would look really good with a shaved head. And then tomorrow, I don't know, this next segment he shows up with his head completely shaven. That could be interesting. Speaking of shaven, well, DRS qualified, so Imperium didn't shave the beard. A little bit unfortunate. I was hoping for that. But let's kind of focus back into this one a little bit. Maxman, you want to talk about some changes in drop locations, especially for one team in particular. So, Claris, can you talk about what he was going to... No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead, Max. It's just so much fun to bully. I'm so sorry.
Damn, it sounds fun. I mean, you do so much. But yeah, if there's one of the changes that I thought that might be happening, because we have one more Sanhok than Miramar matches, so it is pretty consequential for you to make changes on the map to potentially try and bring some success. BTR, Nova, that drop always happening, that hot drop happening in Painan, sometimes even third party by Enigma Galaxy. I think that it would be a very good and positive change for one of these two teams to potentially switch it up and go for a different drop location. One of those changes could be, now that FaZe has not made it and they were the bootcamp team, BTR in the past used to drop bootcamp. So I don't know if that's going to happen. We'll have to see when we go into this game, but I think that BTR changing from Painan to bootcamp would be a great change, not only because of them not going to be taking that fight between himself and Nova anymore, but also they get access to bootcamp hills right down south, which is one of the best, if not the best, early game scouting position on Sanhok. So it just offers you a lot more opportunities. So I think that would be a very good change from BTR that I'm hoping to see come through in this game.
Teacher.
Well, moving on here, since no one has any questions. No.
But what happened, Max, if ST is in bootcamp?
That's the thing. It's the first game. We'll have to see. If we have a little fight in bootcamp, I would like it. But, well, I think they're going to have to test it out on one game. Maybe in the scrims they already sorted it out, and maybe it's not going to happen. I don't know, but it is something to keep in mind, yeah.
Okay. Well, my question going forward, and not to keep talking about Infinity, but I mean, they are my prediction every single time. What I want to bring up is, like, we always talk about Sandhawk as being probably more RNG based than a lot of the other battlegrounds, right? But what is it about Infinity? What are they doing? What can teams learn from that are making them so damn consistent on this map? I know it's a tough question, but it's like, I think, okay, if like the first was it week 2 we had Sandhawk played with Erangel, right, in league play, and we were still saying like they're still being so damn good on it. I think like after 1 week or 1 day, you'd be like, oh, okay, I mean, it's a little bit of a fluke. But the fact they've been doing this every single time, or pretty close to it, they have to be doing something special, and I don't know what it is.
I think some of the rotations are more decisive than other teams on this map. There's some teams that are just so slow, and you can't be slow on Sandhawk. If you are going to be dying off very quickly here on a battleground like this. Their split drop to start things off is normally very strong, and then also just in general, I think they're great gunners when it comes to the eliminations. I think they're able to take team fights a lot better than the majority of this lobby at present. That's not to say that people can't catch up and, you know, kind of hold them off sometimes, but I mean, you saw it in the previous game as well. In terms of crisis management, the fact that Logan and Infinity is able to crisis manage to the point where they get themselves as high as they do in some of these games, they shouldn't be doing that in some of these situations, but yeah, they do.
So in-game leading, I think, is maybe what you're kind of leaning toward here. Like
yeah,
like they have that like really good focus of what to do and always have that like correct decision making.
I would say the shot calling is the best on this map right now. I think that crisis management is the best way to put it. I was going to say potentially adaptability, but I think they go in a similar aspect of the game.
Yeah.
They know when they are not going to be aiming for that first place anymore. For example, I remember a game where the circle was actually towards the trifecta, and then there was a hard shift towards the northwestern island. They just say, okay, we know as a fact we do not have the numbers to make that cross happen. We're going to send 2 players to try and potentially get a few eliminations here and there. We're going to keep 1 player, which I believe was Logan, in the blue healing off, because you know you have basically no other option compared to, for example, Enigma Galaxy that always tends to heal off pretty early and is just very redundant. Here, you see them change very drastically depending on what situation's at hand, and I think that is their success because every Sandhawk game is a little bit different. You always have their third-party potentials. Circles can be a little bit risky, a little bit weird, a little bit all over the place, so they adapt the best in those kind of situations, and that's why I would say they are the most successful on Sandhawk, because no matter what is thrown their way, they will adapt to it and they will play the best game possible in that scenario.
Yeah, I like that kind of example you made, actually, because it gives you an insight to like them realizing, okay, what's our best chance for the most amount of points, and they just make the decision. They don't try to say, well, maybe if you rotate this way, we can get off forward, or maybe we can do this. They're like, no, okay, we have to go to this strat. We have to go to the heal off. All right, you two go forward. I think it's like very concise, very clear, and when you have that within a team, like you have a team of 4 people, 5 people, whatever, one decision that the entire team follows is always going to work off better than a team that doesn't have that clear direction to go for. And maybe we'll see Infinity continue to do so. I'm definitely going to be keeping a close eye on them. But who else are you keeping a close eye on here? Mr. Klaris, man. I don't know why I called you Mr. Klaris, man. Maxu Paxu going into this one. Enigma Galaxy, I'm kind of leaning towards maybe.
This is a very StarCraft reference. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's still Enigma Galaxy for me. I want to see them perform here.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, let's head back to our commentators. Let's kick off our first Sandhawk here of our finals. Pyramid Bleu, helicopter it away.
Helicoptering it away, or is it a plane? I think Jason sometimes gets confused between different aerial
It's
vehicles.
Superman.
Imperium. Or a Superman, but we're going to be jumping into Sandhawk, a map that, you know, I think a few of our esteemed colleagues have expressed some displeasure about, but I enjoy it. I thrive in the chaos.
Well, that's because we've all established that you're a very sick, sadistic, evil man, but you have a smile on your face, so that's okay. You know, that's okay.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. This is what I want. This is what I want to see. BTR going up against Nova early on in Painan, and that's the sort of action we want to see. We take a look at the zone as well. It's going to be a northeastern shift, nothing too drastic, so the rest of the teams are going to be pretty comfortable. But right now, it is a race to loot up as quickly as possible. Order on the other side in enemy territory. BTR, all 4 members grouped up together. On the other side of the map, Tunny potentially going up against 2 members of 4 rivals.
This is really weird. This game is not going how I expected it to, and we're only 1.5 minutes in. Infinity split drop, I don't know what's going on with that. Same with 4 rivals. BTR dropping in Painan with Nova, to me, doesn't really make sense, because he only really started doing it in the first Super Weekend. God20 loses his life, loses the 1v2, it was always going to be difficult. This game is very surprising. Nobody went to Ha-Ting, which was Deadeye's guy's drop, so that's kind of, it's free if Infinity want to go there in the future days, of course, or in the future Sandhawk games, but we're off to an interesting start.
I guess it's a classic case of, you know, when there's a certain team who's not there in the lobby, and you're like, oh, that's the town they usually drop in, and you might be tempted to drop there, but then you might be thinking, oh wait, maybe Secret wants to drop there, maybe Enigma Galaxy wants to drop there, right?
Yeah,
it's happened in the past where we've had two or three teams drop in the same compound because one team was not playing that particular game in the league stage. So I can kind of see where they're coming from.
This, though, is the biggest head scratcher. Because for BTR, like, I don't think anybody wins this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody comes out looking good of this situation unless BTR landed and took the fight within the first 2 minutes. Whereas we're now 3 minutes in, they're at a stalemate. Luckily, their position is on the edge of the circle. However, in the next 3 to 4 minutes, you could have Reject, you could have Down One Gaming, you could have Enigma Galaxy, you could have Cryptics, all looking in their direction. So, to me, they're on a bit of a losing battle, so to speak.
Yeah, it is. It reminds me of the game we had in Sandhawk. I think the last Sandhawk game we had the opportunity to cast during the Super Weekend number 3, where it was all the battles taking place in Painan, right? We saw, I think it was FaZe was there, BTR, so one team would wipe the other team out, they'd have one member survive, three or 2 members surviving, another team could come rolling into town and eliminate them, and so on and so forth, kind of like a domino effect of death. It's still a bit of a standoff, though, right now towards Painan. Obviously, Nova not looking to necessarily take that fight if they don't have to. So they have options available. They could try and maybe cross from the water, right, and group up together and take that fight. So a bit of a lull in the action. Something I didn't want to touch upon. This is a while ago because, of course, we had a little bit of a long break due to the unfortunate technical difficulties. But I like how Jason called Maxman the meat in that particular sandwich between him and James.
Who would be the meat in our sandwich?
Would both be the meat. Have you not seen some of those KFC burgers? I've seen one where it's like literally, it's like 2 pieces of chicken with chicken in between. I'm like, this doesn't make any sense, but I'll have it. I'll have it.
Hey man, we don't make sense, but we have it, man. We have it. That's the way it works.
Technically speaking, you could make a sandwich out of 2 pieces of meat. You put a little bit of, like, I don't know, I like mustard, right, or something in between. Boom! It's like slapping 2 pieces of bread together. There's a sandwich, so why not slap 2 pieces of meat together?
Exactly.
Some cheese or whatever, and boom, it's a sandwich.
The definition of, well, actually, I don't know the actual definition of a sandwich, but it seems that a definition of sandwich is an item of an edible item that is brought together by two others. Apparently, sandwiches require starch. If that chicken is breadcrumbed, that has starch in it, because breadcrumbs have bread which has starch in it, right?
I don't know. I was wondering where we're gonna go with that.
I know.
I think we've stretched the sandwich discussion quite a bit. Although, you know, the really cool fact, I'm quite sure a lot of people are aware of this, is that sandwich is invented by the Earl of Sandwich when he asked for 2 pieces of bread with meat in between. So
I don't know if you're just taking the.
No, it's an actual fact. Earl of Sandwich. Google it. Google it, kiddies. Anyway, getting back to the game.
Yeah, another fact is that this game is going on with this phase 1 that's predominantly on the mainland. We're not seeing anything crazy in terms of teams being caught out in the rotation. Nova and BTR are still locked in Painan. DRS have a good spread around the Camp Bravo area and to the west of Camp Bravo. They need to consider that Team Secret are most likely going to be traversing up that coastal line. You do see this battle between Genesis, Dogma, and Cryptics. I was really worried about Cryptics. Well, I suppose I'm back to being worried because Boons gets a knock on the Marshall, but I was even more worried when one of the players was just kind of running around. Lazy Boy was just looting up, and they should know that Genesis Dogma land around this area. Do they normally land a little bit deeper to the docks region? Yes, but guess what? This is the PMGC East Finals. You gotta take the bull by the horn. Genesis Dogma are a team that have looked good in Sanhok across the PMGC East. Cryptics, they took it for granted massively, and now they're getting heavily punished.
I'm feeling a bit nervous for Damwon Gaming, because Daoshi's position 6-2, he could spot them, and I think he's got an inkling, right? He's got a little spider sense
He
tingling.
might have an idea, yeah.
Yeah. We could easily see all 4 members of Damwon meet find themselves watery grave as Newsy leading the charge, pushing up into the direction of Rethal. These guys got back up far at the back lines. Pembrew's there. They're right next to each other.
Lovely nade.
Nice lob of the nade. Rethal should be caught off guard here. He's down to half HP, less than that. In fact, they're trying to find him around the rock, but as long as it stays there, covering fire is going to be provided by his teammates from the distance. Of course, the player being Pemburu, but he's been knocked down, and Pemburu is also going to be finished off, and that is a rough start here for 4 rivals. They've lost 2 already, and Infinity, they're looking for more.
That simple play that Newsy made with the 2 nades.
My bad. I'm so sorry. I thought Pemburu died. He's still alive. Never mind.
Yeah, it's cool. But here's the thing. That little movement from Newsy, that was so clean because he knew that a player from 4 rivals was kind of covering behind Rethal. So he didn't want to go on his own deep around that rock, so he chucked a couple of nades either side, waited for Logan, then pushed in. That little bit of decision making, that little bit of movement goes such a long way. Like such a long way, you have no idea. And it's a big part of what's made Infinity such a strong team. Right? That teamwork is massive. So well played, Infinity.
Yeah, Logan and Newsy, as long as those 2 are still alive, you can never quite count out the Infinity. And also considering it's Sanhok, man. I've seen, like, just one member alive in the team pull off what was looking like the impossible. In the meantime, I'm keeping an eye on the rotations. Damwon Gaming has they've been able to avoid 6-8. 6-8, fortunately for Damwon, they actually moved into the interiors of the island just as Damwon were about to just pass them in the water. And that entire BTR Nova standoff we had, Nova actually took the aquatic route down south of Painan, and they've managed to get in deeper, and in fact, could potentially gatekeep BTR, maybe at Quarry.
I kind of respect both teams in that regard, but especially Nova. The way they disengaged away from Painan was fantastic. They shifted a little bit down south. I thought they might have become enthralled in the Genesis Dogma Cryptics battle, but Cryptics weren't really in a position as a team to get any kind of revenge in Genesis Dogma up to the play for the edge of the circle. Nova then shifted up to Painan Hill and have made it safely in. Phase 2 pops up though, and it does center quite nicely. It doesn't really shift in a major direction. It sticks predominantly to the eastern coastal line where DRS have a lovely spread. Team Seeker have moved up in the direction which I expected them to move up on, and 6-8 have made it in across the bridge into the mainland on that coastline position. But there's a big cluster around Paradise, and this is where I'm worried about Rico Infinity, because Paradise Resort is up on that northwestern edge. If the next phase pops down kind of southeast, them disengaging away from Paradise Resort with arguably Presigo is outside of the resort, but arguably a lack of information, they could get caught out. They could.
I'm more marveling at Enigma Galaxy. It's a second zone. They're already out in the blue. I love how Enigma Galaxy's playstyle on Sanhok is so different from how they approach the other maps. On Sanhok, they're like, all right, boys, how many first aid kits do we have? 50? Yep. Not enough. 70? Meh, I can live with that. 100? Perfect.
More! Give me more!
I bet if they take a fight, they'll kill their opposition, and they won't bother with the guns. They're like, yeah, just give us all the first aid kits, because they're all the way out in the blue. I know it's only the second zone, but virtually every other team, as you can see, Cryptics as well, you can see in their blue, but at the edge of the blue, right? They're about to just enter the safe zone. But Enigma, they're playing the long game, as BTR could be walking into a bit of a trap. Jimmy will strike, and simultaneously Paraboy finishing off Highboy, and BTR, they're getting sandwiched, but it's a sandwich of death. Powerboy charging it from behind, trying to rake the grass with that gun of his. Not quite able to land a shot, though. And the reply comes in from Liquid onto Jimmy, but Liquid's been spotted and finished off. And one member remains with BTR, Luxy. And this is unenviable. He could still go up against him. It's still a 1v2, which is winnable. But with the zone shrinking, he doesn't have much time to work with.
Let's be fair. Classic mistake by BTR. Right, it's just a classic mistake. I'm sorry, but like, you dropping Painan on another team that you know is there. You don't see them for the first 11 minutes. 11 minutes you don't see them. You gotta know, you gotta presume they are in front of you. You have to absolutely presume that they are in front of you. And BTR just walking into the circle as if it's a Sunday morning walk in a forest. Come on, you're better than that. That was a great setup by Nova, a fantastic setup. Really deserved team fight win. But BTR, you're so much better than that.
I know. I mean, like, listen, I'm an idiot. I think everyone knows that, and I know it as well. And I called it early on. I'm like, yeah, Nova probably just might circumvent it and wait for them to, you know, walk into the zone. And that's literally exactly what happened. So, yeah, BTR, you can't be as bad as I am. Come on, you guys can do better. So, second game of the day. We still have 4 more games remaining. We have 18 games in total, and BTR have shown that they can deliver. The zone is going to shrink further. It's going to be a little bit more of an eastern shift towards Camp Bravo. We can already see skirmishes starting to break out. 6-8 having to go up against a DRS, but if they don't kind of, you know, finish off this fight early on, there's going to be some third party going on. Team Secrets nearby inside of Camp Bravo.
But what are DRS doing, right? What are DRS doing? I understand they might not have predicted the Down 1 Gaming rotation because that was a botation. But they should have predicted the likes of Team Secret, and they still have a spread. I'm sorry, but you're not a Chinese team, right? You haven't shown that you can pull off a massive controlling spread, especially in these kind of circles. Yes, FaZe 2 wasn't focused on their area of the map, but it certainly was threatening it on this FaZe 3, and now they're being blinded by all angles as Reject are crashing as a full squad. Just some very weird plays this not game from a number of teams. I'm less surprised about DRS because they haven't really shown up in the PMGC overall. But again, I know they're capable of better.
I guess that's when the frustration starts to creep up on, you know, people like us, right? We were fans of them. We know they can deliver, but when they're playing at a level we know much below what we know they're capable of, that's when things can be frustrating. But I do agree, it's been a bit of a, shall we say, curious decisions being made by a few of these teams, but they are also getting punished, right? So while a couple of teams might be missing the mark when it comes to, you know, how they are approaching this particular map, other teams have definitely been much better. Newsy getting surrounded by 628, and Infinity, they are a 2-man unit here, and his other teammate is nowhere close by. I do believe it's Logan, and yeah, there we go. Newsy able to get the knock, but the finish will come in for 628. The rest should be taking place as well, and Logan is far away, and he's being pinned down by MS Chonburi. Never mind. Logan taking the fight to MS Chonburi. The final stand for him out in the blue, but he will finally be found by NC to a bullet in the noggin. And MS Chonburi will finish off the Infinity, falling in 15th position, but 3 elimination points to their name.
Coming through this phase zone, phase 3, blue zone closing in. Down 1 Gaming doing a great job of putting pressure onto Xavier. I think Down 1 have really proven their ability to rotate into these circles. The previous game, I thought their rotation was quite strong, although it ended up not working out this game. That rotation was good, and they're looking to take control of that. And they have a bit of traffic around them. The Xavier, 628, 4 rivals, kind of team secret. But for the time being, they have a good bit of control and a good bit of isolated protection around them. Genesis Dogman now hunting as a duo for the last players of Cryptics. Lovely pre-nade being choked up by Senkai.
Genesis Dogma, always dangerous. Satar finding Sankai. Oh, it spots Lazy Boy Shin from underneath the hut, and quick finish coming in for Cryptics. They just have 1 member standing, and I do believe he is still out in the blue. So Cryptics being whittled down to just 1 member. And 628 trying to go for a brave rotation, but they're going to be going past MS Chonburi, but somehow 628 coming out on top. Bullets whizzing past MS Chonburi. And Yu Yang's position here, while it does provide him a great angle to take multiple fights from, he's also kind of a sitting duck, but MS Chonburi not quite able to reply back. One man standing now for MS Chonburi, and he is being hunted down. Smokes will be deployed, but he will be found, and he will be finished. But it is going to be 6-8, also losing a member, because guess who's arrived to the party? Stalwart Esports and Paraboy. He is not in a very happy spot.
Stalwart dropped in boot camp, have spread their way in, moved in little by little. Back in the PMPL South Asia, Sanhok was their secret weapon. They've had some good performances on this map, but not in the dominating way we expected. Order does turn around and get a knock onto Hamodi, so you take that. Powerboy prone down, gets a knock on the Pika. 2 fights at once. This is Nova in their element.
Oh yeah, lovely stuff coming out top, though. He knows where Paraboy is, but the bullet's not quite able to find it. Smug has got to go prone for the reload. Fortunately, Action is there to provide him some support, and Paraboy will eventually fall. But it wasn't easy, though, for Stalwart Esports, beg your pardon. They do lose one. In the meantime, for Nova, Jimmy in order. They did have to go up against Enigma Galaxy out in the blue, and they're paranoid. Order's paranoid, like, are they still out in the blue? They probably are. 3 members of Enigma Galaxy still very much alive as we head towards Camp Bravo once more with Team Secret. This time, having to hold off the onslaught from Genesis Dogma.
Budget bootcamp finish, question mark? We did see Team Secret hold on to this position right from phase 2 reject in the last circle shift, sent it in as a full squad, did lose 1 player, but they survived as a trio. Genesis Dogma now behind Team Secret inside that Bravo city, building, compound, whatever you want to call it. But Team Secret, I think they could have opted to go for a little bit more of an edge of Camp Bravo position, because right now they're ironically sandwiched between at least 2 teams, and that makes it so much harder to control because you can get backstabbed very easily.
Yeah, that's not a happy sandwich. Definitely not comfortable. There are 4 teams in Camp Bravo, although the 4th team is just 1 member of DRS. I don't know how he's stuck in that. It's Mafia Ninja. Of course it's Mafia Ninja. Living up to his name, as D Xavier are getting harassed by Damn One Gaming, who are right now on 3 eliminations, and they have all 4 players intact as well, considering how late is in the game. Enigma Galaxy, considering how out in the blue they were, they're smack center of the zone. How have they done this? It's like they just teleported their way inside right next to Camp Bravo. It's a miracle, Imperium.
We're not used to seeing them inside the circle this late in the game. Normally they're out in the blue healing, so it's going to be interesting how they deal with it. There's going to be a little bit of focus on their shack, but with the open area around it, it's going to be more edge of circle play to 3 to 4 teams that are inside Camp Bravo. Genesis Dogma, how are they going to enter into this circle? They can opt to maybe go around the underside of Camp Bravo. However, before that, they deal with Stalwart.
Stalwart a danger, always such a dangerous team inside of Sanhok will beat comparatively an early end, 13th place. Lamborghini, sole member, trying to keep his team, at least try to get them a top 10 finish perhaps, but it's looking like his days are numbered if he runs out of those kits. Because Damn One Gaming have their eyes firmly focused in his direction. Look at Rico Infinity though, oh my lord. 3 members knocked down, all bleeding out in the open. Prestigo finished off as well as DRS. Now they need to make a move. That's the first elimination for DRS. Nima right next to his teammates, so they're going to be inside of the zone, so they're kind of comfortable for the time being. But those bullets have given their position away. Enigma Galaxy could potentially start to move in to where they are. In the meantime, Team Secret still holding their own. It's not a comfortable sandwich, but there we go. The nade from Satar. Lovely indeed, Imperium. And they're going to be moving in, but a reply nade getting lobbed in by Fredo, not quite able to find its mark. And Genesis Dogma desperate to finish off the knock, not aware.
Shots!
Wait, and he's gonna find a double booms, and Daybot will fall. Shots looking for more. Free firing around the corner. Comes Genesis Dogma.
No way.
But he's
No
doing
way.
everything by his lonesome. 3 knocks for him, and Team Secret, the rest of the squad arrives to finish off the final member. Team Secret, they hold on strong.
Oh my lord, that's a tough task. Great start by Genesis Dogma, but it seems like they could have made it a little bit too deeply without the information. We move on over to Nima looking for a nade into the shack of doom for Roof. He's trying to heal up. He has no blue to keep himself alive. He has no first aids as well. Only has bandages left going, but that's a glorious 3-pointer by Guy Alzen.
And right now, Nigma, they're probably yelling at each other like, I told you we should have been out in the blue. Why do we have to go inside the zone? See, that's what happens, says Reject. In the meantime, they are aware. They know exactly what Team Secret are. Look at the spread. I love this. Sarah's going to make first contact. Duelos is going to be in the blue just to catch them off guard. They don't expect this. A well-placed nade could completely destroy Team Secret, and Duelos is going to love a nade there. Is coming in from behind. Divine's going to find Jumper. Sarah pushing in. Very, very brave, but he will be finished off in Team Secret. They are now getting harassment. Down one gaming from the distance, and Divine, the final man standing for Reject, and Team Secret down to just 3 members. Although one of them has been knocked down to his knees.
Smoke's being laid out just in time. Last player Reject is inside the blue. Will Divine be able to return the favor on what Team Secret did to what was the former Blue Bees back in the PMGC 2020? That's not the case. The down one end their run in game 2.
Man, I kind of feel bad for Reject. They had the perfect trap set up there for Team Secret. But damn, when gaming, the South Koreans ruining everyone's day. That is brilliant from Forest. Finds Nima. Galzen has got a decision to make. They are not in the zone. The circle is shrinking in, and Damwon Gaming are aware of that fact. They're going to try and keep it pinned down. Molotov's getting tossed in as well. This is fantastic from Damwon Gaming, trying to eliminate DRS.
Junie is the anchor point inside the circle. They know with the amount of players that are left alive, they have the majority. They finish Galzen off at the clean squad wipe. We're down to our final 3 teams.
Order getting taken down as well. Here we go. Damwon Gaming, a 4-man squad going up head-to-head against Team Secret. Nades being lobbed in. Team Secret, they don't really have much cover, so just going to try and deploy these smokes. But Fredo's going to be found, and just like that, you blink and you miss it. 19 eliminations for Damwon Goddamn Gaming. What is this? What is this?
This is going to be the PMGC record-breaking individual scoreline, presuming they win this game.
Smashed it. They're knocked it out of the planet.
And guess what? It all started with a botation.
Oh my lord, Damwon Gaming, they have come to play. We talk about how Sandhawk can be very iffy, things might not pan out your way. Like you said it best, like that rotation coming in, they decided what their game plan was going to be. As a 4-man unit, they played it to perfection. 19 eliminations in the league finals. Damwon Gaming on Sandhawk. Take a goddamn bow. That was magnificent from the South Koreans.
Absolutely tremendous. Junie with 7 kills individually. Absolutely forward thinking. And remember, there was a point in kind of phase 4 where they were surrounded by the likes of kind of Team Secret to Xavier, 4 Rivals, and a couple of other teams. And I said, hey, there's a bit of a threat there, but they have a good level of control. Well, they took that level of control and they multiplied it by 100. That performance was so good. Damwon Gaming are honestly like quickly kind of stealing my heart. When you look back at, especially as a region, South Korea, that hasn't had a massive amount of representation in these global tournaments. It was formerly the Team Warriors roster that kind of played in last year's PMGC. They didn't really go, some of the roster played for Archer Gaming, should I say, apologies. Last year in PMGC, they didn't really go that far. They come back this year. There's that level of, well, is this experience going to show up? What are they going to be able to do? And I have to genuinely say, for a team that came into the 2021 PMGC relying heavily on placement points, they have ramped it up, they've become more aggressive, and they are definite contenders for the global championship spot.
I mean, over close to a month right now of non-stop PUBG Mobile action here, you know, in the PMGC, and they broke the elimination record. You can even call them, you know, I don't know what all records they broke right there, but what's most impressive for me in Imperium is the fact that they didn't get any easy early team wipes, right? They had to battle their way in and they managed to click, but of course we have some very, very smart individuals on the desk to break down what was indeed one of the best games we've had thus far on Sandhawk.
I'm not gonna lie, I was so caught off there. I thought he was gonna say we have the smartest people on the desk and Jason. I thought he was gonna say, but hey, I'm not used to Bled being nice, but I'll take it when I can get it. And just like Damwon can be taking as many points when they can get it, what a record out of them. 19 eliminations and a chicken dinner. And I always have to just reel my tongue back in and take back everything I said about them not being able to pick up those elims. What a fantastic match out of them.
We talked about it at the start of the show, right, Jason? We wanted to see Damwon not only go for good rotations, but also get those eliminations. Well, 19 eliminations in a game, that is astonishing. On Sanhok too, and they survive as a 4-man? Like, what? After the back of the rotation, like, everything aligned. Hell yeah.
This was almost the perfect game from Damwon here. This was ridiculous. Not only the rotation, the perfect angle to come into this circle. You know when you're dropping in the location that they're dropping in, it's going to be hard on foot to be able to get to that circle in the first place. I mean, the first circle. Never mind anything else. So for them to take the rotation and, ooh, there you go.
I like how you end your little... Yeah, no, I love it. That was a perfect way to end it off. But with 1,000 damage and 5 elims, he still only did 26% of his team's contribution, which means basically everyone else in the team was doing just about the same. I mean, it could obviously be... Yeah, no, yeah, definitely because he's the MVP, right? So it has to be every other one being pretty much the same. Everyone popping off your Max and Colores.
Yeah, the denial of participation record has been hit here for them. So
they did stop a lot of people from playing the game in that match.
Yeah, exactly.
That's true.
The battleground is no longer anybody else's place other than Damwon Gaming. So I think what a performance by them here, Max. I mean, the angle that they come in, the fights that they're taking here constantly, you just don't see this on Sanhok.
Yeah, I think it was around phase 4, phase 5. They got the pivotal compound that allowed them not only to convert all those eliminations into extra points, but also to get access to a really good late game potential game. And they had, I think they were surrounded by the northern side. What was it? Deke Xavier, 6QA, MS Chonburi, 4 rivals. In the south, you had also DRS, you had Team Secret. They were cornered. There was no easy escape for them. The only way for them to make it out of that position to potentially move out of the compound was to eliminate every single team in the northern edge, which they did magnificently well. It was so well played from Damwon. I want to see this Damwon play like this every single time. They have the confidence boost, and I wanted to see more of Forrest in particular, and he stepped up big time this game. So I'm hoping it's not just a one-off. I want to see this be a somewhat reoccurring factor throughout the entirety of these finals.
What worries me is it might potentially just be a one-off, because trying to think back to all the matches they played throughout this entire event so far, I could count on 2 fingers, maybe 3 if you want to count Sung there. Oh, that 1v2 where they had performances like this. And obviously this is a sprint, right? So if you have just a couple of those games, if you have, you know, the stars align and you have a couple of those matches happen, we could see them taking home the $362,500 as well. And you guys at home could be taking away something here. If you get the treasure box, you guys can get a permanent reward unlocked for yourself. Also special rewards between the 22nd and 13th of January. All you have to do is just be watching in the Esports Center over on YouTube. You can even click the rewards button below the stream to get some extra coins that you can use. You have the lucky draw, the CD key thing happening. You have the 500,000 peak current viewers. If we get to there, you get 900. You only need 1,200 tokens to open the things. Make sure to tell all your friends, tell all your family members, get everyone in here watching to get those unlocked for yourself. Maxman, you're gonna get the pan as well. We talked about what you're gonna get the first time. I don't think we talked about what you're gonna get the second time.
I think I was going to be a little bit short on the amount of points I was going to get, but now with the X900, I should be good. So I'm going to go with another pan. I'm a pan collector. You know, I don't collect things in real life, but I do collect pans. So I'll have to go with that one.
You did collect player cards last year at PMGC.
Yeah.
Yes, it's true. I did.
Even got some signature cards. Good job, Max.
Yeah, they're very cool, top quality. Love them.
There you go.
Did you get my signature card? Actually, when are we gonna get the caster ones of those? You know, we can do a little signature, put those out. That'd be fantastic. When did casters get involved?
I think they thought about doing some at one point, but no. We'll have to ask again.
It'll be a shame though, because when people get my card, they have to pay others to take it instead of, you know, getting them to pay for the card. We got Miramar coming up next. There's our 3rd match of the day. It's gonna be our halfway point when we are done with this one. We're gonna head to a short break to get things ready to go and get things set up. So we'll see you guys in just a few.
Movement on the vehicles, and Frankie, a prolonged spray coming in from Ponzai, but he will be finished off by NC2. Stalwart now against their the counterparts in the name of 628. The two STEs going up against each other, but 628 have a massive advantage. It's a 1 versus 4 for Scry, and as incredible as this player is, it is looking very, very unlikely.
Happy about this one. Somehow they've managed to keep all their players up. It's been rough though. I think a lot of them are down. Sadly, this is why Damwon Kia is towards the bottom of the tables, is that they are just crumbling under the might of Nova at the moment.
Wow, that's brutal. That is brutal. The nades just keep pouring down, and that is Damwon Kia eliminated from the game. 3 teams remaining.
One gaming. A nade from 628 will connect onto Tony K. Looking to be stolen away by Fadan. Is there anything sweeter than a normal elimination? It's stealing an elimination away from another player. That's a double knock by Fadan. Rico, what is up?
Right next to each other. Shifu seems to be aware, but Freak's fully patched up. Shifu, he jumps a corner, he goes for the free fire, but he's more than ready as Freak on a sliver. 1 HP. And Freak he's only got bandages, so 2 real life, if times is right. He knows it's there around the corner. Molotov, yeah, that's gonna flush Freak out. Comes free firing. What a play!
What?
Freak absolutely ruins that Ice Guy's days. Yeah, Emma Chonburi have evacuated the premises, and Tony K. Okay. KKK. Tony K. That M249 could shred them. He's gonna go for the play.
Oh, I love that.
Tony K finds one, runs back up again. Now Scry. Let's go for the res. Going for the long reload. It takes about half an hour. It's like assembling an IKEA table. It's going to come peering around the corner again. Another knock for Tony K. He's found 3 members of Stalwart Esports. It's going to get it. He gets it. Tony K, the 1v4 against Stalwart. What a beast.
Really is a... Oh! Do this to them!
I'm so sorry.
You've killed them! Look at them!
FaZe still in contention though. FaZe up a real possibility.
Really? I think it really is. Oh no!
Oh no!
It's FaZe down!
No, I'm so sorry.
On your face!
I'm so sorry.
Why would you do this to them?
I'm so sorry.
You've killed them! Look at them! They're dead!
Huh?
Oh!
What?
Excuse me.
He's waiting out.
Just
They
needs to
are-
move forward.
They are out in the open. He's waiting for the tree to provide some cover. You can see he wants to move out to the right-hand side here. He's
we
going
go.
for the shots, lines up, the one for top, looks for the knock, and action.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get underway with our 3rd match of the day here. We'll be heading back over to Miramar. Well, for the first time here in the finals. Gentlemen, we've had Damwon step up. We've had D Xavier step up. And I am pleasantly surprised and also enjoying the fact that we're not seeing that pure domination out of the likes of Infinity, Genesis, Dogma, seeing some new teams that were towards the bottom of the table start to have some life in them. But as we go on forward, I feel like that will start to stabilize here. And realistically, are we going to see Damwon pull off another 19 elimination game with the chicken dinner? Probably not. Are we going to see any team pull off that kind of a performance? Most likely not as well, since that is our biggest point score we've had so far. But what I do want to focus in on going forward is, Max, in the last Senhawk game, before we started, you want to talk about how Bigatron, or you did talk about how Bigatron might change their drop location going into Miramar. Do you think we're going to see any changes because of teams being out with the likes of like FaZe Clan not here?
For this next game, I don't really think on Miramar there will be. Kalash thinks okay. Kalash, you think?
Well, I mean, someone like Picardo is just too strong a place, right? Like, I think if FaZe is not there, someone has to take this spot. It would be ridiculous if the entirety of our final we don't have Picardo taken as a spot throughout our 4 Miramar games. Personally.
Yeah. Okay. I like that actually, because they go Puerto Paraiso right now, so actually it would be a really good change. But I'm thinking there's also a few teams that eyed out the position a few times in the past, so I don't think there will be the only one eyeing out a position like Picardo, because it's so good. It's central, it's really easy to rotate out from. So we'll have to see. I mean, I was going to think there's one team that could have contested it was Dead Eyes guys, but even them they're not here, so it actually makes it even easier. So actually, that's a good point that we could potentially see Picardo under control of BTR. I think that would be actually a really good decision for them to go for. So we'll see.
Okay. I'm trying to actually take a look really quick and remind myself of how the finals have gone so far in terms of like the scoring, right? Because we did have Damwon at first place, but obviously the fact that they got a lot of points. What was it? 34 points in one match is going to shoot them off the leaderboard. They had 4 points before that, so that just really give you context. They went from basically bottom of the table to the top. Things are extremely close right now. But we have Team Secret in second place, and we've seen 2 third-place finishes out of them. Claris, you were talking about them before, expected them to be up higher, obviously with them not qualifying the 3rd Super Weekend. They fell down the rankings, but is this the Secret you were hoping for and you were expecting to show up now in the finals?
Definitely. I still think, 2 games, small sample size, we can't extract too much from it, but again, 2 third places is a brilliant start for them. I think when you look at league play, then leading into Super Weekend play, 2 days is once again a very small sample size where things can go awry and then you just can't qualify for that and then you just lose out on a ton of points. However, if you think about Team Secret, what they did in their 2 Super Weekends, 125 points, 102 points, you could have quite easily bagged themselves another triple digit if they were to get into that as well. That puts them easily in that top 9 down the line if that happens. So I still expect a Secret to continue things here. I don't know if they're going to be your championship caliber team, but I think that they'll be rocketing. They'll be doing great.
Yeah, we're at the stage of the tournament where a singular win will allow you to just leapfrog a bunch of the lobby and just push yourself up. Right now, if you are, for example, MS Chonburi, you only got 1 point in 16th position. One really strong chicken dinner was a few eliminations. You could be 3rd place above Deep Xavier, right behind Team Secret and Damwon, because they started to create a little bit of a disparity between 2nd and 3rd, which is getting close to somewhat 20 points already, which is impressive at this stage. But it is true that right now things could get a little bit all over the place as these games go on, but as we start getting towards day 2, day 3, that's where things are going to solidify a lot more, and you want to be in that top 9 as quickly as you can when those things start to solidify, because it's going to be tough to make drastic changes towards the end, because that teams will not going to allow that to happen too easily.
I feel like here, though, is where we really get to see like the grit of some teams. We obviously have been talking so much about, like Nova, Bigatron, etc. Secret. I guess some Secret members, like they've already played in PMGC before. They've been in these situations before. But the teams who came in like PMCOs or lower tier or haven't played this kind of level of play yet, this is where we really get to see like the true grit of them as players and as a team. Like the Infinity, they didn't play in PMGC last year. They kind of almost came out of nowhere, and now look at them. Like they were beating everyone by almost 100 points. I think it was 97 at the end of our normal time. And we get to see like, can some teams sink or swim? And I feel like that's kind of the story of esports sometimes. Like this could technically be some of these teams' only opportunity ever making a PMGC. They don't perform well, maybe they disband, maybe players leave, maybe they bring in new players. You got to make the best of it here, and at least for Damwon's sake here in match 2, they've done just that. They've returned members from last year and are looking to replicate that performance going forward.
Yeah, it's a Cinderella story for a lot of these teams, right, coming into it. You want to try and potentially be the new Zeus, where you just come in from PMC and then you qualify and you go the entire way, potentially almost becoming world champion. But yeah, Damwon so far, oh man, these numbers are just insane from these guys. We talked about it. We want to see this team do potentially well. They are, I think, the team that I talked about the most negatively last PMGC because there were so many things to work on for, not of course the entire team, but at least when it comes down to Fabian, when it comes to Forest, who was also known as Inonix in the past. This team looks like a completely different beast compared to the last one. And as we said, it's only one game where they go themselves those 19 eliminations. It's great, but I do want to see some kind of consistency we were not able to see throughout the Super Weekend and the league play. So I mean, it's a good start, but I want to see still a little bit more consistency from these guys.
Yeah, no, exactly right. I think consistency is the thing for me as well. We talked about Reject and how they stepped up so drastically from Japan from last year to this year, and now Damwon have the opportunity to really show up and really perform. And well, speaking of performance, OnePlus, sponsor here at PMGC, with flagship performance, an immersive 120Hz display, and the HyperTouch technology made specifically for gamers. The OnePlus 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards, and potentially some of these teams' best shots to break through into top 9. But it is time to get some predictions here, gentlemen. I'm going Infinity. I'm gonna start off every time because I'm picking Infinity every single match. Who would have guessed? But I will change it up one of these days, and then you'll be like, you know, the surprise face. I don't know the meme name. I don't know.
Shock Peak Two-Face?
Yeah, that's
yes, that one. Exactly. Maxman, who's your prediction here for this match?
We're going to Miramar. I want to see the resurgence of Reject right now. They're a little bit lower in the rankings, so I think the Miramar should be the map where they can come back in. And Sara is insane on the DMR, so I think that this is definitely the map where we can see some big eliminations coming their way.
Okay, Kalaris. Take your time here, because we have a remake, so...
Oh, well, okay. I will give you my prediction, but then also talk about Damwon afterwards. But that's not my prediction. I'm going to go with 4 rivals, because I want them to get a win! Please! I'm appealing to the my better half over here, Mr. Maxman, in trying to get them a win, and maybe I can help them where Maxman has failed.
I appreciate
it. Maxman tried.
We're trying, but I do want to talk about Damwon here as well. I think that Damwon right now, we have seen a meteoric rise from them in terms of overall skill throughout this tournament, and I think a part of it does come down to the fact that if you look at their region, if you look at South Korea, you can't effectively put 16 teams in lobby in South Korea in kind of that bubble and get the skill of this lobby. However, South Korean pro gamers, very, very powerful in general, very reactive, very good to be able to kind of effectively learn very quickly. When you put them in this lobby with these teams, they are going to assimilate that information very fast, and I think that's what we're seeing from Damwon. Also, my little dog goes crazy.
Yeah, well, I mean, so last time she did that, wasn't she correct in her prediction?
She was. Maybe 4 rivals. Whoa.
Oh, the stars are aligning. But I like that note you actually brought up. Maybe we can talk about that really quickly. The fact that, like, if you are in South Korea or you are in Japan, you are kind of really limited based off ping of who you can compete against, right? And you're kind of held back in some sense of the quality of teams that you're playing against. Whereas you look at like Southeast Asia and you're playing against, you know, some of the best teams in the world, all within, you know, ping's reach.
Crazy good down there.
Yeah. So it is like a little bit unfortunate, and that's what makes, you know, other games so even more interesting. I guess obviously when you get to international events, it makes things a little bit easier. More international events, I should say. But like how they've been able to get so good at so many different games, just being limited by ping so often.
Yeah, I think that's true. I mean, especially when you keep in mind the fact that normally they're going to be localized in their own region a lot more. The fact that you're seeing these same players, I mean, a lot of the same players coming back from these regions into PMGC, I think is really good telling that competitive experience they had on a global stage helped them so much to actually set themselves apart in their own region. And now they're coming back heavily in PMGC. So yeah, I think they've improved a lot. And especially the South Korean region, I think has a lot of potential. I think that maybe needs a little bit more time, but as I said, compared to last PMGC, it's black and white in comparison, right? I love how Damwon has been playing so far and able to improve from week to week. So I want to see more. I'm hungry for more from Damwon, but I'm already impressed with this first few games.
You said black and white, you said hunger in the same sentence. That is my favorite cookie, and maybe I'll try to go get one of those while we head to a short little break here to get things ready to go here for our next match. We'll see you guys in just a few.
Really is a... Oh! Do this to them!
I'm so sorry.
You've killed them! Look at them!
FaZe still in contention though. FaZe up a real possibility.
Really?
I think it really is a... Oh! No!
Oh no!
It's FaZe down!
No, I'm so
On
sorry.
your face!
I'm so sorry.
Why would you do this to them?
I'm so sorry.
You've killed them! Look at them! They're dead!
Huh?
Oh!
Excuse me. He's waiting out.
Just needs
They
to
are-
move forward.
They are out in the open. He's waiting for the tree to provide some cover. You can see he wants to move out to the right-hand side here. He's
we
going
go.
for the shots. Lines up. The one for top. Looks for the knock and action.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to be jumping straight on in. We've got rid of the analysts. You know, they keep talking non-stop. Imperium keep delaying the games. And we're like, you get guys get out of here. We're going to start with the game. We're going to be jumping on in with the third map of the day, of the first day of the league finals. Imperium, it's going to be the first Miramar.
It's going to be the first Miramar, so I'm excited to see how teams are going to be playing that, if we're going to see a little bit of the norm that we saw in the PMGC, because right now, outside of kind of Infinity doing pretty well, a little bit, we're seeing some kind of turnaround Stranger Things performance. Down One Gaming, Team Secret, they were 13th and 12th respectively in the PMGC League stage. They are 1st and 2nd. It's been a very strong, consistent 2 games from Team Secret, and then that massive result from Down One Gaming shot them up to first.
Listen, man. I know Damwon Gaming have impressed us quite a bit, but I did not see this coming. Right, like 19 eliminations, just completely making everyone else look just average by comparison. And it's a game where we had so many good performances coming out from a few of the teams we mentioned, like Team Secret. We of course had Nova as well, playing fantastically, but they were just kind of forgotten in the sands of time. Because when you go back to this game in the future, you're gonna be like, yeah, that was the game where Damwon got 19 eliminations. The question here for me, Imperium, sure, it's very good to see Team Secret, be consistent over 2 maps. Damwon Gaming had a pop-off game. Is it sustainable? Because they haven't shown that yet in the previous 3 weeks.
That's a really good question, and it's a legitimate question to ask. I would argue that it doesn't need to be massively sustainable. A strong day one performance of a good 60 to 70 points would put you in a prime position over the next 2 days to be less sustainable. But it is something that we're always looking for, right? When we look to see the best of the best in the tournament, it's the teams who are pulling out game after game of solid results and then backing that up with a big 25-30 point game, typical of what we've seen from the likes of Infinity and Genesis Dogma. And talking about those 2 teams, they are 2 of the strongest teams on Miramar, with the Infinity getting 13.2 points per game and Genesis Dogma getting 9.7. And the one map that saved Team Secret's overall ass in PMGC, and you said this to me, was Miramar. So I'm hoping that's going to be 3rd time in a row strong result from the Team Secret boys.
Yeah, for sure. And let's see if they can continue that. I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying how, we've seen the trend being set by the likes of the Infinity and Stalwart Esports and Nicola Galaxies, and then suddenly just a complete flip around in the league finals where you said it yourself, we are starting from the beginning itself. Everyone's on 0 points at the beginning of the day, and you're going to be grinding it out. So whatever, you can't rest on your laurels. Whatever points you accrued in the first 3 weeks, whatever incredible showings you had in the league stage in the Super Weekends, it doesn't matter now. You've made it here thus far. You've cracked the top 16. Congratulations. But he's starting the same place everyone else is starting. And right now, the likes of Damwon Gaming, the likes of Nova, the likes of, as we mentioned a couple of times already, Team Secret, they're showing that they have kind of turned things around, that they are a whole different team here as Nima. I like how he's like, I want to see you drive that truck over these ridges to find me. Good luck.
He doesn't have a gun, but Pemboru does, so that little bit of a bait is coming through, and then Wherewithal, I think he has a gun as well. He does. That's going to be a bit of a cheap kill onto DRS. And again, it was a solid turnaround game from DRS and Sanhok. It was the best of what was them putting themselves in a bad situation. They got a healthy amount of points in that previous game, a total of 9. So it's above the average that I kind of would like to see from teams. But it's by no means confident performances as a team from DRS. But by no means being a confident set of games from DRS. And in this 3rd one, losing a player early on, once again, some weird kind of drop situations happening. You should know that 4 rivals like to land around Hacienda. Vehicles are a priority in Miramar. It's going to leave you in a little bit of a tricky situation, and DRS paid the price.
DRS have been paying the price for quite a while, it feels like. And this is coming from, like, I've done multiple seasons.
You have.
Of the South Asian Pro League, and I've watched all these teams, especially the DRSs and the Deadeyes guys, and even Stalwart Esports. And I love how they actually have
my god, that's so
video clips. I know, it looks so cool. Why can't I look this cool? Anyway, it hurts me because sure, Stalwart is delivering, right? They're from Mongolia, but when it comes to the South Asian region, where there's so many fans, so many teams who have played and they've impressed me, and they're showing great signs, and you have Deadeyes guys not even qualifying to the top 16. Yeah. And DRS just looking, not just today, but for the past, 1 week or so, they've looked, the entire event, they've looked just average. And yeah, average is good enough to qualify, but that's not good enough for you to crack the top 9, because that is what everyone's gunning for. And for a few teams out there, the ones with the champions mentality, they don't care about a top 9. They want the 390,000 US smackaroos in their pocket. They want number 1. And I gotta say, I have to be real, I don't think DRS they don't even believe themselves of getting that right now.
We can only, as much as possible, judge based on what we see, and that's being the case. On a side note, by the way, BTR did not go back to Picado on their drop spot. They did shift down south, and they kind of got caught out a little bit. It's one of these things where we're seeing a transition from the league stage to the finals because some teams aren't in it. Reject went down to Porto Prieto because they presumed BTR were going to go to Picado. As it happens, they didn't, so BTR got kind of stuck in between Reject and Genesis Dogma. Haven't lost a player, but it has slowed down their ability to loot up effectively because a core part of their looting phase has been taken away. And Down One Gaming actually dropped in Picado, so they took the chance. They had the confidence that, well, look, if BTR drop with us, who cares? We'll take the fight. We got 19 eliminations in the previous game. We can take it on. We can take on the world. And it's worked out for Down One Gaming because based on the phase 1 circle, Picado was already in a good spot and they moved out early. It's a good game so far from Down One, even though we're only 6 minutes in.
Back to back. Smelling it? Feeling it?
Ooh.
Ah, we've seen a few back-to-backs thus far. We haven't seen a back-to-back-to-back yet, though. Of a rarity, of a very rare scenario.
Last time I remember really seeing that was... Last time I remember really seeing that was back in the PUBG Mobile World League when... I think it was Udo that got the 3 chicken dinners in a row. They actually ended up not... Actually, Kanina Power, according to Max, thank you for the information. Kanina Power had 3 in a row. I forget what event, but he has informed me. But yeah, so it's rarely been achieved, for sure.
Yeah, it has. But again, like, it's such an outlier, right? It's such a rarity that when it happens, it is something that will always remain etched in the history books of PUBG Mobile.
Yeah.
Right now, though, I do wonder, like, usually you see a lot of the zones where it does skirt the prison island, but never winds up on them. But very rarely it does. I've only had one game where it's happened. But would it be interesting, like super cool, for it to end, south of del Valle or like Valle del Mar, towards the cliffs and stuff, and see how teams react to that? Because we all know how teams react to it when it's like the circle on the river or on Erangel, but don't really get to see how the tendencies are going to be on Miramar.
And I really love the kind of southwestern side, or the south in general, of Miramar, those big mountains and hills on Minas de Val and Valdemar. So I would love to see a circle end in that direction. BTR are now starting to gather together and move their way in. They will probably be a little bit aware. They should be aware that a team is to an extent in front of them. Please don't make the same mistakes you did in Sanhok, BTR. Is that all? No, that's not all of them in one vehicle. It's just 2. That's fine. I was a little bit worried. Yuhai and Liquid rotating together as Luxie and Zuxi are close behind. It's a good bit of space inside this phase 1 circle, because quite a few teams have gone quite deep inside this phase 1. You have Down One Gaming in the center. You have Infinity moved away from Chumacero to the Church High Ground. You have MS Chambori moved out of Los Leones, out onto the western side, in between Los Leones and Chumacero. You now have Nova. It's a spread, but it's still quite a deep central spread, and Genesis Dogma close by. So again, quite a few teams in the deep center, leaves a lot of space closer to the edge for not only Reject and BTR, but DRS up in the north, along with Team Secret and Enigma Galaxy still looting up El Pozo.
Yeah, and this is something we tend to usually see, although this one looks a little bit more crazy because, we haven't had any early fights. Usually, a lot of the Miramars we've had recently have been we've been gifted some of these early battles. Again, you look at the circle shift, it's nothing too drastic, right? The majority of these towns and these cities, we have Los Leones, we got Picado, we got Power Grid, Graveyard, a lot, even Chumacera, almost like 70% of it in the zone. So we won't be seeing too much of a shift. I think the big shifts, or rather big migrations, are going to be DRS. We're still trailing out in the blue. I think they spotted Team Secret. I'm not too sure, and that's why they're going to be taking a sweet time. Yeah, so they're taking a sweet time trying to make their way in from the northern side, and the Enigma Galaxy, of course, going to be making their way in from the southwestern side. Apart from that, everyone's kind of either, you know, if not well entrenched, they at least have an idea where they want to play.
I'm really glad you highlighted the areas that are very much in contention, because that leaves kind of clusters of maybe 1 or 2 teams here, 1 or 2 teams there. The migration as well from the likes of Cryptics and Infinity, and even to an extent Reject, but also Rico Infinity, does put a little bit of pressure onto the likes of 628 and Down One Gaming, as well as MS Chonburi, because it puts those teams automatically closer together. A 2-2 split for Infinity right now isn't a bad thing, but I'd like a little bit more awareness of how this phase 2 shifted, and if they don't gather themselves together, we could see them being kind of picked off and put under a bit too much early pressure. I know they've proven themselves, but it is still something to think about.
I think also something we can think about a bit is how, like, you know, it's been a little unfortunate. We have a little bit of, longer breaks between the games today. You know, obviously, apologies from our end. Sometimes, you know, have technical issues and players connecting and everything. And you know what they say with Murphy's Law, right? Like, when something can go wrong, everything will go wrong. But I think it could be kind of like a hidden blessing for a few of these teams, right? Some of the teams who maybe had a little bit of a rough early start, they could have maybe turned things around, mentally prepared themselves heading into game number 3. And speaking about being mentally prepared, TG13 has to be very, very prepared to try and make his escape. A lot of smokes have been deployed, and he's got his teammates all the way arrayed across the little ledge there to provide him a little bit of cover fire. However, these nades could find him, and if they do find him, there's nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, that his teammates can do.
Well, how much worth is it to use so many nades early on in this game? Right, Down One Gaming are not in as safe of a position as it looks. The one kind of big thing they have in their own arsenal is Uni. Uni needs to do a lot to really put pressure onto the likes of NC2 and Ponzai. Luckily, TG13 did disengage away with some good back-end support. So both teams, I think, playing this game fairly well. Down One Gaming not committing too much in the form of nades, but still throwing a couple out there. A lot of smokes being used by MS Chonburi, so that's something we'll need to think about later on in this game as we shift on over to the Xavier, all quiet on the western front as they control the Graveyard region. Some might say they have the Graveyard shift in this Miramar game. Yes, I went there. Yes,
We're setting up this entire thing for that, really?
Yes.
You know what? I respect that. I've set up certain puns and jokes just for, for 30 minutes from the beginning of the game, just to get that one line in at the end. I respect that, Imperium. I like you a little bit better right now. I thought it was impossible, but there we go. Modi getting knocked down by Daoshi in the distance. Got a little bit of cover in the ridge to provide him some temporary respite from the bullets being wrapped by the 68. 628 impressed me, though. Even though, sure, they haven't got a chicken dinners or any, like, super top placings. They did get second place, obviously, in Sandhawk. But apart from that, I feel like they have been looking much more consistent compared to their Chinese counterparts.
For sure, they look a lot more stable overall. Because of that phase 3 shift down to kind of southwest, and I gotta say, it's a bit of a painful hard shift, that ping pong back and forth between phase 2 and phase 3. It's put a little bit of pressure on a number of teams. MS Chonburi feeling the burn against Genesis. Dogma Satar, the magic man for his side, will execute the knock into Jasper, and MS Chonburi will lose a player. Good control. BTR are behind them. They're kind of playing spoiler potentially in the next couple of minutes as they hang on to the northern edge of Los Leones on towards the high ground. You can see Luxie, Zuxi, U-High Boy, and Liquid will most likely rotate into the city as they move it forward. Then Cryptics and Infinity getting pretty close to each other. This is good play from Nova. If you recognize there's a bit of a cleaner, tighter spread that's coming out from the Chinese side, they're much closer together. It's a core 2-2 rather than kind of 1-1-1-1, and they're really putting a lot of pressure on the likes of Team Secret, Stalwart, and Four Rivals. However, I'm also, forced to ask, why are there so many teams around Picado? Why?
That's a good question. They're all down south of Picado, and Stalwart Esports, obviously, they are a team who, I'd assume they like Picado. I think the sort of team when, the game first came out, they're the ones who would jump straight into Picado. Just murder everyone. And they're like, all right, boys, this is everything on the line. This is it. Today's the day. We have to deliver today, tomorrow, and day after. Let's just drop to where we're super comfortable with and where everyone has to be scared and respect us. Appy has no idea the danger, just death rather, just looked at him in the eye and said, maybe later. Infinity, separated from Cryptics by the road, but they don't seem to be aware that God Tunny is above them. This could get tricky. This could get messy.
That's what I was worried about with Infinity's kind of 2-2 split early on. And I know they can't predict the circle shift, etc. But there's a reason why I highlight these things, because there's that kind of element of what is the percentage of something happening. And I thought that 2-2 split was big at risk. DRS now making their way in. They're going in blind on the edge of the circle. They don't know that Nigma Galaxy are split in the way that they are. Nigma did get the revive onto Hamodi. If you remember earlier on, he got himself knocked down as Galzen opens the door and takes down Roof.
Galzen in the blue, coming in from behind, the spray coming in from Galzen, a quick finish, Enigma Galaxy having to take a fight with two players simultaneously, and unfortunately that is going to ruin the day in DRS. Three-man unit, they stay alive. Enigma, yeah, you said it. Amodi, last man standing. And you've kept saying this time and time again, Imperium, and I have to bring it up here. When one man remaining on a map like Miramar, with like a lot of time still on hand to stay alive, it is looking unlikely here for Enigma Galaxy.
And they got caught with their pants down majorly. Phase 3, Phase 4, you got to know that when you hold on to an edge of circle position, there's still a strong chance the team can be coming in around you. And in my eyes, DRS should not have had no right winning that fight. But I gotta give credit to DRS because they came in, they wanted to fight, they took it. They may go down at the hands of Rico. The next circle does shift up. It goes ping-ponging back over to the northeast. Harsh, very harsh on these teams, especially those that went into Picado. Stalwart have been able to open that door onto Four Rivals. A couple of knocks here and there allows them to possibly push in, but 6-2-8 behind them. You have Team Secret around them, Nova on top of the hill. It's not going to be easy for Stalwart.
For sure, for sure. More neighbors arriving. Stalwart are like, yeah, you know what? We're just gonna move in, so we don't have to worry about two things at the same time. Worry about Big Daddy Blue or Papa Blue or Father Blue, whatever you want to call it. Whatever you call it, Daddy. And
is it Stepfather Blue?
Yeah, cool. Or just call him Papa Smurf at this point, right?
Fair, yeah, Papa Smurf.
Well, AJ, the harassment of DRS continues, but this time it's a whole different team altogether. It's going to be Rico Infinity. Needs a good, though, but not quite able to find its mark. Martin Ninja down to half HP. Got a teammate nearby as well behind. Is in his vehicle. Is going to be joining his teammates. He's making sure there's no one else behind. He's going to be sneaking on in. In the meantime, BTR have been eliminated by MS Chonburi, who are also duking out with the reject in the meantime. And DRS, though, it looks like they've managed to kind of, I wouldn't say counter Rico Infinity, but a bit of a temporary stalemate here.
6-8 pushing in on towards the members of Team Secret. We see Infinity cleaning up. MS Chonburi winning the battle between themselves. MS Chonburi and even BTR down on the southeastern side of the circle. And like I said, as much as I kind of can, hone in on BTR's weaknesses throughout today as a whole, I do give them a little bit of respite with these ping-pong circle shifts that we've seen so far. Lovely shots by Rabbits, the third party to knock onto Flowerage of 6-8.
Daoshi. Oh, this is looking rough. Looking at the way the blue is moving in as well, that they have an inkling where the remaining members of, yeah, I think they know. They should find out, but they should also be wary because high above, the Xavier could rain down hellfire. SK-Ton charges in, and just a couple of bullets at the end. I think he just single-handedly took down DRS there. SK-Ton he's like, screw this stalemate. I'm just doing everything by my lonesome, and he just completely wipes out DRS from the server. Down to the final 12. Cryptics with one member still standing for 6-8 as well. I don't know if the res is going to be coming in. I'm a little surprised that they've been able to stay alive for this long. As Senkai will eventually fall. We're down to the final 11. 39 players still in the server.
Circle has centered up and towards Nova's position, so they need to gather quick and fast. Jimmy was knocked at the hands of a Genesis Dogma arm, so that allows Genesis Dogma to push in. Stalwart going up against 4 rivals. I said it was going to be difficult for Stalwart, but credit where it's due. They stuck in one direction, one path line, and honestly, they've made mincemeat out of the 4 rivals players who are now down to just a duo.
4 rivals, yeah. Not looking like they're in a good position. And for Team Secret, imagine how rough it must be for them, right? They were in such a good spot. They had 6-8 who have also been eliminated, mind you, and suddenly from above, the Xavier just raining down hellfire from the heavens. Rabis
I love this
from out in the blue getting a knock, and this is very, very uncomfortable for Team Secret. They need a lot of work to do here. And Jumper, what is he gonna do? The res has taken place. Fredo's there as well, but Jumper just runs in. Yeah, they just seem to have every angle covered, Imperium. And Team Secret, they're just getting harassed. Look at the spread as well. Lamborghini over there. We have Rabis pushing in, Frankie from afar. And wait, a nice reply from Shots, but I don't think it's gonna be good enough.
And Xavier had done such a great job where Lamborghini, although he's got knocked, was doing 2 jobs with that position. Not only was it an anchor point into the circle, but also a hold onto the high ground, being on top of the stairwell. So great play from him, and it's been able to put a hell of a lot of pressure into Team Secret. But fair play to the resilience of Team Secret. Still up as a duo. The revive coming out, which I don't genuinely agree with at this stage. Elie's kind of ice shots exposing his own, but that's going to be a SpaghettiOs. Rabbids takes his own teammate down.
Yeah, kind of fluffing it up a little bit here, but Team Secret now a full 3-man squad. Still a high ground advantage for the Xavier. The name was cooked a little too long, but they have no idea when Doc's going to be coming in, and they had no clue, and they will immediately be dispatched. Doc to finish off, I believe, all 3 members. And Team Secret, they got caught with their pants down. I think they were very clueless as to where Duck was going to be coming in from.
But that's why I said they shouldn't have gone for the revive, because that allowed Xavier to reset, and despite them kind of getting a confirmed loss of a player, it still gave them the time and space to rethink of how they wanted to enter in and get that fight against Team Secret. It's something I see often, where they go for a prioritized revive when that shouldn't be the case. You go for the momentum of getting an initial knock, maybe try and confirm that kill, maybe try and get another knock and a kill, because the job is so hard at that point in the game. We move on though, the circle has shifted towards Genesis Dogma away from Nova, but they have at least been able to stave off Stalwart.
I'm in love with Duelist's position. Right? He's so far in the open while his 2 teammates are inside right next to Genesis Dogma. He could be the X factor here for Reject. It's a high-risk, high-reward play coming in here, in my opinion, from the Japanese side. And you said it right. It has shifted away indeed from Nova, so they will have to kind of heal up, be ready to make a move. Powerboy, though, spots out Pika in the distance. A prolonged spray, and Pika, he continues to put pedal to the metal. He goes quite just past Order, and Order, biding his time, looking to find a second player. Indeed, he will be dropped and quickly finished off as Top falls as well. I think that's it for Stalwart Esports. I think they just got eliminated in that particular rotation, and indeed they have. 4 teams remain, and 2 of them have all 4 players alive. Different though, because Genesis Dogma just won elimination, and Nova on 9.
Been a lot more aggressive set of games from Nova across these 3 games. Game 1, they had a total of 6 points with 2 eliminations. Game 2, 14 points with 6 eliminations. And like you said, 9 in this game alone. But I gotta say, Xavier are playing this game near perfect. Duck sent it in on his own while the other 2 players followed behind. It's been that fantastic kind of anchor point move in, not committing too much, not going in blind.
Oh, man. Oh, the nade from QCL. The double whammy. Two birds with a stone. A very explosive stone indeed. And for Reject, I like the attempt, you know, having a 2-1 split, but unfortunately it doesn't quite pan out as Nova has to go in for the move right now. They've done a great job. 11 eliminations, moving on in, but QCL has been spotted. And Daybot taking a fight. That's going to be Genesis Dogma taking a fight simultaneously with 2 squads, but they're doing it fantastically. The only team with 4 members still standing, and they're going to pushing into D Xavier's position. They know they have a knock onto Duck, looking to spot the second player out. Satar with a ghillie suit, not quite being spotted. Daybot and Satar holding that angle towards the Xavier while they have the other 2 members focused on Nova's position. QCL will, I do believe, be knocked back again by the blue, and that's the opportunity Booms was
Look
looking
at
for.
this,
He's
Booms!
gonna try and go
Look
for the
at
flank.
this!
This is lovely, keeping them at bay. He doesn't need to commit. He does not need to commit, Imperium.
Having all angles covered, Genesis Dogma are playing this wonderfully. I like the idea from Xavier to try and react to Nova's repositioning, but I think it was done a little bit too early. If it was done about 20 seconds later, it might have been able to have done safely without losing a player. They did get the revive on the Duck because Genesis Dogma are playing this game cleanly.
Look at the control they have on the zone. Genesis Dogma, they are on the outside edge of the zone. They're like, yeah, you're not coming on in. Satar from the distance finds Paraboy down to his bloodied knees as Nova, Jimmy, all that stands for the Chinese side. And Booms knows exactly where he is, but while that is going on, Xavier are going to use an opportunity to strike. They get a knock onto Daybot. Nice one to go down. And suddenly, the tables have indeed been flipped in the direction, in the favor of the Xavier as the Hunters become the hunted, and the 3v2v2 advantage the Xavier.
You bit off more than you could chew, Genesis. Booms did a great move of covering Nova's side, but Satar should have stayed with his teammates. Split too heavily, took 2 fights at once, paid the price. Xavier are in control.
Absolutely lovely play from the Xavier there. The timing they found, the decision they made to push in the moment they knew where the other players were as well. Satar now having to hold his ground alongside Booms. So they have the angle, but Rabiz coming in from behind could spot him. Nova, they're pincering him once again. The sandwich analogy comes into play, and right now the meat is Genesis Dogma, and they're getting hammered. They are getting pummeled from both directions. Rabiz and Frankie, though, are they going to push on ahead is the question. Rabiz being very brave. I think he spots Satar.
Molly being choked out. Good, but it's no cigar. Rabbits and Frankie is holding one side, Doug holding the other. This is a great play by the Xavier.
It's a trifecta of death here. The Xavier on one side. Now, somehow, Genesis Dogma can take care of Nova. Then they only have to worry about the Xavier. Now they give themselves a chance. The zone, Papa Blue is going to come in and help them out. Now the 2v3. The Xavier looking to finish off Genesis Dogma with Satar and Boom separated by quite a bit of distance. I don't think they have too much utility remaining. Duck's going to be lobbing in a nade. A Molotov rather is going to be very, very deep indeed. All 3 members spread thin. They're looking to see if Genesis Dogma are going to try something a little crazy. But Booms, is he brave enough to go in for the flank towards the left-hand side? That's the question for me, Imperium.
And to me, Frankie should be flanking around a little bit more heavily to the side if he can. He's backed off a little bit. I think the Xavier know that they have a little bit more control in the circle, and Genesis Dogma need to take the risk. Plus, the body advantage is allowing the Xavier to scale it back a bit. However, don't presume too much.
Booms. The coiled Viper in the sand, looking to strike. Satar, he's being the bait here. Booms, though. His position is known right now, so he's going to be peeling back quickly, try to group up with his teammate. He's down to half HP as well, so he's going to patch himself up. Time is not his friend, so he's got any first aid packs. He needs to use it right now. The zone is going to be shrinking in further.
Lovely.
And it looks like Satar is the only member right now of all the players alive here in the lobby inside of the zone, but I don't think it's going to matter considering the Xavier's 1-man advantage they have. Duck in the back lines, ensuring that flank is not coming in. But right now, a very small lull in the action.
Frankie moved around, throw offensive smokes has worked.
Still poking and prodding. I like how slowly but surely inching ahead as the Xavier moving in for the kill, looking for the finish. Frankie, as you pointed out earlier, Imperium, is coming with the flank, but Satar seems to be aware of it. If Satar can find Frankie, it could be huge. He finds Frankie. Now it's a 2 versus 2. Satar very low in health as well, and Boom's having to take the fight, standing up and delivering, but he gets knocked down. Doc against Satar. It's a 1v1. Satar on just 30 points of health. He's going to land a knock on the Doc. Not quite a finishing blow, though. The 1v1 Doc knows he's got the advantage. Satar playing around the trunk, but he will eventually fall, and the Vietnamese enemies will reign supreme. The Xavier, what a brilliant play in the final circle.
What a fantastic finish to the game, though. Both teams played that wonderfully well. We saw Genesis Dogma, okay, they did make a mistake of biting off more than they could chew, but the way they did recover, the way they did scale up that mountain, it was a great position for the whole game to finish. But the Xavier, again, they knew they had the body advantage. Frankie threw out those offensive smokes to stop Genesis Dogma from getting information. It created a tiny bit of a distraction, and they played on that so well executed.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, that could have easily gone either way. Like, credit to Xavier for using that opportunity once he got the knock to push in and somehow bring things back to their favor. But that final fight, man, it came down to one extra bullet, right? One extra bullet in the torso. That could have gone the way of Genesis Dogma. They played that one brilliantly, and I know, you know, hindsight's always 20/20. You could have been like they were spread too thin. Once they got knocked down, there was no way they were going to be able to rest the teammates, but these are could-haves, would-haves, should-haves, right? And I like the way they approach it. But the Xavier, the way they turned it around, the in-game calling coming out from the instantaneous decisions being made, great leading coming in from their captain.
This was their second chicken dinner today as well. It's been such a good day for the Xavier, and a lot of questions were being asked of their ability to play these games, their ability to control, and this is the kind of performances that we saw from them in the PUBG Mobile World Invitation earlier on in the year, and I'm here for it, man. I'm here for it.
I'm here for it as well, but unfortunately, we only have to be here in the green room, because I think that's it from us. We still have 3 more games remaining, but of course, before that, we have the very intelligent, very beautiful people on the desk, and Jason Cap.
Well, unfortunately for you, you have to go to the green room, but fortunately for us, we don't have to listen to you two anymore. Welcome back to the desk here, Jason Kappa and Maxman and Claris on the very end there. And what another win here out of D Xavier, even with Rabiz starting at the ground. We think he had some technical issues, but it doesn't seem to matter because D Xavier pull off their second chicken dinner, really move up the leaderboards. And speaking of move up the leaderboards here, Max, Nova, 11 eliminations, 10 ranking points, 10 placement points, and 21 points overall. A fantastic game out of them.
Yeah, good to see from Nova. A little bit of a slow start on the 2 first games of the day, but here there was a little bit more backing up around Paraboy, which is always good to see. But I saw it very early on. This warehouse position where the circle's tending to end towards is where they play so well in the past. They've got so many wins in that exact position. They play the 2-1 split extremely well, the 2-on-1 split, sorry, extremely well. Unfortunately, though, there was one caveat to that, and that is Satar on that Orm that was just too good. Kalaris, he was in headshot after headshot, and it just made it a lot easier for Genesis Dogma to close that gap.
Yeah, he was trying to make everybody else disappear in this lobby, it seems. But yeah, not doing too badly for themselves. I will say as a point as well here, Nova actually subbing in effectively QC1 for King as a whole here. It kind of makes a little bit of sense whilst we take a look at some of these numbers as well. Obviously, they've subbed in for King. King had the least decent performances when it came to the overall roster throughout the League Play and Super Weekends. So they're trying to mix things up, trying to kind of solve things here in the final, which is super important.
Yeah, but, you know, respect to them to do so. I think it's a very interesting time to do it. I feel like if you were going to do something like that, maybe do it in week 3 of the Super Weekend. Maybe not even then, because it was still very close to them to qualify. It was such an interesting time to do it. But we can see they've been able to move up to 4th place here at 41 points. So technically, if we ended up here, we would be safe. But D Xavier, this is the thing that stands out to me. They have 2 chicken dinners. So out of their 31 ranking points, they have 30 from chicken dinners. I mean, they got 1 in the second match of the day. But they're only ahead of Damwon by 5 points. That just kind of blows my mind.
Yeah.
Even Secret as well.
Yeah, it just goes to show how big of a game that was on Sanhok earlier for Damwon, right? Getting themselves that 19 elimination game is huge for them, able to try and really hold on to that second place right now. D Xavier, they're able to get 2 wins. I'm super happy, right? We've mentioned it earlier before this game, but even more now that some teams that we were a little bit unsure of if they will be able to potentially make a really big impression in the finals to qualify in the top 9. We've seen Damwon, we've seen D Xavier, we've seen Team Secret pulling in some really good results, and I want to see more of these guys in particular, because then you got the teams that were at the top all of the Super Weekend that are getting contested. You're looking at your Infinity, your Genesis Dogma. They're going to be shaking their boots a little bit and potentially not even 100% sure that they're going to have an easy pathway right to the finals.
I feel like maybe I should rethink my picks here, because Infinity just don't seem to win when I pick them. But you guys at home, I mean, well, if Infinity's not winning anything, well, you guys can win something. The treasure box still happening at the moment. You guys can get your points accumulated by watching the Esports Center and over on YouTube. And through the 13th of January, you can unlock those sweet items. But then again, going forward as well here, You also get 900 PMGC tokens if we hit 500,000 peak concurrent viewers. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your significant others, maybe even get your pets watching as well, and get them all in here if you want to get closer to unlocking those permanent items for yourself. And even you can use the PMGC token as a way to unlock more for yourself as well. I know during the last match I had to go feed the dogs, and I popped on some PUBG Mobile for them, and I think they started to try playing. It made me a little bit worried that they're probably gonna be better than me at this, and they're only like 4 months old, so that's a little bit scary thing. Well, anyways, yeah. Sorry, Nova. Just want to hop back to them really quickly. What's your thoughts? I brought up the fact that it's an interesting time to do it, but it also shows, I guess, they have no fear and also have a lot of faith in QC1.
So yeah, to actually loop back on that properly here. So the 10 games that he actually subbed in for during League and Super weekends, none of those matches were in League play. All of those 10 matches were actually during the Super weekends, meaning that they already, I mean, because those are very important moments, right? They already had some faith there, not only to try and bring him in kind of high profile moments. So to see him here in the in the final as well here, the super finals, whatever we're at. It's the mega finals, all right? To see him here in the mega finals, I think it speaks volumes. And so far, it's been pretty decent for him alongside the team. I mean, we saw the nade kills coming in from QC1 as well.
Yeah.
So very good stuff.
I mean, them barely qualifying right down to those last few games where FaZe could have potentially have taken it with a few more eliminations. I think they knew they had to make a drastic change coming into these VMAX finals, right? So it's a good change for the best right now.
I hate both these so much. You know what? I hate you both so much that I'm gonna throw it to a break here while we get things ready and I can sort you two out. We'll see you guys in a few minutes here for our fourth match of the day.
They're going to be holding off the entirety of DRS, pushing in onto this onslaught now. Knock has taken place. Just going to be falling on top. This is a very smart play. Oh no! Oh no, Nima!
Help already from the hand side here from Yasma Polyana. Nice. They could move closer. They could try to stick together. They find the revive coming from those stereotypical locations. Yeah, boy. So we saw these teams drop on by. No, don't do it. Don't save. Don't save it. The paraglider is using this, okay?
Velo, though, in a position to maybe receive open arms for AG in a battle of his own.
Roger that.
Wall does get done. Will get down. Back up.
Help me! Roger that.
Sarah, in the meantime, has managed to push all the way up. But as the holdout coming through from the Deadeye's guy, straight through the window, lands some.
Just starting to make their way outside of Pachiki, which I would argue is a little bit too late. A couple of teams are wrapping the likes of Helicopter! Extended more, and I'm sure others will join in on the mix. If there's ever a time to say, helicopter, helicopter!
It was at this moment that Nathan knew. He f***ed up.
No!
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration and the first steps. I am the 1+9.
All right, it's time to head into our fourth match of the day. No VMAXs, no super finals. It is just our normal finals here.
No.
Right, guys?
The ultra finals. It's the... Okay.
What? Okay, yeah. Welcome back, everyone. And we've already had, again, a change-up of the guard here. We see DXavier sitting in first place, but to be fair, I feel like we kind of expected something like this to happen. And again, the volatility, only having 3 matches played. But I will say this, no matter what, of who's coming out on top right now, I am so happy to see that, like, teams that just were towards the bottom of the table in our super weekends have shot up the leaderboards, have really shown that they've taken this time, these extra 2 days, and really focused on some things and are really trying to put that into effect here. I mean, Nova changed up rosters. DXavier, like Damwon in particular, the rotation on Senak, as you mentioned before, they're really trying to capitalize off this. And again, top 9, you just have to beat out 7 other teams before. You just had to beat out 4 out of a whole pack of 20. So it's definitely becoming more difficult, but again, I'm loving this.
Yeah, you've already seen a clear separation between our top 4 teams and 5th place and all the teams below. Like currently you're looking at 4th place is Nova with 41 points, Infinity in 5th currently with 24. So you're already starting to see that disparity in points between some of the teams. So I'm looking at your DXavier, your Damwons, your Team Secrets. Now all they really have to do right now is try and remain consistent throughout the entirety of the tournament, and these strong performances they already have today could just be enough for them to make it into the grand finals. Of course, that is a very big speculation there. If they can try and get those big results again, that'll make it even easier for them to make it. But yeah, as I said, I love the change of guard here. DXavier, Damwon, Team Secret doing so well is highly impressive.
Satar obviously getting himself the most knockouts here at the moment. I think what he was working with the Orm in the previous game, so that makes a lot of sense when you've got that on point. But Jason, do you think DXavier's logo is inspired by a Skulltula from Legend of Zelda?
You know, actually, funny that you mentioned that, because I was thinking the other day, I've done a question before with like how many of the logos are animals, and I looked at them and I was like, huh, not bad. It looks very familiar. You know what? I'm not going to say whether or not it is, but you know, probably.
Probably, yeah.
I don't know if we can say that live on air. And now that I do mention that, how many animals do we have participating here in PMGC?
Oh. Well, you've got Highland Wolf. No, it's got we got, what do we have? There's DXavier.
Okay, think about it, because we need to do our predictions. The match is about to start here. Okay. That's technically true. So Maxman, while he's thinking about it, who's your prediction for this game?
I'd like to see MS Chonburi. I think they've shown that they can do way better throughout the Super Weekends. Here they're currently in 14th position with 5 points. They need to step up big time here. So I would like to see MSC potentially get himself a good win here.
Smart. He picked an animal logo. I like that.
So
I'm
now you
going
know
with
one at least.
there you go. There you go. I guess I'm gonna go with Team Secret. I think they've been looking pretty good so far, and I would like to see them convert to a win.
That is an eye, so that does not count as an animal. Just saying.
Maybe it's the eye of an animal. I don't know.
Yeah, but okay. What animal is it then?
A lion. I don't know.
A human.
All right, well, my prediction, it is not an animal. It is Infinity. If it was an animal, then it would probably be a Pokemon, to be honest. It is time to head over to our commentators, though. It's the first time we're going to see them today. And they're looking fantastic, looking ready to go. Their hair is looking on point. It's John Allen and Blue.
I have no idea how he knows what my hair looks like. He hasn't seen us yet today, Blank. But either way, I appreciate the sentiment. It was very, very kind of him, I suppose. But we're going to be getting right into the action. Erigel on the way for us in our first game of these finals. Blank, pretty spicy.
Looking very spicy. Now, I don't know how many animals we have in PMGC, but I know we have at least 3 absolute animals over on that deck, to be honest with you. But we're heading from Novo all the way up to Severny at the moment. Checking out where these drop stops are going to come through. Stalwart immediately out of the plane down towards Nova Lebnoya.
Seems to be going well for them so far. Will we see the bridge camp of old? Sorry?
Tracks right now.
I am enjoying the beats. I feel like it's pretty good stuff. But at the moment, I hope the players aren't too focused on the music. They should be much more in the moment and seeing what they can get here. I mean, the easterly plane pass might make it a little bit harder for 628 to get to this bridge camp on time. So this might be a little bit of an opening for the Infinity to get across that bridge if they need to, if the circle pushes them that way.
I didn't listen to anything you said. I'm just listening to the drop right now, okay? And to be fair, we do have the drop coming through on the map. Straight down here, we've got the boys coming in, seeing what they can do here in the PMGC League Finals. Reject already in position. God damn, this goes too hard.
Are you all right?
It has no right.
You need to reduce that volume a little bit.
Woo!
We'll see if
It's gone.
see if we can get you back on track, because the circle has just popped.
God damn.
It's a westerly circle, so the 628 bridge count could still come through. The question is timing for the Infinity, as the plane path has now finished up to the north, and the last players are cutting the strings on the shoots.
That they are. And really, to be fair, you would be cutting the strings on the shoot, but you're also cutting it fine now if you're in the Infinity, right? Because you got to go over to your drop spot over on the west side of Sosnovka. You got to make sure 628 don't camp you a little bit. I think 628 had a better angle at the start of the day, in my opinion, up until around zone 5, in which case it took a 2-2 split across a road. I think that, you know, for 628, let's play how everyone else plays. You know, come on, let's just regroup, play as a team. I know that these 2-2 splits, they work phenomenally, and I've watched PEL, and the splits coming through from the Chinese teams, they are flexible, and to be honest with you, they work really well. But on third person, I think it's much better to have each other's back in this situation, be in close proximity, be able to support. That's the main thing. Oh, all right, you Hoya boy, you give it to him. You give it to him, man. I mean, you have been giving it to him in-game as well. Maybe not here in the PMGC League finals so far, but I still believe it can happen. Bring back the mullet, though, honestly.
I did have to duck out of the way there. I felt like, ooh, something's going wrong. Zuxi might be having to duck in just a minute. Unfortunately, doesn't quite get out of the way in time. And will get flushed. Reject. They're dropping a little bit further east than they're used to right now on the northwest corner of that Bigatron farm split.
Yeah, that was speedy as well. Now, you were talking at the beginning of the day, and we have a discussion about, you know, potential strats that are being held for the league finals. Now, they don't know what to hold it through. I think it's this point right now in the league finals. Now, I like this from Reject, an instant rotation off to that right side, catching Bigatron off guard. And what's better about this rotation, it's off to the northeast. Now, that's Bigatron's rotation path, right? It is from farm up towards the northwest side. So Reject head up, cut them off earlier on. And that's been happening multiple times today. And I do feel bad for Bigatron because of it, because it's happened to them from Nova. Now it's happening to them from Reject. They really get caught up by everyone. And I don't think this is a case of it being targeted. Everyone's had a discussion in a small room and BTR's been excluded. I think this is just unlucky at this point for them. Now Reject's heading back up towards Ferry Pier after picking up a nice cheeky kill early on in the game. And that'll add to their elim total.
Be able to rack up a couple more points, hopefully. I mean, they break out fast west, right? So they have just sent out, getting into that center circle. I'm quite happy with this. And in general, it seems like today the theme has been getting small advantages early by playing in places that are going to be unexpected. The question for me is, will that remain to tomorrow and onto the next day, onto the 24th, our final day here? So will it, you know, will that change be able to perpetuate, or is it just going to be the case that people are going to tighten up their boundaries? Because it looks like they're being tested right now.
I think you get so comfortable, John, throughout the entirety of the league play, right? That at this point in time, playing loose and fast is not bad at all. It works out well, but I think you are right. Coming to tomorrow, I do think everyone will tighten things up in the early game, especially if they look back and watch these games, because there's no reason not to. Maybe in that third day, we see some more fast play once again, but I do think tomorrow is going to be that fortification of your points total if you are towards the top side, because everybody knows that, like Jason says, I know, keep saying, this is a sprint, not a marathon anymore. If you want to get ahead nice and early, and then keep that pace up, and hopefully people can't catch you from behind, because there's a lot of pressure as you go into day 2 and 3, and that starts to get difficult, honestly. And if you want to create your dynasty, you definitely need to keep up with that pressure.
You see, it annoys me that you say dynasty and not dynasty.
Sorry, man. It's like, as a kid, I played a lot of Dynasty Warriors, and that's what we all called it in my town.
Oh, I've never heard of that game. I only played Dynasty Warriors.
Well, that's fair enough. We played different games. That's up to you.
Dion Waymane, by the way.
No, okay. Well, of course you are. Oh, dear me. Looking back at the game, though, Damwon Gaming, honestly, great start to their day. Now, I think Imperium said that they're a definite contender for the champions. I'm going to go ahead and say that I disagree slightly. And I think that if I was in that game, I might say the same thing. Purely because that game was ridiculous, right? But in hindsight, I would tend to agree with Max. Because Max was saying that this is a team where I'd love for them to continue that performance. And Jason even followed up that point saying, you know what, this is not the usual from Damwon Gaming. It is crazy that in the league final, they break the record, they smash the record of Elim totals, but I need to see them continue that kind of performance. The Infinity, they're not going to get caught off guard by Reject. Again, this is a fight they've been training for throughout the entirety of that last Super Weekend. It's one that they came prey to on that first day, but this time they are shoring up those defenses, John.
And not only that, Blank, they normally fight off against 628. They've been their sparring partners, right? And Reject, they did it sure, I think, really early on. But since then, it's been 628's game. And now, you know, Infinity dropped the training weights and they just come out swinging from the bridge. They got across early. There was no contest. Newsy actually took position up on that top of that hill. And the rest of them just flooded through. And Reject weren't there fast enough if that's what they were going for.
Yeah, I mean, when you go up to challenge Bigatron like that, getting into position to kind of guard out the Infinity at the same time, more difficult. Not to say that Reject didn't efficiently pull this off earlier on in the tournament, in fact, very, very recently. But since then, I think the Infinity has won that fight the majority of times. Now, this could be another thing where Reject wasn't expecting this push so quickly, so soon. So many times we've seen Logan been sent across first for the Infinity, very slowly, in which the convoy arrives much later. This time, though, the boys from the Infinity identifying that 628 is moving early and that they need to get into position to get ready for Reject. Unfortunately for Reject, they are just not as ready as the Infinity were.
Certainly not. I mean, it felt like they were trying to half hold the bridge push. Like they were split 2 and 2 and they weren't quite cohesive, right? They weren't quite coagulated together there. And not as brutally on that bridge position as 628 were, who have now actually moved north. This is probably all an artifact of the fact that the plane path kicked out wide to the east on the lower section of the map, which means that it's very difficult for 628 to get back into the fight there.
100%, but then again, just looking at that first map, 628 has been moving much more cautiously up towards this northeast side, less into Pachinki this time than they would do before. I know there's like to send 33 Z out wide up towards the north side to kind of shore up those defenses, but you know, 628 aren't looking as piping hot as a tart as we saw them earlier on in the tournament coming into this circle. This time they're kind of pulling it back a little bit, a bit more like, come on, John, help me out here.
With what? With your tart metaphor?
Yeah.
Okay, I've got nothing. I'll be honest. I didn't know where you were going.
Help me!
What's your favorite tart filling? That's a question.
I don't eat tarts. That's about it. That's all there is to it. So I don't really have a favorite one, unfortunately. Favorite so far today, definitely Damwon Gaming though.
I'm just going to say treacle right now. That's what I could. But anyway, sorry. Carry on.
God. I feel like if you want to eat a tart, you'd eat the whole thing. But
treacle
couldn't eat a whole treacle tart, I'll tell you that now. But
Maxman's coming in with apple pie. Damwon Gaming.
Oh my, Max, stop. I wanted to stop this metaphor much earlier, and you're not helping, Max.
You will wallow in your own doings.
I know I will. MS Chumbury currently wallowing towards the bottoms of the table at the moment. Not a great position to be in, to be quite frank. And Reject getting caught off guard all over the place. Though we have seen Reject come out with some spicy little plays, but Sarah getting knocked down and flushed. There's much to be left desired for Reject at the moment, with Divine all the way on the distance as well. Xavier coming off a hot game, though, on Miramar.
And Damwon as well, the guys that could potentially prove us wrong on our theories at the start of this, and actually dealing with Rico Infinity team for Song, but 2 players for them forwards position against Xavier. That's a really good nade! Finds 2! Fabian around the corner, perfect timing! And 2 players from Xavier move down to the red bars, and the third one soon to follow. Looking for more, and it's just Frankie up top, and he is put back in the ground. Damwon Gaming fighting fit.
That was spectacular coming through from Damwon Gaming. An incredible grenade to an instant regroup from the back of that defending versus Rico Infinity team. That does not happen easily, and Damwon Gaming are looking damn fine today. And I want to continue to see this, and I think it will continue.
Hopefully,
definitely contenders for the champion.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. No doubt in your mind. I can smell it. Oh, like a piping hot treacle tart fresh out the oven.
Back. Get out of the way, Max.
All over
Come
the
in,
place.
Imperium.
Oh dear. Well, what a turn of events there in the northern part of the center circle fields. 6 to 8 still dominate on the southwestern side in terms of their positioning, with Cryptics at their back, and the Infinity still a little bit further towards the coastline, playing that tree ridge on the south side.
A little bit of awkward spot to play in at the moment. They're all right. I think DRS have not been having a good of times. And I mean, Blair brought this up earlier, saying that, you know, they're not a bad team, but they are certainly down their luck here in the PMGC League Finals. You know, just barely scraping it in. And let's be honest with you, that FaZe win at the end of league play was an incredibly sad moment. And I don't think anyone had DRS on their minds in that moment either. But, you know, if things went differently, DRS would not be in this finals. And I think that FaZe certainly fought tooth and nail to make it in. Unfortunately, they aren't here. And I think DRS, they really need to live up to the legacy that FaZe had to leave behind so they could get it in.
I mean, it's a question of when they started that fight, right? FaZe, they looked strong at the end of the tournament, but it was too late. You need to be strong consistently across this tournament, which is, you know, what the Infinity did more so than any other team, fantastically well. Kind of haven't quite seen it here. They have been cut off a couple of times, and I feel like if there's a game for them to go back to that consistency, it might be this one. But I don't want to go harping on about them too much, because we've spoken about them a lot in the early game. I want to talk about Team Secret now, moving in on the northwestern side. This is a team that generally hasn't been massively standout. They've had some good games. They've had some great plays. But I think that they are really starting to come into their own here in these league finals.
Yeah, I think it does surprise me massively, though, because Team Secret start very strong and then slowly fall off. Reject are still desperately trying to make it through, sending out their players wide. They didn't find anywhere to find a home. It's just Duello's hiding out the back garden of Nigma's palace right now. Nothing to be done so far. The Infinity taking fight with Stalwart, though. This is a really good chance for them to get some points on board, plus battle against one of the better teams in the lobby.
All rivals lose a player on the northeastern side, and the rest of them, they're not even close enough by to go back and look for that res. Not that you'd really want to either. Across the way, Damwon Gaming, they're pinging shots over towards Stalwart, will get their elimination as well. They've racked themselves up to 5. The Infinity on 4, close on their tail, and actually fairly close by geographically as well on this south side. This is a good shift for the Infinity.
It is a great shift for the Infinity. They're going to like this. Now, I'm going to go back on my word here. You know, I said Stalwart one of the better teams, but they are consistently going out now. And I do think that Stalwart is held up by the memories of greater moments in this tournament at the moment, right? Action, top, with some fantastic outplays, but they're not happening anymore. And to be honest with you, till that changes, I don't think Stalwart sits in my mind as one of the better teams anymore.
I mean, you had a lot of faith in them, right? Like, it felt like throughout this whole tournament, but it's just, you know, once bitten, twice bitten, 3 times bitten, you're getting shyer and shyer by the moment.
I am. I absolutely am. And something needs to change, because they're by no means a bad team. And I think that Action should stay a PUBG Mobile esports player for a long time, because what he's been able to do here during PMGC is basically make a name for himself over one event on a global stage for me. And I think that that is not something easily taken away from a player. So I'd like to see him more, even top as well. So I think it's just quite frustrating for me at times to see Stalwart fall so hard on their face. And I think that if a team could change, I'd like it to be Stalwart. But right now, I don't like Stalwart.
Oh dear, we're flip-flopping on allegiances here at the start of the league finals. It's definitely an improvement, I would say. Overall, this game is getting more interesting. Team Secret moving in on the south side now. Cryptic's pretty close by. This northeastern push is going to be brutal, Blank. In about 30 seconds, I want to say. It's really going to come to a head. A little bit further to north, Nova, DRS, Reject the remaining player, Enigma Galaxy, got Genesis Dogma as well on the northeastern side. Everybody's looking for spots. And look at this. You try and make this break, MS Chonburi find out just how hard it is. Damwon, right now, they've had a corker of a start, but they're sort of out in the open here.
I think that this is a major change for Damwon. which I'm going to talk about right now, is something that I identified during like these last games, is that they're playing so much more central. I think if you would look back on their league play, they were very much edging it in every single time, trying to get those points where they could. But now they're playing more like a team that has confidence in themselves and confidence to lead the lobby from the center of the pack. And I think that is admirable change. And I think that if they can keep going with it, that's great news.
Infinity do take a knock on the outpost. God Tunny out in the field, actually. So MS Chonburi deal with that position. Nova, eyes like hawks, trained on DRS's rotation. They know they're getting flanked on towards the western side, and BTR are already ahead of them. A little bit of a scrap on that hillside as Nigma Galaxy take some pretty heavy hits on the northeast, as well as the last players from Reject.
They're just looking over towards Bigatron, just down to 3 players after an early unfortunate incident regarding Reject. Bigatron, with not a lot of points to account for. This game has to mean a lot here on our angle. I know we've seen Bigatron in sticky spots before, so hopefully they can kind of pull themselves out of it, but with the fields that flood through the center of this circle, it's starting to look a little bit iffy for me, John.
Little bit on the northeastern side. Put up a good fight, but Duello does go down in the end for Reject. They get a couple of points, sure. Good news. Maybe a little bit less than they would have liked. The spray downs are brutal, but Cryptic's under pressure now. Rico Infinity team around the side. The jump out from Marshall finds one and a lot of damage over onto Anas. Escaton once more for the DP, but El Chapo stands tall inside the shack, and now it's just Fadan left for Rico Infinity team on the push. As his teammates getting sprayed down, Marshall can get res, and Cryptics, they send Lazy Boy out on a scouting mission to see if it's safe to go for the backup, but they might not even need it. 6-8 in the meantime, they have downside onto this whole affair.
Incredible hold there coming through from El Chapo. Yes, the initial jump shot coming through from his teammate was beautiful, but the follow-up from El Chapo to wait a brief moment before coming back out again to surprise, that was incredible stuff. But 6-8, they're starting to move their way up here. Honestly, still quite split, and I need to see them come back together again. 33Z tends to be that forward scout for them. Playing from this western side, this is a hope against hope that the circle hardships, but Yu Yang's flying in.
He's already managed to get right up to the shack. 2 players from Cryptics. They stood tall last time against Rico Infinity team. Trying again, and Yu Yang. Oh, he gets burned down. Marshall, though, knocked in response. The flushes will probably come through there. Team Secret getting that elimination onto the cards. El Chapo alive still in the shack as Yu Yang falls for 6-8.
Team Secret actually eliminated both of those players and got both the knocks in that process. So there is an oversight here. Crack shots coming through from Team Secret to make this one happen. And, you know, we were saying, like, they've had a huge improvement coming through from the league play into the PMGC League Finals. Now, looking at this team, it's not something that I expected one bit. 33Z sends off.
Oh, he's got to spot that. He knows he's in the vehicle. Come on, nice shots. You've got to land these. Needs to change weapons, looking for the spray. El Chapo in the open. It's not just Team Secret who will be spotting him out now. The rest of Cryptics providing a safe haven, and somehow he makes that cross under the watchful eye of Team Secret.
I think the difficulty with that now is taking Cryptics down to 2 players would have significantly helped Team Secret's cause, but now they have to fly into a position that has 3 players still alive, and they're going over fairly open ground. They're still outside of the circle itself, so that single knock there could have been all the difference they needed.
And now they have treacherous waters to swim through ahead of them. The fields of corn not really giving them too much to go on. The trio from the Infinity have really solid sightlines over all of these fields with the buildings that they hold. They kept a lot of that circle to themselves, and you can see nobody's near them. Nobody's nearby. It's really only MS Chonburi to their north who might even think about going out this way.
This is a beginning for the Infinity, though. Good stuff, up to 6 eliminations. 3 players still alive here. That's a nice nade. Hits Jumper direct.
Oof. Team Secret, they're getting cut down from the sidelines as Mela, he might be out in the blue, but he's playing with his back to it and fighting out very nicely. Got that upwards angle. Team Secret
no
really struggling. Oh, on the northern side in the meantime, DRS and Bigatron both go bye-bye. 2 teams eliminated in the blink of an eye.
That's so unfortunate. High Boy desperately trying to get away from the carnage, but one of the vehicles just took a fair too many bullets and blows him up in the process. So 2 teams both get the knockout punch at the same time. Team Secrets, as iShot's creeping his way in, but I do think they're now just down to 3 players. With only 2 eliminations, they want to go a little bit further than just 8th place, but it's the Infinity causing the problems. They want to get this aggression on, but it's being stymied by the Infinity's players.
Team Secret are just getting shut down. Senkei lands the spray kid now. I think that's last standing for Team Secret. It'll be very difficult to get back from that. Infinity moving out as well. And by the way, in the meantime, Damwon Kia are the only team that still has 4 players alive. Black.
They've been chilling, and they're still in the circle as it shifts over towards that southeast side. This opens things up just a little bit for the Infinity, and I think they have done enough on that southeast side to kind of keep themselves safe from the teams over towards that western edge. 6-2-8 under pressure.
Pushing down on them at the moment, as are the nades. 4 rivals they want to send out. They want these kills. They want to eliminate this threat at their back. They know exactly where he is now. Daoshi needs this spray down, but can't quite land all the damage he needs. And there's the off angle. 33Z as well, looking to try and suppress that line, but they were preoccupied. The buggy swinging out wide doesn't even get knocked, and that's beautiful for 4 rivals right now. 33Z leaves Daoshi in the dust. Last player standing, and in comes the swing again. The heal was good, and the flush is looking better. Cryptic's trying to stop this from happening, and they will be able to find one, but will they be able to get the rest? I'm not sure.
It's a very heads-up move there from Cryptic to try and eliminate at least 1 player from 4 rivals. Pemburu trying to move in. Lazy Boy still on the swivel, but it's Logan. A beautiful spray down, gets 1. Senkei under pressure as well now.
Taking a lot of damage, but doesn't quite go down. Not to him anyway, as Junie pinches that one away. I just want to confirm these flushes as well. Who's going to get it? I'm not entirely sure he managed to pick that one up. It was Mela in the end of it. Senkei does go down, adding to the elimination total on the Infinity's tally. Damwon also have taken a knock.
Pull that player back up again. They have the vehicles to move through with 4 rivals. Moves up to a new hay bale. Pemburu here in action. Drops the smoke, clears one side. Jasper has to drop to his belly to survive from the more shots, but this is Damwon Kia just holding down a shack by themselves. Now they have to clear some space around them. The Infinity, though, they are on a warpath at the moment, John.
Are they trying to break Damwon Gaming's record already? I mean, we only just had it. I'm not sure there's actually enough people alive in the lobby. But if they keep picking up those flushes, keep picking up those eliminations, they might just be able to do it. 12, what do we need, a 19 record? I don't think it's doable. I don't think it's doable at this stage. With only 12 on the board, 7 remain. They could tie it. They could tie it if they pick up the flush onto the MSC player.
They could. Tying it would be nice, though. Early time to do it, saying that, you know, Damwon Kia, you're not the only ones with the chops on you. But also will give them an extreme amount of placement points, and elimination points would be very helpful for them to stay at the top of those standings. Damwon Kia, though, having this position at 3rd place with 4 players alive, they just need to play this cautiously now. And this is all down to the guys from the Infinity's mechanical skill. But with the shift over towards MS Chamburi, the relative underdogs here, we could see if they can get these eliminations and possibly pull out a chicken dinner here right at the final moments.
Good shift. Nuzi scoping out, getting some recon in that buggy, a forwards position, and might be able to claim a bale or 2. But no one really wants to give position away. You know it's hard to actually get that full knock over onto Nuzi if he's moving so fast. I mean, the spray downs, they should be able to get it. I mean, that's bold from Nuzi. Come on. Getting up on the tractor.
Yeah, I think with the amount of smokes, though, it's possible. It's possible to go for that kind of play because you know that MS Chamburi holding that position. Like, the smokes in front of them are to buy time whilst teams move up towards their position. And when they get more out in the open behind these hay bales, then they can start to strike. The Infinity doing a lot more fidgeting right now than Damwon Kia, who are just slowly edging their way in. They do have the loot crate right in front of them that will assist them slightly in terms of giving them a bit more loot on board. But you see here, Sung, no backpack, 1 first aid kit. An awkward way to end the game, but I mean, they have been doing a hell of a lot of fighting from that middle.
I mean, you know, you really can't, you want to play a little bit more sneaky, sure. But even at this point, maybe, you know, with all 4 of you alive, you might want to keep that backpack on and play a little bit less snake in the grass. Fabian always been spotted. Logan gets the first knock. Excellent opener. You're right, and repositions. It still has a UAZ available. Nuzi still has a buggy. Logan moves forwards, and the Infinity, they've got a lot of resources to leverage.
Yeah, this is the power of vehicles, is you just have a moving compound, especially here on the fielded position. And the UAZ is even more important because the elevation it actually provides you is surprisingly good, as Logan finds out there with a nice little oversight over towards Damwon Gaming. They are now just evening the playing field slightly. I don't think they'll be able to get Fabian back up again with the way this blue is pushing him in. Even picking him up will be dangerous, so I'm more than likely going to say this is Damwon Kia down to just the 3 players. That's Fabian down.
Slow and steady now. The Infinity start to crawl their way in. At the moment, MS John Burry seem to be the arbiters. Moving forwards, Nuzi takes a tickle. ZenC2 wants to spray out. Oh, he goes right back into the smoke. Excellent reposition that.
Takes some shots back and kind of has to give up the chase, right? Gets a few damage numbers coming through to his way, and he's like, I might go for a little bit more, but it's Junie with the longest nade I've seen in a while. Good old Junie long arm.
Is that what they call him?
That's what they call him, Junie long arm.
Oh yeah, oh I. Nuzi fairly unresable unless they get behind a buggy, get behind some cover. Nuzi flushed out, and now 3 players from Damwon is
fantastic.
Two rattled down very fast from Damwon as they look good right now. But one of them has fallen as well as Long Arm himself, Junie, to get knocked. Now the Infinity with 2 are on an even footing. Last player Ponzai for MS Chonburi as they move up over the top. Mela wants to pick up these flushes, wants those elimination points on board. But MS Chonburi, they're getting picked apart. Chum in the water, now it's 2 versus 2.
Logan's got a great swipe though. I don't know if Sung spotted him yet, but he certainly will spot Forest. But Logan's trying to get towards the backside. So close, who spots who first? That's the question, John.
I think Logan's more on the swivel here. Yeah, Sung up and down. Forest wants to challenge. He doesn't even need to see him. He knows exactly where he's going to be playing for. The Infinity, they're back, baby, on the top. Chicken dinner.
With a huge amount of elimination points as well for the Infinity. You know, Jason, you gotta keep going for these guys. That's the only way to do it. Keep predicting them because they're gonna win at some point. It is just inevitable. But seriously good win from the Infinity. And those final moments were very strong. But I have to also give that game to Damwon Kia because that was a really, really heads-up moment where it's a case of find one knock over towards the Infinity and immediately look towards MS Chonburi's position because they know that in that situation where you have that open ground in front of you, MS Chonburi is most likely going to drop up and try and take that knock, try and take that elimination point. And Damwon Gaming are so focused that they can keep eyes on 2 teams at once. And I think that is the main power of Damwon Gaming at the moment is their control.
Well, speaking of powers though, the Infinity, they stepped up. They played that game that they love to play. I mean, Blank, you were talking about them earlier and saying these guys are almost unparalleled when it comes to playing as a 4-player unit and having that decision-making coming through.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that if you look at the Infinity, one thing that makes them so strong is just their awareness of the lobby, where people are playing, that information that is just constantly flooding into their data mines. It is really, really good. And I think that when we look at them, we always say, wow, that timing is so good on those pushes. And I think a lot of that has to do with the awareness they have of where teams are fighting, when teams are fighting, and why they're fighting. It's the why that's really important. And I feel like that's what the Infinity has figured out.
Well, we know what happened because of all of that. It's the chicken dinner coming through. 16 eliminations as well. A whole heap of points to the Infinity.
Come on, boys.
Oh. Yeah.
How do I fit my brain in this head? Yeah, Infinity take home the win. Finally, like them able to replicate the performance they had when it came to our league stage of the entire event, right? Able to see them back towards the top of the table, but besides them winning, which is something we're kind of used to, and I feel bad that I'm like moving on so fast from this, is the fact that Damwon again get a fantastic result and again get 20+ points to add to their tally and should have just been able to shoot themselves even further up the leaderboards.
Yeah, I had a few moments where I was a little bit scared with how Damwon would potentially end off this game because they, and that's something you pointed out, Kalaris, earlier, is that they were very clustered on top of one another. If they allowed a singular team or just even a singular player to get close enough for those nades, things would have gone down really quickly for Damwon, but towards the end they tried to go for a little bit of a wider split, make sure that 4 Rivals, 628, Nova could not make it into the circle, so they understood that they had a chance to go for a win, so they tried to actually make the plays to actually make that happen. So yeah, I mean, Damwon gave himself a big win earlier, and now a second place on this game. This team is just gunning for the top here.
Yeah, it's great and really, really cool to see. Again, I do think that they've adapted to the lobby well. I think that they're very studious about this lobby and have really gone back and taken a look at how other teams are playing around them. But you have to give huge props to what we've seen here from Infinity, Jason. You keep calling them, and Infinity here, they put in so much work. Newsy and Logan. Logan's last couple of eliminations here throughout this, he looks absolutely stellar in terms of controlling these fields, in terms of using the UAs, and I'll leave it at that.
Whoa. I don't want you to leave it at that. Can you keep going? 1600 damage almost done. Oh my god. 1583 elims, but only 22% of his team's contribution. I mean, those elims, I guess, being such a major factor when it comes to calculating that, but that's insane. Even the MVP points, 5.1, Newsy. For me, I think I'm happy just to see him, again, replicating performances he had when it came to the league stage.
Yeah, it's good to see consistency and continuity, especially from the league play into the league stage finals, and it's great to see them get himself the win like that. But he was playing at one of the best positions in the circle with his team, in such they were playing the compound is north of Longwood, and he was actually playing the rooftop position. So you expect him, because of that, to maybe not convert those eliminations, but at least to get a lot of damage to try and push teams away and try and make their resources dwindle just a tad. So he was very proactive to make things a lot easier for his team if they had to move out into the fields, which they had to do afterwards. So now they're up to 55 points. They're already closing that gap on Damwon, but the fact that we're seeing Nova with 0 chicken dinners above on Xavier that have 2 wins, I find that also to be a very big upset for Xavier in particular. Yeah. Nova are coming in strong here.
They keep racking up the eliminations even when they're not exactly pushing super like to proper like first or second in some of these games. I mean, fourth in round 2, fourth place with 6 eliminations, round 3, third place with 11 eliminations, and now he is still converting once again. I think yeah, maybe Nova has cracked the code for some of the woes that they had throughout league play as well as Super Weekends.
Yeah, and I kind of hope so. I mean, it'd be kind of, well, no, it wouldn't even be kind of, it'd be a major loss to all of us out there if the defending, champions aren't back to participate in the grand finals the year after. But we can see here what you guys can get. Maybe not $362,500 for winning the finals here, but you get yourself some permanent rewards unlocked. It goes until the 13th of January. So make sure you guys are watching in the Esports Center over on YouTube to collect those PMGC tokens you need to unlock those. And to help you guys even get more tokens, we have Lucky Draw happening on the live stream. We also have a 500,000 peak concurrent viewers challenge, and you get 900 tokens for that. You only need 1,200 to open up the chest. So make sure you guys are trying to get as many people in here as possible. And you can obviously use the code PMGC token as well to redeem for some extra tokens to help you out, Max. Hopefully you can do that as well. I'm waiting for you to throw that pan at me. I'm waiting to dodge it because I'm so much better than you at this game. Except I'm not. You'll kick my butt, which makes me really sad considering you didn't even make it into PMCO and you would demolish me.
Can we stop bringing that back, Jason?
I gave you a compliment.
We've got to bring back I didn't make it in PMCO, okay? I get it, it's fine. I didn't make it through the qualifiers. I was going to say I will one day, but we know that won't happen. But wow, 2 wins from...
Well, I hope you don't,
change subject.
Because if you become like a pro professional player, then you can't be on broadcast with us. And who else is going to bully?
That won't happen.
I have a list of people we could replace Max with if you want. No, I'm just...
Oh, okay. Yeah, hit me up actually while we're in the break, and maybe we can look into those ones. And speaking of the break, I believe we're going to be heading to one here while we set things up for Sandhawk coming up in just a few minutes' time. Cannot wait to see what's going to happen there. So we'll see you guys in just a few minutes.
deserve it. Oh, do this to them!
I'm so sorry.
You've killed them! Look at them!
FaZe still in contention though. FaZe up a real possibility.
Really?
I think it really is. Oh no!
Oh no!
It's FaZe down!
No, I'm so
On
sorry.
your face!
I'm so sorry.
Why would you do this to them?
I'm so sorry.
You've killed them! Look at them! They're dead!
Huh?
Oh!
Excuse me.
He's waiting out.
Just
They
needs to
are-
move forward.
They are out in the open. He's waiting for the tree to provide some cover. You can see he wants to move out to the right-hand side here. He's
we
going
go.
for the shots, lines up, the one for top, looks for the knock and action.
What a play! What? He's gonna get it! He gets it! Tony K! Movement on the vehicles and Frankie. A prolonged spray coming in from Ponzai, but he will be finished off by NC2. Stalwart now against their the counterparts in the name of 628. The two STEs going up against each other, but 628 have a massive advantage. It's a 1 versus 4 for Scry, and as incredible as this player is, it is looking very, very unlikely.
Happy about this one. Somehow they've managed to keep all their players up. It's been rough though. I think a lot of them are down. Sadly, this is why Damwon here is towards the bottom of the tables, is that they are just crumbling under the might of Nova at the moment.
Wow, that's brutal. That is brutal. The nades just keep pouring down, and that is Damwon here eliminated from the game. 3 teams remaining.
One gaming. A nade from 628 will connect onto Tony K. Looking to be stolen away by Fadat. Is there anything sweeter than a normal elimination? It's stealing an elimination away from another player. That's a double knock by Fadat. Rico, what is up?
Right next to each other, Shifu seems to be aware, but Freak's fully patched up. Shifu, he checks the corner, he goes
No!
for the but he's more than ready as Freak on a sliver. 1 HP. And Freak he's only got bandages, so Turu, if your times is right, he knows it's there on the corner. Molotov, yeah, that's gonna flush Freak out. Comes Free firing.
What?
What a play!
What?
Freak absolutely ruins Deadeye's guy's days. Yeah, Emma Seanbury have evacuated the premises, and Tony K. Okay. KKK. Tony K. If that M249 could shred them, he's gonna go for the play.
Oh, I love that.
Tony K finds one, runs back up again. Now Scry does go for the res. Going for the long reload. It takes about half an hour. It's like assembling an IKEA table. It's going to come peering around the corner again. Another knock for Tony K. He's found 3 members of Stalwart Esports. It's going to get it. He gets it. Tony K. The 1v4 against Stalwart. What a beast.
light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
All right, a little bit of a longer break because we wanted to make sure things are ready to go and we get you guys hyped up and excited as well to see the Infinity carrying on victory after victory for the rest of the day. I'm calling it right now, which is why my predictions are always sticking with them. If we actually took a look at like average results for our predictions, I feel like I would generally be in a better place than everyone out there. But then again, I'm always picking the #1 team, so it kind of makes sense, right? But anyways, we'll move past that. Maxman, what's up, man? What do you want to talk about? Let's talk about anything. Let's open it up for you. What do you want to talk about?
I fell on the spot there for a second. I mean, if we're looking back on the last game, if there's a team that I'm still happy to see perform relatively well when it comes to this, is Team Secret. Last game, they went for the Stolberg and Meshki split, which is what they typically tend to do, so no issue with that one on the plane path whatsoever. But because of how the plane paths were shown up and how these circles were shifting, they actually went from a Stolberg split, rotating all around the northern side, down south of Everest, around to the western side next to Quarry, then south Ferry Pier, and entered the circle that way. I think that Team Secret, it was a big setup there, Kalash. I see you, but it was a good idea because they were trying to find the best entry point. I think that's one thing that Team Secret got really good at throughout this tournament, is actually finding the path of least resistance to try and gain strong position. So sure, it did not result in a win, but I like the ideas that they come up with from time to time.
Well, yeah, I mean, you evaluate basically where your plane path is and then the circle. Sorry, I blanked out for a second there. I don't know what I was doing. You evaluate where the plane path... I just go, wow, yeah, what an amazing point. You evaluate where the plane path was relative to that circle, and then you know where the majority of teams are going to be coming in, right? And that's what a team like Team Secret is good at doing, which is, I love wide rotates. More of those, please. More of those.
Okay, quick little shout out here to our sponsor of PMGC ONE+ with its flagship performance and immersive 120Hz display and hyper-touch technology made specifically for gamers. The ONE+ 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards, potentially get here into PMGC one day. Well, Max, maybe when we get you a ONE+, you'll be able to qualify into PMCO. But let's see if you can qualify into PMCO with a prediction game. Who do you got?
Oh, that would probably be a no also, Jason, to be completely honest. But I mean, I'm going to take Kalars's prediction of earlier. I'm going to go for Enigma Galaxy. They tend to be good on this map, so we'll see if they can get a win here.
Okay. Well, I'm taking Infinity. Kalaris, round it out for us.
I'm taking Rico Infinity because, you know, they like Paradise's hub. Yeah, it's Infinity, isn't it? Yeah, that's the one. That's right, yeah.
Well, I think they fight up against the Xavier. We'll see if that's going to happen in Paradise. But speaking of Paradise, let's go to two dreamy gentlemen. Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. Oh, it's John on Blake. My bad.
Can't believe you do us like that. Can't believe you do us like that. I was all smiling. I was all smiles. Now I'm in a rotten mood going into this sandbox.
All right, then. Chill out. Have enough of that. Take a little wee cheeky drink of some water. Stay hydrated. And no, I'm not going to do the rest of that one, as I know how badly it has gone before. And if you know, you know. But we are here now on Sandhawk. Most teams heading up towards that northern side, as per usual. The Infinity going to be heading up towards Cowtown Muck, having that split come through. The Xavier, this is a map that I'm curious to watch them on. It's going to be an interesting one. I think they've had some strange splits over on this map. They've had weekends where Bigatron's not been, so they head up toward the eastern side. This time they have to find a home here on Sandhawk.
And can Damwon as well repeat that performance on this Sandhawk? Will they be able to stick it to the north side as they were able to do last time around? Oh, Pembaru. He's in the sights, but Nima not quite able to land the spray there. Iron Sights not playing well for the four rivals on the north edge.
Happy days, though, for Pambura. Actually gets to play the game for just a short while, at least. We'll see how far they do go. Four rivals this time heading up towards the northeastern side of the map, no longer dropping towards Hatin as they did in league play. Didn't really work out for them. I felt they were very confused over towards that western island. Not sure whether to cross the bridge, not sure whether to head on back and take some more fights with maybe 628 or MS Chamburi. This time I'm much happier. This time they drop over, they get one knock onto Nuzi and will follow up that with an elimination. So the Infinity will have to be aware of this now. No longer do they have full control over towards that northern side. Teams are challenging them.
twice in a row as well. This is the second time they've just lost a player instantly on Sandhawk to the same team as well. So you have to wonder, yeah, probably after this they'll have repositioned it, but it's not too much use moving forwards. I mean, you've already had a not great game, to be honest, on the Sandhawk before. For the Infinity, they just got picked apart last time around. And the 4 rivals were the ones to start tugging at that jumper thread. Hopefully, we'll be able to ravel a couple more points on.
Or the Infinity will be able to unravel the mystery that is the northern side of Sandhawk and figure it out with the gang in tow. We will see how they go about this. I think tomorrow there has to be big changes for them. If that means heading over more towards that Western Island, sending out Newsy wide has been very good for them recently, especially in league play. Gives them a lot of information earlier on in the game, make sure they know where people are playing, and that's how they've had that such a large grip over that side of the map, being able to move down from there with basically the majority of the map open to them. Bigatron now dropping just to the east of the Western Bridge. You know, it's all popping off. A lot of teams looking for additional areas to play around, give themselves more space, but it has increased the amount of landmass being taken. But it does mean the Infinity is cramped now towards the northern side.
I always love defying the stats. Like, and you can see, you know, DXavier, they are, but on averages, the worst team on Sandhawk over the course of this tournament. They are 3.3 the worst team that is in this finals on Sandhawk. 3.3 average points per map. In a central location as well, you have to wonder, is this the spot where they can change that story?
I mean, it would be something that would be very useful to them, considering the amount of times you play Sandhawk here in the finals. I think for DXavier, they've had so many trials and tribulations here on Sandhawk and gone through so many different iterations. I don't think many other teams have had to deal with that. There've only been a couple of other significant changes, namely Bigatron versus Nova, down towards Painan, which has changed up with Bigatron now heading over towards Rico Infinity's position on Paradise Resort. But DXavier, they've played very much on the eastern coast. They played up towards Tap Mok, moved down into Paradise Resort, been rebuffed by Rico Infinity team. They've played close down towards the southeast coast as well. So for DXavier, there have been so many areas where they've tried to play, tried to figure it out. And unlike other teams where, for instance, let's just look at the Infinity, for example's sake, 628's hold on the Western Bridge on our angle, they've been able to break that hold. DXavier, they have never been able to break a hold here on Sandhawk. They have always struggled and have been forced to move away from their original drop spots. So I think for DXavier, there has to be a massive change in tow. But their last Super Weekend looked pretty good. And coming off the bat of that with 2 chicken dinners in hand, maybe this is a time for a change.
Although it's kind of crazy to me that off 2 chicken dinners, they only find themselves in 4th. A 50% win rate on these games, and they are in 4th place right now. To me, that's kind of insane, right? And the fact that not only are they in 4th place, but off from that 1st place, there's a difference of, what is that, 4 plus 3 makes 7, as we all know. And then there's, yeah, so 17 points between 4th and 1st place. It's kind of nuts that they're that far behind.
It has been a case where the games they haven't got a chicken dinner have been almost pitiful. I mean, last game going out in 16th place, not good at all. And that's not what you really expect from a 50% chicken dinner winning team, right? It's really not. So I think for DXavier, perhaps this is limit testing. And for any other team, I would say that is a huge mistake here in the finals. But for DXavier, you know, there have been so many problems for them. You know, trying to rush out now and find where you can get those points. You're still in 4th place. There is still time to mend this. So I think that for DXavier, it's just a case of let's try find what works on the 1st day of finals. And then from there, we can kind of shore that up into the 2nd and 3rd day.
Build those foundations strong, right? You want to create yourself a solid bed to build your house. Can't be building on the sand. We know all about how that goes. It's terrible.
It falls over once you put the stilts on.
It's true.
The worst. I've done it before.
You built houses on sand.
many excursions, expeditions to the beaches. Not over the past 2 years, though. Never.
That's true. You had a run in with a crab and he never wants to go back.
It's true. Japanese spider crab.
Ooh,
the one and
gangly.
only. Yeah. The John Allen.
Oh, no. I can't believe
You've run directly into that wall.
I can't believe you've done
Unlucky.
this.
Looking at the map, though, at the moment, we do have a lot of teams towards the center. You know, it's getting to a case where I think the majority of these teams, when you get to the finals, a lot of them are confident in their capability, and trying to take this space early is not a bad idea here on Sandhawk, considering those circle shifts and the amount of terrain you have to cross isn't going to be that large. Putting yourself in the central position where you can get to those circle shifts easier is a good idea on Sandhawk, specifically with all these rocks that you have available to, all the brushes, the areas to hide around and stay hidden. Just generally what you want to do when you hide. You know, there's a lot of availability to play close to other teams.
Rejects on the end of the quarry compounds. Rico Infinity team, they left from Paradise Resort. They moved down south fairly far, and they are having a little bit of a tough time of it. Getting spotted out by Stalwart, who have moved down to the southeast bootcamp hill.
Look for something. This time they don't have to deal with phase anymore on that Super Weekend where they would play up on that northeast edge. But this time, Bigatron, they've taken a leaf out of Phase's book and they picked up that compound for themselves. So Stalwart wasn't likely to check that compound, considering, you know, if they've been watching the games, they know that Bigatron have typically been taking this stale fight down towards Painan, and this is the first time we see Bigatron here. So they're more than likely to move down towards the south side, thinking it's clear. The Infinity out there, on the other hand, as you can see on your map, they're still all the way on that northern side. This is typically how they've played the majority of their Sandhawks, which is a very late entrance to the circle, and I'm okay with it. It's worked out more often than not, so we'll see how they continue to play here. Currently, it is funny in terms of the overall points over the entirety of the tournament. In terms of averages, you got Stalwart 10.3 points per game on Sandhawk, the Infinity very close behind at 9.9, and something I didn't expect is Genesis Dogma in third place at 9.5. I thought that these guys were kings of Erangel, not kings of Sandhawk. Or at least princes.
That's true. That's true. The third. So does that make them the jack, or does that make them the queen if Stalwart are the ace? I don't know. I'm not sure. You see my dilemma? You see my dilemma here? Okay.
The queens.
Cool.
Yeah.
Queens of the queens. Genesis Dogma, the queens of Sandhawk. There you go.
Yeah.
Although there are 16 teams in this and only 13 cards in a suit. So
you don't get to play if you're in 14, 15, 16.
Oh no.
Yeah, you are off the table at that
no.
point.
Oh no. Anyway, but either way, early game Sandhawk is where we find ourselves. So not really going to be able to exercise any of that monarchical control just yet. And really, the name of the game here is to avoid making those classic mistakes, right, Blank?
I don't think we can see classic mistakes being made at the moment, at least. I'm unsure. Yeah, I mean, even if there are any, I don't see them currently on the map. I think that if you were to make a classic mistake, it would be to move into Quarry right now. That would be a classic mistake, but both teams realize that it's not the option. It's not the answer.
Not quite. Not
Hello.
Quite. Shooting out over the trench between the two of them, though. This is posturing. It's letting each other know that you're there, because you're not really going to be able to get these flushes unless someone makes a bright, open, wide display of recklessness, quite frankly, to go out in the open and try and go for one of these crosses. It's really the teams on your own side that you're going to have to be more worried about.
I think for Team Secret, they're kind of okay, though. I think they do have DRS behind them, but DRS just love to follow Team Secret around. Seems to be their main goal in this tournament. Team Secret Stalkers, DRS. Though I will say that so far Team Secret have been having the better end of it at the moment. You know, in the PMGC League Finals, I think they've surprised us so far, I'll put it that way. And I'd imagine the guys on the desk would also agree with that sentiment. It's a surprising turn of events for Team Secret, considering that they did appear to be like that one and done team. It was one game, fantastic, and then that same fire just wouldn't reoccur in those next games, and it was very weird to see. It was almost like a Dr. Jekyll and Hyde moment for Team Secret, where you'd have the one game transformed into a monster of a team, and then the next just a quivering doctor.
That's true. That's true. So it's very difficult to know which one you're going to be facing up against as well. That rolls DRS, Team Secret, holding out with Kid already knocked on their compound. Pretty decent roof side position for iShots as Mafia Ninja looks to follow up on the eastern edge. Genesis Dogma might be able to spot a couple of players if they try and push out the back as well. So difficult for Team Secret, but Mafia Ninja gets shut down. iShots spots it on the hillside from the top there. The circle's going to shift them away after this fight, and DRS struggling to summit.
This is great from Fredo, getting behind them in that process of that first knock comes through. It's an instant rotate. Really well played from him. He needs to be careful, though, and get those nades through the window fairly quickly. But AJ goes down to an explosion on the outside.
Ooh, that might have been a gas canister as well in the middle, just burning DRS up. They go down in flames. Unfortunate for DRS, 16th place elimination, but a wipe for Team Secret. Excellent news for their points total.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a big chunk of points going Team Secret's way. I would say the majority of that comes down to iShots. I would also say that some of that is due to almost, I don't know if Nima didn't feed back that information that there's a player on the rooftops, because moving in, going towards that valley side and then pushing up onto iShot's position when he has full view of you, that's a bad take, in my opinion. It's a bad take. I personally wouldn't have gone for that one. I think if the information was relayed across, you might want to circle behind that compound, maybe go a bit further. But I do think that a lot of that was off the back of Jumper on the backside. I don't think if they didn't have Jumper there in position with the nades, that fight doesn't go Team Secret's way, because unless you had an immediate response like Team Secret did, I think DRS were in a really good spot to hunker down.
Fortunately for them, they will struggle. And Team Secret, again, they're going for a little bit of a wide rotate. What James was admiring them for on the desk, they swing all the way down towards Cave. They've left that position now for Rivals pushed on up, and they can reposition to move into the circle from the south side. I think this is great. I think this is a very good move from Team Secret.
It is. Great move indeed. Team Secret now in a much better position for themselves. I mean, it will depend on this next circle, but at least gets them out of harm's way. And if they'd stuck there, 4 Rivals had come behind them. And I think that is a beauty of a rotation like this. It puts you far, far away from your most recent conflict. And now you're relatively an unknown in the circle. So Cryptics, gotta watch out for them coming up towards their side, especially when Cryptics is so split like this.
Oh, waiting for that firing line to establish itself. Mela doesn't quite land the shots over to SK Ton, and now Rico Infinity team are aware of the dogs on their back. Infinity moving in behind them.
At least with a couple of shots going their way, they will have to stop and breathe. But it looks like the Infinity taking a fair few shots, but it's DXavier from along the way. You can see him off in the distance taking shots towards the Infinity. Losing Logan now. I think the Infinity's run is coming to a sad end here on Sandhawk.
Struggled. They were late moving down here. And Mela now out in the blue will fall to play zone. And I mean, what do you do here? God Tunny, he has 21. Okay, he has 21 first aids and 3 medkits.
Well, at least we know what they're going for at this point in time. I feel like they had a decision that was made early on. I wonder if that's the case, if it's, you know, for the Infinity, if we do not have 4 up here on Sandhawk, then we cannot go for this win. And that's why they spend so much time towards that north side, looting up all those buildings, all those compounds up towards Cow, is to get as many first aids as possible. Really good backup plan from the Infinity. I'm actually astonished by how well they've kind of remedied this situation they're in.
But it's so interesting that that's sort of their immediate reaction, right? It's their immediate response to, we've lost a player, that plan B, immediately bang. They're not going to try and play on with 3. They're playing those averages, right? They're playing that expected value game. Yeah, I kind of have to agree with you. It's an impressive feat of shot calling, although it's not something that everybody would be willing to do, right? It takes a little bit of bravery to do that.
But I think that, sorry, I'll talk about after this fight concludes, but we've got 628 going up against MS Chamburi. I think MS Chamburi, a very strong team here on Sandhawk. Flowerge coming in for 628, subbing.
628 were, I think, the 4th best team on this map. Just after Genesis Dogma, the Jacks here. They are just going to try and hold out MS Chamburi. At the moment, no breaches really being forced. No issues being pressed just yet, as the rest of MS Chamburi not quite close enough to make that happen on the western edge.
Oh, that's unfortunate. He's stuck. He's so stuck. Get the vault! Get the vault!
Oh, no.
There we go.
Hang on a minute. What's going on there? NC2 goes down. Is that an off angle coming through? It's Damwon pushing up from Painan to try and play spoiler to this situation. And Jasper now under threat, more so than 628. They have a wall. They have a backup in the form of Damwon as well, as 4 rivals get crunched as on the eastern edge.
Damwon Kia coming up with 4 players in total. Toss some nades across towards Jasper's side, but he moves away in the midst of the smoke. A couple of players from Damwon Kia very far behind though, but with 2 teams being here, it will sort of lock them into this combat. Bigatron have a very important fight they need to win versus Rico Infinity team on that side. They do get a NAS in the process, but that's actually Stalwart chiming in.
Everybody's trying to play in this fight, apparently. The western side starting to become a little bit of a bloodbath. The shift does go their way, so it's a little bit more of a fuse before the dynamite goes off on this western edge, but still very fraught.
With this northwest circle as well, I mean, most of these teams up here now have a vested interest in winning these fights. Yuhai practically solo versus Rico Infinity team. Zuxi comes in right at the end to back him up. And back him up he absolutely needed. 20 bandages, should be able to get his boy up if he can crawl in, but zone 5, you think it's unlikely. Vehicles dropping from the sky there.
Sometimes, you know, it's just gotta happen. Spray downs onto 4 players, dropping from the sky, those bikes. Bigatron now up to 4 eliminations with 1 down. They're not looking too strong to continue, but they have got a good position close to the circle. It's going to be difficult, but I feel like Nova probably very well placed in this scenario, Blank.
Yeah, I think more often than not, you want to be that team that's coming into the circle as opposed to being in the circle, especially when there's very limited compounds here. Stalwart still hold a very strong position off towards that northeast compound. 6-8, I would say not in the greatest of spots right now because I do think their position is compromised massively.
Tricky to navigate out of that as well. I mean, it's the difficulty of being in a compound, kind of in the circle. You're hesitant to leave it, but there are people who are going to have much better positions than you moving forwards. And I think, as I said, I think that's Nova moving here. If they can deal with Enigma Galaxy, you can see they're swinging out to actually look this way. Zorda eats a nade. Do they even go for this res? 27 seconds? Yeah, I feel like you can definitely get this one back up. But the movement slowed as they progress forwards.
Yeah, and it was really important they were fast here, already down to just 5 teams remaining. But yeah, it was important they were fast here to get into position to kind of almost hold out the guys from Stalwart. Damwon Kia, though, they're coming up from the backside. 2 players go down for Enigma Galaxy. There's still 1 alive, I believe, for Enigma Galaxy. Not sure where, but Damwon Gaming would love to get a couple of these kills, maybe pick up some loot.
Certainly would, and Damwon actually have a healer out in the zone as well. Forest is all the way back in Painan for the time being. You can see they kind of feel like the Galaxy have a similar scenario. I imagine they have got someone healing out in the blue. Nova challenging against Stalwart now, who have moved down from their compound in a display of strength that maybe was a little bit too bold, but no, there's nades back uphill as well. And 3 players from Nova getting dropped. Jimmy now last standing for the squad, out looking for those nades, dropping the smokes. Pika looking to pressure in and wipe Nova off the top of the hillside, and there it goes. The bullets land, and it's Nova eliminated. 4 teams remain.
And this is why Stalwart currently sits on top in terms of average points per map on Sandhawk. Extremely good stuff. 6-8 starting to make their way in. Surprisingly still here in the game. You see Ralph Sandhawk healing specialist. Now she goes down to Junie on a sliver of HP. Will get an extra limb point for his troubles. Can he get behind this tree, though?
Oh, he's managed to make it to cover, but 33Z, yeah, okay, there's off angles as well. Junie gets flushed. Stalwart trying to dominate this circle, continue this sweep around, and with 4 players alive, you've got to think it's a good idea. Moving in for Stalwart, trying to guide it out, pick up a chicken dinner. You said you'd lost a bit of faith in them. Seems like they haven't taken those words to heart, though. They managed to get yet another flush. They're clearing out this circle, and they're going to be dealing out with 3 survivors moving forwards. Enigma Galaxy, I think Dumb One still have a healer out in the zone as well.
Dumb One's out. Yeah, Dumb One's out now. No meds left. Ralph's still got about 8 in the pocket. And it will be the Sandhawk specialist, Mr. Ralph from Enigma Galaxy, once again getting himself some cheeky points on board. Now, I will say that this is an interesting strategy from both Damwon Kia as well as Enigma Galaxy, and I can appreciate it now, which is where they'll send at least 2 into the zone to try and force these fights early and clear the amount of teams in the lobby as quickly as possible. And because both teams were able to do this, they were able to get a 3rd place and a 2nd place respectively. If it was on the other case, it was just one guy out in the zone, let's say the Infinity, those teams don't drop fast enough for you to get that amount of points.
Ralph just drawing into the inexorable demise. Last first aid about to be popped, and Stalwart with all 4 alive at the end of Sandhawk Blank. They will be able... Oh, he's picked up 3 more. Okay, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. He's just slowing us down. Just a tad. Just a touch.
Well, I mean, they're calling the Sandhawk Ralph med specialist for no reason. Oh my god, this man's... Please don't fight anymore.
Is he going to get more of this box? Do you think it's going to happen? 2 more. He's managed to pop it up as well. He's going to keep going. Are there any more boxes around?
Stop it!
Oh, the guy's a trooper. He's got to know. I mean, with 5 alive, you're not sure for your last standing. It's very uncommon, right? There. Oh my god, there's another box.
Oh my god.
Is he going to get it? I think he's too late. He's got 5 more, but I don't think he can get this heal off in time. I think this might be the end of Ralph. One more? No way. Oh my goodness me, and immediately gets it. Goodness me. But it's very uncommon that you see 4 players alive on a team at the end of a Sandhawk, so this is probably why he's really trying to draw this one out.
Yeah. I mean, also the circle will close, but finally does go down. You know, fair play. Sandhawk, Ralph specialist. #1 medic in the game. Very good scavenger as well, apparently, so we'll give him that. I think that I want to go back to the Infinity very quickly, because I did like the play that they tried to go for, and I don't know what happened to your boy God Tunny in the end there, because he had so many stims, so many first aid kits, so many med kits as well to keep himself alive. So I'm pretty sure that he got spotted and then taken out in the zone. But the thing is for them is that, like, it's a great call to make when everything has gone wrong at the beginning of the game. It's like, let's average these points out, because honestly, I don't think we're getting into this circle and we need to figure out what's gone wrong. And I don't think we're going to make it too far if we just continue to throw ourselves against the wall. So just average those points out with the healing. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out here, but regardless, the thought process is good.
I mean, that's the point, right? Even if you can get 3 or 4 points in, I think they only managed to get 1 point in that game. So I think you must be right in terms of the distance, because he had 3 med kits as well. Like, the guy was stacked on meds, so it feels like he did get spotted. You're right. Too close to the fire. Unfortunately, they will go down early. So despite a great performance coming through on some of those other maps, Sandhawk seems to have gone a little bit downhill for the Infinity so far. They'll have to recoup.
Yeah, just a little bit downhill. We'll see what they can do about it, but I'm sure the guys on the desk have a little bit more to say, so we'll throw it over to them, and we'll see you at the end of the day.
I'm sorry, Blake. We've got nothing else to say. All right, we're gonna head to a break. We come back. Here's match 6. Wait, you gonna have Max host there?
No, thanks. I'm not doing that again.
That's the look of true fear. But obviously, Stalwart Esports, again, as we were hearing the casters talk about, and we were talking about watching the game, a much-needed performance to keep themselves in the run-in, to make themselves feel a little bit safer into that top 9. And then Enigma Galaxy, I mean, what is there to say? Aruf and Helion, like, you can't really name a better combo.
it annoys me because I've always been critical about Nigma going for a heal-off strat always so early. But the thing is that it keeps working. I don't want it to work, but it keeps working, so I can't really argue with results. They keep getting those second places or third places every time, thanks to Ralph or Freak, depending on who's healing off. And this time is Ralph. How many? In total this game, I really wonder how many first aid he had to last that long. Like what?
Ooh.
30, 35, something along those lines, because he outlived everyone except for Stalwart that remained as a 4-man. Like, that is a feat.
I think he probably would have outlived them if he just found a little bit more first aids. Just, I don't know, man. Insane stuff. Also, damn one, Colaris. Another decent finish for them. I think it was another 14 points accumulated.
Yeah, really well done. Oh, and another 1K coming in from top. I'm really glad it comes in for top as well. I mean, Stalwart, when it comes to Sandhawk, I mean, just in general, like across the entire tournament has been looking fabulous, I think. And getting the victory here, as you say, it's really important for them. They've had a bit of a middling day throughout the entirety of it. And if you're a Stalwart in a 3-day tournament and you're having a bit of a middling day and not really being able to put up the numbers, then that could put you out of the contention for the top 3 spots when we're calling them previously a championship caliber team. So this is very important for this team, considering probably their goal to be number 1 down the end.
Yeah, I do have a few fears coming up right now for some of the teams at the bottom, because despite a big win right there with that many eliminations picked up for Stalwart, they were only able to jump up into 6th position with a strong game like that. So it goes to show that even if you're towards the bottom now, a win is not going to be enough for you to be very comfortable in that top 9, right? You're going to need a lot more than that to actually play catch-ups. I'm looking at your Cryptics, your Bigotrons, your DRS, MS Chonburi. It's starting to fall a little bit behind when you got 1 more game remaining. That's 33.3, repeating 3% of your games done. Ooh. So these teams got to start being careful, because you could fall out of relevancy real quick.
Oh, Jason. Oh, yeah, me. No, not giving me. Okay. Just so
I'll
you
just
know,
wait for you to talk. I don't need my permission.
Ralph in this game did 2,680 healing. Ta-da!
Not bad. Not bad indeed. I did want to mention something as we were talking about Max that makes me feel uncomfortable. Xavier have had 2 placement points outside of their 2 chicken dinners in 5 matches. Like, that's a little bit worrying. It's like feast or famine for them at the moment. But it's going to be pure feast for you guys at home. If you guys want to get yourself a treasure box, get some permanent items. If you're watching within the Esports Center over here on YouTube, you get these PMGC tokens that you can use to unlock those permanent items. Also, there's some special rewards in there as well. Last up to January 13th. And then there's also many more ways to get PMGC tokens. The one we're focused on, 500,000 concurrent viewers. That's what we're looking for, and everyone out there gets 900, and you only need 1,200 to unlock the treasure box. So make sure you guys telling your friends, telling your family, telling random people on the internet to make sure to come in and watch. Even in your lobbies for playing, make sure to just shout as much as you can to come watch. You can see here, you can use PMGC token as well to redeem some more tokens for yourself. But yeah, I think going back to what we were saying before about feeling uneasy and uncomfortable, like Xavier for me, I mean, right now they're top 9, but this has only been 5 out of our 18 matches. If they keep this rate up, I feel like they're going to easily fall out of top 9, and they can't seem to just get back in the flow and just do okay. You don't need to win a match, but like, you can't have this feast or famine strategy you have.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen it earlier, right? You had Xavier after their 2 wins. You still had a team without a singular win that was Nova already overtaking their position. And when it's over such a small sample of games, that is a scary prospect that can get even worse as the event goes on, as these finals go on. So yeah, you need to see just more consistency. Wins are great, but you just can't afford to get those wins and then nothing, right? It's not, unfortunately, not going to be enough here.
I have to air my concerns as well. As much as, you know, Xavier, yeah, you get yourself 2 wins. This is a bit of an anomaly for this team right now. Their track record so far is not them constantly getting victories throughout the tournament as a whole. So there needs to be, as much as they got the victory so far, there still needs to be more consistency there, I think, for them. Okay,
well, we're going to head to a break here. Maybe they can be consistent here in the final match of the day. We'll be heading back over to Aaron Gale in just a few moments.
They're going to be holding off the entirety of DRS, pushing in onto this onslaught now. Knock has taken place. Just going to be falling on top. This is a very smart play.
Oh no, Nima! Yeah, help. Oh, you see from behind side here from Yesva Poliana. Nice. They could move closer. They could try to stick together. They find the revive coming from those stereotypical locations. Yeah, boy. So we saw these teams drop on by. No, don't do it. Don't save it. The paraglider is useless. Okay.
Velo, though, in a position to maybe receive, open arms, Reggie, in a battle of his own.
Roger that.
Wall does get done. Will get down. Back up.
Help me! Roger that.
Sarah, in the meantime, has managed to push all the way up. But it's the holdout coming through from the Deadeyes guy, straight through the window. Plants some.
Just starting to make their way outside of Pachiki, which I would argue is a little bit too late. A couple of teams are wrapping the likes of the Helicopter! Helicopter! Extended more, and I'm sure others will join in on the mix. If there's ever a time to say, helicopter, helicopter!
It was at this moment that Nathan knew. He up. No!
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021 East League Finals. The top 9 teams at the end of our next 2 days of play after today will be going through into our grand finals, kicking off next year in January. We'll compete against 6 of the best teams from West and 1 team from India as well. But it's going to be exciting to see which teams will represent us, to be honest. And at the rate we're going, we're going to see a couple of new names that, honestly, after I think the first 3 weeks of play, we never would have expected. Damwon's sitting really high in the leaderboards at the moment. The Xavier's even up there as well, but Nova, I mean, if we had any worries about them, it seems like QC1 is working out for them here today, Klaus.
Yep, the day started interestingly, and now we're having kind of the big heavy hitters kind of swinging it back towards the end of the day here. Top taking that #1 spot there. Alongside, once again, you know what? Another decent, solid spot here for Damwon here. Uni also popping it off in Sandhawk, and it's really cool to see this team having developed here.
Yeah, we were seeing a lot of Forest. We were seeing a lot of also Sung. I think Junior is one of the players that started stepping up towards the end of the 3 weeks of league play. I'm happy to see him be a little bit more consistent, especially as utility plays, as Nades in particular, have been really strong throughout the entirety of today. So I'm happy to see not only 2 players doing well for Damwon, but also having a 3rd player coming in. So Junior's definitely pulling a lot of weight in these games. And I mean, they're looking great so far, but I do want to see if they can hold on to those types of results for tomorrow. Hopefully also the 3rd day. If they can do so, I would love to see them go the entire way in the grand finals in January, potentially aiming for, I know, maybe a top 5. I mean, if they play like this, is definitely a possibility.
Okay. Well, you know, it's also a possibility that you can rank up the leaderboards if you get yourself a 1+, who is our sponsor here at PMGC with its flagship performance and immersive 120 Hz display and hyper touch technology. I hate your face right now, Claris. Made specifically for gamers, +9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to do exactly that. It is very disturbing. Your prediction though, Claris, won't be disturbing.
Well, you've hated my face for 10 years. So I think I'm going to go with Nova. It is time to radio in Paraboy, and we've got to go.
Max?
Yes.
Save me.
I'm going to go with a prediction in a normal voice. Team Secret, they've had good rotations last Durango. I would like to see that actually converted into a win this time.
I'm going to go with my prediction in no voice.
Infinity.
Hey,
that's a good point.
My voice changed. It dubbed.
Ventriloquist act. Did you like it?
I prefer dub Jason. You know what? I think it's...
Okay. All right, Claris. Well, we do have about like 23 seconds left. I will give you a chance to be a ventriloquist. But before that, I'm just kind of thinking overall within the day, FaZe Clan. What's up? I'm thinking like FaZe Clan. I'm a little bit sad to not see them there. You know, TGB as well. We've seen like some really good performances, some really high highs out of them. But unfortunately, they do have to wait till next year. I feel kind of bad to bring it up. But ladies and gentlemen, okay, you ready, Colaris?
Yeah.
You ready? Okay.
It's time to go to the game with Blank and John Allen, the Japanese spider crab.
What was that?
What on
Oh,
earth was that?
Oh, he's got you. He's got you there.
You know, sometimes I feel like it would be a good idea if they planned things like that in advance. So that
Like
it
what?
wouldn't- So that it wouldn't happen like that. What was that? Oh man.
What, the Japanese spider crab?
No.
Japanese spider crab needs no planning.
No. But
That is a force in of itself.
it's more the
okay?
delivery. It's more the delivery. I don't know. They're
Well,
having a fun
I
time. They're having a fun time.
I think I could probably get a Japanese spider crab delivered to you in a day if you need it.
Do you think?
You need it right now?
Right now.
All right, I'm on it.
Before the end of the
I've
game.
got it in its box. It's on its way. I've poked a few holes in there and added a slosh of water. Let's get into the game on our angle. In we go, coming up from Quarry up towards Stalber. Team Secret going to get it out on the plane nice and early as we rocket in, just like Newsy on his rocket bike. Rocket, skateboard, rocket board.
That's the Super Mega Death Rocket, I believe.
No, rocket board.
It's the Super Mega Death Rocket, that is.
I'm going to kick you off the rocket board at this rate.
It's not a rocket board, though, is it? It's the Super Mega Death Rocket.
Fine. Circle down towards the southwest side.
Wait a
Reject
minute.
this time much closer towards Ferry Pier. Go on, sorry.
I'm looking at the Infinity. I'm looking
Yeah,
them
North
dropping North George, not dropping on Sosnovka military base. This is, I think, the first time we've seen.
No.
The second time we've seen them go through on this. I'm
Third
not sure,
time.
but the plane path definitely would have allowed them to get to military base if they'd have dropped on some vehicles.
No, it's around about the third time they've done it. I think that going down to Sosnovka military base at this point would be bad, I would say. Specifically because you can see how quickly they've got here to North George. They can loot up much faster. And I think that dropping down towards Sosnovka military base kind of going to put the fear of God in Reject now, because it's a case of, oh, we can't go and challenge Bigatron anymore. We have to be ready for the Infinity, and then the Infinity never come. And regardless of what happens, when they do go back to Sosnovka military base, it's going to cause problems. And I think that's what's nice about having this secondary drop spot for the Infinity, is, you know, not only does it provide them an extra home to sit in, but it also makes things more difficult for those teams down towards the southwest and constantly predicting when they'll be coming across that bridge. Is it worth it singing around that bridge? Is this the kind of plane path that the Infinity is going to drop down towards Sosnovka with? It does cause chaos in the minds of our players. I like that. I like that a lot, John.
Compaction salute coming through for Daybot. And if he tags anyone in the grass, trying to hide out. Not really too close by. I mean, Xavier and Bigatron probably the closest, but they're over towards Shelter and towards Farm, respectively. Shouldn't be too far that buckshot flies. I think it's buckshot, or is it slugs?
On the pump action, I think it's buckshot. I think when you have a more up-to-date, it's an M4 XA1. I think that's slugs, and then the DBS is definitely slugs.
That's true. That's what I had.
I have little to no knowledge of guns, other than some guns.
I feel like isn't that all gun experts? Because they know a lot about specific guns, and then if they find a gun they've never heard of before, they don't know anything about it.
That's true. That's basically me, but most guns.
Get it.
But I'm not Jason, so I wouldn't know that much about guns. Sadly.
Does he know a lot about guns?
He does, yeah. He's actually a gun expert. Has he never told you about this?
No, he's never talked to me about his guns.
Incredible.
Oh, well,
Incredible stuff. You should ask him. You should ask him.
I shall make a point to.
You should do. Looking at this map at the moment, MS Chamburi DRS. Yaz Naya once again being challenged for. DRS hoping to get a little bit of that land back. I mean, I know it was MS Chamburi's for so long in that Super Weekend. They've probably got a bit comfortable with that area. I know that the final day on Super Weekend, they literally had one player still in. Yes, no. Just let everyone know that, you know, this is still our playing ground. This is still where we have held for a long time. And that fight was going on throughout the entire tournament. If you missed it, DRS did eventually lose, but they were coming out on top in the beginning. I think MS Chonburi, though, very much one of our most improved teams throughout the entire event. And I do think that, you know, looking at them now, they look like a changed team.
And they have stepped up just a little bit. I mean, they haven't had a massive impact in these finals.
Whoa!
Speaking of massive impacts, that was, to be fair,
back in.
He nailed the landing, did our Fabian.
He did, yeah. That was one hell of a flip. Well, it was a Spider-Man flip right there.
Like to see it. No spoilers.
No spoilers. Imagine if I did, though.
Oh, I would leave personally. You would be solo casting for the rest of the game.
Okay, no Spider-Man spoilers. Don't worry, guys. Can't bring out that pop culture reference until I think it's 2 months or a month acceptable.
I feel it depends. It depends. I feel like maybe in this instance 2 months because of specific circumstance.
That's true. Okay, fair
People
point.
might struggle to get out and see it.
Oh.
See,
Okay, yeah, fair. I'll give it 3 months then. 3 months.
Oh, okay. Oh, he's been generous. The Infinity, they managed to move 2 players down to, just 1 player down to South George now. The rest of them roaming around, actually kind of near Zaki, going for a little bit of a scout over there. But they have that outpost on the south side of the river now, looking to get that crossing on board, away from Stalwart.
Yeah, I mean, this is fair play as well. I mean, if you are dropping the secondary drop spot, though, you don't have that much control over this area. You are kind of being it, right? You're stopping over. You're not here for the long haul. You're just here to pick up some loot, vacate, and then move into a better position. Everyone's having difficulties with their vehicles today. What's going on?
Yeah, I'm not sure. But to be fair, if there's one team that knows how to do these bridge crossings, Blank, it's the Infinity, right? They're just using that George Paul bridge almost exactly the same way they used that Sosnovka military bridge. It's basically the same push. It's a little bit more crowded in terms of buildings on the other side, but the concept still remains the same. Get across with an outpost, have some scouting done, and you know those teams in South George are probably going to leave a little bit faster than 628 and Reject have in the past.
Yeah, exactly. So I think getting down here nice and early, not a bad plan whatsoever. Getting on the western coast, even better for me, giving you ability to move down towards Quarry side. If I was the Infinity, maybe I would move down towards Quarry side because I have a much better understanding of that actual area of the map and where teams are playing, whereas I don't play around Cryptic's, Damwon, Nova's position too often. So perhaps moving through there would be the better choice for them. Xavier moving from that eastern side, see him on the map, past Genesis Dogma, potentially not. They know it hasn't gone so amazingly so far today, or at least in the tournament.
It's been a little bit chaotic in terms of who's done well so far today. I mean, Damwon, Nova, the Infinity, sure, and Xavier all up there, like that's the top 4 in this tournament. Looking at the qualification spots, this is not what one would have expected. So I'm absolutely here for it. And I posed the question as I did at the start: is this the first day of the finals just getting to people? Is this a little bit of a couple of change-ups with people testing those borders that have been established during league play, or is this an actual change that we're going to be seeing moving forwards?
Yeah, I know it's a bit weird. As is this circle, moves all the way down towards that southwest side, and a little bit onto Sosnovka as well. Most likely we're going to end up on that northern island, but it does mean that now teams are in that awkward position again. Very similar to the third match of the day, with that massive field moving through the middle. So regardless of what happens, this could be a really weird ending to our angle once again. Maybe something similar before, though I have been very impressed with Nova. You know, looking at their stats alone, second place, 64 points behind Damwon Kia with 78 points total. Is this going to be Nova winning the league play again?
It would be an interesting turn of events given what has happened over the last couple of weeks. Well, over the last couple of weeks as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, last PMGC, they missed a super weekend, come out flying at the end of the tournament.
It's true.
Do it again here. It feels bad. Feels bad for me because I'm like, is it that they play at full strength only when they get into the league finals? And is all of our research for naught coming into it? Either way, impressive stuff from Nova so far. Just want to take a look at their team comp at the moment, see if they've made any changes, because I still think they are on that Paraboy order grind at the moment. With I think NCL's in now as well, which is cool to see. Perhaps waiting to bring him in. Jimmy on the backside. Pretty good composition, I would say.
I mean, it seems to, whatever they're doing seems to be working, Blank, so I'm not going to argue with them at this stage. It's not a good idea, but I mean, it's the same thing that we've seen with Bigatron, right? These small little roster shuffles, and they finally maybe seem to be settling onto something that is working out a little bit better. I mean, for Bigatron, it's not working as well as it has for Nova. In fact, Bigatron going down in 16th place right now, so maybe my point is a little bit more curtailed. But it feels like the quality of Bigatron's gameplay has gone up a little bit, right?
Yeah, a little bit, though. I'm still hesitant to say that, considering just looking at some of their past fights, they've been very hectic. And I don't think we've seen Bigatron. There was that one game past Super Weekend where they had a very efficient fight. I believe it was versus Damwon and Cryptix. But other than that, no, not really. And that does worry me. On the other hand, Nova has won some consistent fights and quite handily as well. So that is the one thing to hold into contention. But I will say one thing about Nova is that I am so pleased Paraboy is back to full strength. I mean, like, watching him over in Berlin many, many years ago was it was very, very fun to watch, right? He looked strong. He looked like he was just controlling the lobby. And we're not exactly back to domination for Paraboy, but at least we're back to, I can say Paraboy is one of the best players in the world.
Absolutely. I mean, he's been a name. Whoa. Okay. He's been a name on everyone's lips for so long, but right now, Cryptix have anything but Paraboy on their mind. A 6-8 roll up, and they have to stand strong, but they seem to be doing a fairly good job right now. 2 players left as El Chapo finally takes a dip, and around the side at 6-8 to stay alive. Daoshi as well up and kicking. And on the western end, the mouth of the quarry will allow them a little bit of respite.
Surf won't lose all their players either, but 4 rivals hot on their tails. You can see them coming through quarry side, so 6-8 most likely will have to move up this ridge side, get into a better position and just give up this for the time being, because they are in a very open spot. The Infinity did exactly what I thought they would do. You can see them right there on that south side of the map. They know this area. Why wouldn't they play this area? Really, really well done. And again, it's one of those things that you were on vacay. You were vacating up towards North George, moved that back down into your usual position without really sacrificing too much of forcing yourself down towards Sosnovka. So I'm actually very pleased with this positioning.
The Infinity have to hold off now against, well, one player from Genesis Dogma. Booms is on a solo mission right now. I'm not entirely sure he thinks what he's gonna run into, but has to try and suppress with these nades for now. There's the knock. You're not going to be getting that one back up, Genesis Dogma. Push out wide for Godtunny, and Genesis Dogma's forward scout taken care of.
Really well played to the Infinity. You know, just rock up on it, identify there's only one player there. Godtunny swings wide out into the open, knowing there's no backup. Quick nade, nice and easy. Bigatron here, down to 3 players. Yuhai doing some good work over towards 6-8. Let's be honest, when has he not done good work for Bigatron? He's one of the freshest members onto the squad, but honestly, I would say that he's probably the best member on the squad at the moment.
He's doing a lot of work, you're right. And to be fair, he does it on pretty much every roster that he's been on. Yuhai, a solid staple of SCA, PUBG Mobile Esports. And for good reason. I mean, his tenure on Team Secret was phenomenal. Now moving over to Bigatron, it has looked a little bit lackluster in terms of their performance as a team, but it still is, as you say, Yuhai standing up.
Yeah, I think for Team Secret, it is unfortunate for them because they did lose that star player of theirs. And now you could say to me that Fredo and Jumper are star players in their own rights, but you've been watching this tournament with me at home, and you can see how Fredo and Jumper have been playing. It is not that ridiculous duo of history past anymore. They're both very solid players, but it's no longer the likes of PMGC last year where they were literally going around gunning everyone down in their path. This is more just a solid Team Secret than before, but not a breakout Team Secret.
No, and I think that's kind of reflected in general in where they've been placing. And it should be good enough to see them to the finals later in January. But the question is, what can they do from there, right? Like, are they just a qualifying team? I say just. To be able to qualify against the best teams in the world is obviously a phenomenal achievement. But is that all that they're destined for?
Yeah, and it's tough to say. It really is tough to say if that is all they're destined for. I hope it's not, but I would still like to see Team Secret make it through to the PMGC Grand Finals, specifically because they're such a long-standing name in the PUBG Mobile esports history. We love to see it. Plus, their meme game on Instagram, Twitter is fantastic. The Infinity, though, coming against Reject, already finding one from the team. Reject just really been not having the best of times or angle at all recently. Not being able to win really any fights, then it's just sending wide. So even with 3 players, it's still possible. But for me, for the last angle of the day, I do think we need to see something change from Reject.
I mean, statistically, we'll go back to those averages, they are the worst team currently in this game at Erangel, 4.9 points average, whereas you compare them to the Infinity on 10.8, who are sat at the top. As you say, something does need to change on Erangel, which is such a crucial map. You cannot afford to be this far down on those averages. Maybe they didn't expect the Infinity to be where they were. They knew they hadn't crossed that bridge. They hadn't been guarded out there. So maybe they weren't expecting a team to be behind them, but even so, you're losing players and it's not going well for you. Bigatron, though, they keep on trucking.
Yeah, Scry goes down next, and now Stalwart just down to that single player now, so beautiful stuff coming through from them. I think that if you're looking at a team like Reject, it is unfortunate, and I think that's why this move from the Infinity was so incredibly smart, is that it causes chaos on Reject's minds when they don't see anyone cross that bridge, then it causes even more chaos when suddenly, how the hell is the Infinity here? Genesis Dogma coming up to bat against the Infinity, lost a player versus them earlier, now looking for revenge.
Newsy's position atop the hill as well threatened, and actually probably rightly so by Genesis Dogma Satar. If he wins this duel, it gives them a massive advantage, but a little tag there for Newsy and into the vehicle. Oh my god, Satar, by the skin of his teeth, not going to go down. Has to reposition, get back to basics. Daybot's position found, and this is a great position for Newsy, but the blue zone finally going to move this to be a difficult spot to hold. Has to regroup.
And I think the Infinity has a better reason to leave here, or at least a better avenue of escape to get into the circle. With God Tunny already providing that anchor that they can move towards with this tiny little shack available to them. Smoke it up. Reject control 2, but with only 3 players, a little bit more difficult. And Rage Yosio comes under fire. Takes a fair few bullets to the face, and now Divine out in the open. God Tunny takes shots to over his side.
He's taking shots every direction. He's a spinning turret on the swivel right now. Ragey low as Genesis Dogma gets spotted out. That's Nova to be able to find those kills, or those eliminations over on the southeast side. And like that, lickety split. Genesis Dogma, one of the better teams that we see here at Erangel, they take a tumble.
They do, John. DRS still in with a chance here. Team Secret on the opposite side to them, stopping their stalking habits abruptly. Our Team Secrets filed a complaint about them and asked them to stay there just distance. 628 right in the center, and this time very tightly knit. Much better for them, and if they continue like this, I would be extremely happy, because I think 628 do have it in them as a team. Every time I see them, it's just these individual plays which look phenomenal. But when have we last seen a team play from 628 like we saw on this map versus, I believe, I can't even remember what the team they went up against was. They were gone so quick. But that just looks strong to me. The Infinity coming against 4 rivals now.
I mean, they tried to move up to this hill. There's so much open ground in front of them. It's just Newsy now standing there. Backline's taken care of. What do you do here? I mean, you're down to 1, essentially. There's no real recourse for the Infinity. Trying to pop those smokes and move uphill, but the nades start to come through. There's just no escaping it, unfortunately. I don't really see how Newsy gets away with this.
I think that the Infinity's rotation was great, but then coming back this way, in my opinion, was a mistake. I mean, you could probably have moved further into the circle on that northwest side. I do think that most other teams probably have the same idea as the Infinity, which is to wrap down towards the south. Who the hell is taking shots towards 4 rivals? It's Reject saving the Infinity.
I mean, fair enough. Sometimes it happens like that. They spot them on the hillside because they know that Rejects know that they're going to have to deal with 4 rifles, and even if Infinity are cut down to 1, they're still going to be a fairly low threat compared to a full force 4 rifles. Nuzi wants to send forwards and actually managed to get a little bit in the circle.
Stalwart out now, top going down to BTR, finishing out that final player. U-High Boy, and I believe that's Liquid, just resurrecting their teammate, will get back up on their feet and move down into the circle. Nova gets a central position, but will lose order in the process to Enigma Galaxy with a very, very strong outpost towards that south side.
But with Damwon Kia going down there, Blank, as well, this is a chance for teams behind them that they haven't really had so far to be able to close that points gap. I'm talking about Nova specifically here, with a great chance of doing so. DXavier still full force into the circle, but the Infinity will not have that opportunity. I think that was their last player going down.
Down in 12th, really not any points given to you other than those eliminations of 2 points there that they got total. 4 rivals looking to take this compound off Enigma Galaxy, and when I say that, it's Pembura desperately writhing to try and get this compound for himself. Enigma Galaxy drops out the window. Freak goes extremely low. Pembura tries to take him down.
Oh, Freak gets back in the window, but it's a third party from Rico Infinity team to save his life. Not going to go any further. Enigma Galaxy hold on for now, but Rico Infinity team in a central building, in a central position on this next circle shift. Everybody's going to be looking their way.
22 minutes, and take a quick peek at that right side of your screen, John. Look how many teams have a phenomenal amount of players still on board in this lobby. It is going to get hectic. There is so much divots, so much elevation, so many little valleys to play in on this type of terrain that so many teams can stay alive in this. The Infinity right on that Team Secret right on that northern edge at the moment, trying to move down. Liquid finds one onto Frankie.
Oh, sprays from Kid as well on the ridgeline, gets spotted on the back. MSC trying to slow down Team Secret, and they'll do just that. Liquid sends forwards for Bigatron. U-High not really got the backup just yet. They're looking for that res, I believe. Over on the back lines, Liquid wants to hold down the ridge. Team Secret want to take it back from him. Nades over the top, and Liquid lobs another. Cooked quite long as well, but not going to land. There's a player up top, and Liquid, he's got to go down here. There's no way he stands up, and there's a teammate for Bigatron. Both of them back in action. It's U-High and Zuxi. U-High sends out wide, and he is not going to be handled either. Zuxi puts him down, and it's difficult to deal with him.
DXavier with this cross as well. Zuxi down now, just U-High versus Jumper. So incredibly low. Doubtful that he'll be able to make this happen, but this is U-High to a T. Moving on that buggy like that was incredibly offensive. And I'm not sure how he got away with it, but that's the type of things that he goes for. Jumper now taking shots down towards other players within the lobby. DXavier taking a fair amount of shots, but 6-8 playing as a 4. This is the beginning of something grand.
If Nova can hold out in this position, they might be able to climb on up and beat out the team at the top. Current top dogs, Damwon Kia, who went down with no points. Already got 5 elims on the board. 6-8, though, 7 eliminations. Northeast side, Rico Infinity team, all 4 alive in a very solid spot. Isolated from the rest of the troubles of the lobby.
Rico Infinity team losing team players slowly. Zuxi goes down, U-High fights back, but finally they're out in 7th place. Beautiful nade off the side from Team Secret. Takes down Jasper. Ponzai looking to collect the pieces, but he'll be in pieces himself as he gets exploded to high heaven by Jumper there.
It's 6-8, 10 eliminations, all 4 of them alive on the northern side, and only Team Secret to deal with now as we turn our attention southwards. It's Nova trying to hold off against Enigma Galaxy, who were able to hold out in turn on their compound, but they're right on the edges of it now. The borders providing them sanctuary for the time being, and Nova under heavy ordnance will go down to their last.
QCL still in this one. Quality control looking to filter out Enigma Galaxy as they move through this building. Fredo Jumper, that dynamic duo I talked about before, looking much more like days of old. Floweridge looks to cover this hillside, tries to clear out as many people as possible, but it's Rico Infinity team still in the circle, will get a player back up again, and they're knocking the wheels out of the vehicle. They know that this is their last stand here.
They have the southwest side. Unfortunately, it's not the greatest to cover a lot of ground in terms of sightlines, and 628 might be able to leverage that. I think the main thing they're worried about is this push from Enigma Galaxy. If they can get a knock or two on that push, I think then we'll see them leave this compound.
Jumper goes down. Doubtful that it'll be brought back up again, but 628. This is what I've wanted to see all tournament. Playing as a team, but Yu Yang swings out wide.
There's an opening now. A sight line has been taken care of. 628 need to reposition to get back control of this hillside. But it's difficult. They have Team Secret. I mean, even if it's just Fredo, you've got Team Secret to worry about. You've got QCL. Not only that, you've got Enigma Galaxy trying to play spoiler. Look at that, Fredo taking shots, peeking out down the hill. Freak gets curtailed as well, as 628 are fighting on every front. Dao Shi has been knocked, and in the meantime, his teammates are taking heavy punishment as well. Floweridge gets found by Fredo, and 33Z now the last standing for 628 as Fredo stands tall.
Goodness me, it's all gone to pot here. 33Z, last member alive. The solo that moves out to scout so many times, but now he's got to be on the offensive. Enigma Galaxy moving up. Ralph, Hamodi, Lord, all looking to take this position, but 33Z finds at least one. Hamodi goes extremely low, has to move away from that blue, but 628 go down in 4th place. There's a real opportunity here now for Rico Infinity team, John.
It depends how long they take to take it, though. Blank Ralph will be resible here. If Fredo doesn't spot it out first, he's isolated out in the blue, looking for damage over onto Hamodi. Can't quite land the shots. Looks for the knock, moves along this ridgeline.
Oh, no!
Nade right off his backpack. It bounces right next to him, and there's no way you're getting away from that. Hamodi knocked in the meantime as an explosion goes off. Boom goes the dynamite. Ralph needs to get healed here. Lord taken down by an ass, and Rico Infinity team looking to close out the final game of the day. Ralph last standing. A nade over towards Hamodi, but it's long. It might not even matter. They sweep the hillside, and Rico Infinity team hold to their compound. They stick to their guns, and they stick the landing as well, finding the final chicken dinner of the first day.
It might have been the last stand for Rico Infinity team there, but it was the final kneel coming through from Enigma Galaxy to their lords in Rico Infinity team over in the compound. Very, very well played indeed. Enigma Galaxy get that far as well. You've got to give them a lot of credit. Coming out from that compound was difficult. There was a lot of eyes on them, but Fredo and Jumper from Team Secret, goodness me, the fact they were able to make it that far was spectacular news for Team Secret. Keeps them in the running towards that top side of the table at the end of the day, which will make them feel a little bit better coming in tomorrow.
And as well as that, you've got that gap close on the points, right? Coming through from Nova, able to jump up a little bit closer to where Downrank here was sat on their ivory tower, finally having a bad game, right? Finally having that low point total.
For sure, for sure. And I think that is one thing that has absolutely astonished all of us today, is Downrank run. It has been very, very good. Maybe Downrank just needs that one extra game to get fired up and then move through the rest of them. But beautiful stuff from them. Much more central play. It's good to see. 628 though, right at the end there, again, it's just that case of stay a little bit more tightly knit for longer in the game before we start throwing wide. Though I do think it was difficult for them throughout the majority of that. Team Secret though, I think they're the ones that stick in my mind the most. Their fight on that hillside was pretty dogged in their determination to get towards the end of the game. And Bigatron also making it much further, but definitely still messy from that team.
Yeah, it's not what you want to see from a team with the reputation that they have. It's far from ideal. Hopefully they can pick it up in the final few days, but it's a tall order, and you don't have a lot of time, and you don't have a lot of time between those small amounts of games that you're going to be playing, right? You've got to really start to pick up the pace. But we're done for the day. Let's head back over to the big guns over on the desk.
I'm not being debated into that one. I am going to refrain. Max got debated into it, clearly. Oh. Come on, Max. Come on. But yeah, welcome back everyone to the desk here. And Rico Infinity Team, Kalaris, it just seemed like you picked them a little bit too early. But in the end, it closed things out.
Unfortunate for me, but great for them. I mean, through the middle of the day, they were kind of middle of the pack. But the previous game, they fell off a little bit, which was really unfortunate. But now this rise back up. Brilliant stuff. They've actually been able to convert some of their wins in the past from similar areas around these kind of compounds and then swinging out from them as well. So it definitely, there is a trend there of them understanding this particular terrain to be able to get themselves chicken dinners.
Yeah, and actually, when you're looking on this game again, there was a lot of teams that were trying to focus on the high ground position up north, which was a good idea from a lot of the teams, but unfortunately the circle going down south was just clustering the teams on top of one another. And a team that actually, I would say, played this really well was the side of 628, where they actually had the addition of a player that I don't believe we've seen before. There was Flower that actually joined into a really strong position, playing a more high ground spot, and actually trying to get information on, what was it, Team Secret, Enigma Galaxy, also trying to make sure Rick Infinity did not have an easy time moving away from their building. So for a player that I haven't seen really before, I think Flower pulled his weight into that one, allowing the team to actually get 13 eliminations on this game, despite not able to get himself close to that chicken dinner, but still a really good performance from these guys.
I mean, on that note, right, like Max, we also had QC1 come in for Nova. I'm sorry if you just mentioned that. We also have, you know, like you just said, Flower G coming in for 628. So we're seeing the Chinese teams switch up their roster a bit here to make sure they can make it into the finals.
Yeah. Well, Jason, I mean, looking at that, as you say it, with QC1 coming in for Nova, now another 11 points on the board for them. They are slowly pushing up against Damwon Kier up at the top. And considering, and Max, you can attest to this, from what we saw in the past 3 weeks, that wasn't the world champion Nova that we saw. But now they've turned it on for the finals. Are we going to see a repeat of last world championship? I don't know.
Yeah, it could be, but he's definitely broken the longest elimination. 448, is that a record for the entire tournament?
I think so.
I think that has to be it. Like, that's I don't know how that even worked out for him. And yeah, he was able to keep everyone at bay with those kind of shots, that's for sure. Really impressive stuff from Yang as a whole. But yeah, it is good to see that now, especially we're talking about it for Nova, and I think that it's also somewhat similar for the side of 628, that we're not seeing those solo individual performances. We're seeing a team-wide performance, and making those team changes is definitely something that we needed to see from Nova in particular, has been rewarded heavily throughout today. No chicken dinner yet, but it doesn't matter when you have this amount of points every single game. Like, they're just aiming for first place.
You're basically being the new 4 rivals, right? Just get really high placement points and good eliminations.
Stop it. Gotta remind me.
Stop it. Just stop beating them when they're down. I mean, I still want to see 4 rivals qualify. And I said maybe they're saving their chicken dinners. I said maybe for the finals. Maybe it's for the grand finals. They're saving all the chicken dinners. We'll see. But yeah, I mean, at least we're seeing teams realize, okay, a change has to be made. We need to make sure we're top 9. I think for Nova, I almost want to say there was a decent chance they wouldn't make it off their past performances, but again, they did miss a super weekend, so the ranking is a little bit different than, it's not like, you know, it's more than meets the eye, we'll say. For 628, I feel like maybe in week 1 is where we saw them probably have one of their highest notes, and then from there, they've just been kind of like a middling team, being consistent with their points. As I mentioned before, I think it was like plus or minus 2 across each super weekend. But that's not a team in that state that's going to win $362,500. That's not a team who's going to get to the finals and win it all as well. And I'm glad to see they're making those changes.
Yeah, first time that this team is playing on the international stage, right? The first time that they're playing a tournament outside of China, so they took that time to adapt a little bit more. It is a slow process, so I still want to give them a lot of respect. No, they're still able to get themselves some good results from time to time, but I think that give them a little bit more time, they might be able to get themselves some better results. But unfortunately, time is not what we have in these not marathon type of positions. These are races now, Jason, as you like to say. So you've got to try and get those results. So these big changes, having QC1 coming in, Flower G coming in, I think are drastic enough measures that those changes could have a very positive impact on your averages, your point influx. So yeah, it's been working great, and still 448 from Yang. I'll have to check the numbers, but I do believe that's record. I'm going to check it later.
I also, just last thing here on that note, I'm so impressed to see teams like utilizing like 5-man rosters properly, but also having like a 5th player who can just step in and pull up performances like we've seen QC1 doing in Flower G today. Like, just to be able to do that on like a Switch is so hard to do, and really they deserve a lot of respect as a player to be able to pull something like that off.
No, definitely. I mean, also it keeps that 5th man or the 4th that has then stepped out, it keeps them hungry as well, right? If they're sitting out and they're watching their team like fracking out whilst they're on the bench, they're thinking to themselves, damn, tag me in, coach. I want to get in there. I want to like actually get some eliminations on the board as well. And I think that kind of keeps the hunger in their eyes a little bit too.
Speaking of hunger, Damwon. I mean, did they just go on intermittent fasting these last couple of days? Because look at this. Hungry for eliminations, 41, leading the pack at 78. Even Uni, as we talked about before, he's leading the pack in eliminations himself.
Yeah, I'm happy that we're seeing actually a different player. I mentioned it earlier. I wanted to see potentially Forest get himself some better results and such, even potentially Sung. They've been doing great from time to time, but Junie is one of the players I wanted to see step up to the plate for these league finals, and he has definitely done so, especially on that Sunhawk game where they were able to get 19 eliminations. So as we said it, we want to see consistency, and we have indeed been seeing consistency throughout all of these games today, which I'm really happy to see from Damwon, even though that last game was a little bit rough, but that's fine. We'll give it to them. One bad game is just completely fine, but if they can continue even just slightly the type of tendency we've seen from today, entering these next 2 days, like they're going to make it top 9 easily, Jason. No contestment.
And notably here as well, as we look at Paraboy with 11, also Order from Nova was able to get 11 as well, just to kind of paint this full picture here for the team. So it's not quite just the Paraboy show that we're watching here. Also, the thing that we wanted at the beginning of the day is happening. The other members of the team are stepping up around him.
Yeah, doing a fantastic job, and this is the team that earned the title last year of being the best team in the world. They're looking to defend it hands down. You guys at home, we still have the treasure box happening. We remind you every single day after every single match, 22nd through 13th of January. You can watch and earn rewards. Get these PMGC tokens that you can use to unlock some permanent items, plus some special rewards. And not to mention, there's also some other ways you can earn some PMGC tokens, like here, 500,000 peak concurrent viewers. If we hit that, everyone watching gets 900 tokens, and you only need 1,200 to open up the chest. So make sure you guys are hitting up your friends, hitting up your family, hitting up anyone on any server you possibly can. Be like, hey, get in here. Come watch some PUBG Mobile action. Come watch the domination that is happening for some teams. I'm really scared looking at Claris there. He was like looking into my soul for a second. Then you also use PMGC token in chat to actually get yourself some extra tokens as well. So Maxman, do it. Get us that pan. And let's go squad up and start hitting people with it.
I had to get my OnePlus. I don't know where it is to enter the code. I don't have it right now. I'll have to get it later. Don Jason, I'll do it.
It's in the mail. It's in the mail.
Oh, okay. I'll wait for it to get here then. I'll wait.
So quick little recap from you guys. Like what stood out to you? What maybe some positive and negatives. Let's start with negatives then. Some teams who really disappointed you, maybe some players in particular. For me, Daybot off the bat is one that stands out just because he's been so good the last 3 weeks, and to see him not exist at the moment is unfortunate.
Yeah, I was even going to go further than Daybot. I was going to say just Genesis Dogma, unfortunately, as a whole. I have not seen them perform as well. Normally, you would see Satar and Daybot do well. Today has only been really Satar on that Orm play on Miramar that was really impressive. Other than that, I have not seen a Genesis Dogma that was as confident as what we saw in those, especially those last 2 weeks of Super Weekend. So, yeah, I mean, they're going to have to step up these next 2 days. Otherwise, they're starting to fall a little bit behind, and we're going to get to a point where a win will not be enough to catch up. So they need to try and get slowly but surely back into the race.
I hate to harp on it, but I have to echo it. I mean, Genesis Dogma, we looked at them, Infinity, Stalwart as the 3 that were going to come in here and blast, right? But, I mean, I had my reservations about Genesis Dogma because I didn't quite understand just how they'd been able to accrue that many points throughout the overall tournament. But Infinity and Stalwart, they're still up there. Genesis Dogma right now is not. They're going to have to, pick things up.
Okay, maybe turn it into like a positive / negative. Damwon, I don't think any of us out there would have predicted them to be at the top of the table after our first day of finals. Though I think the one criticism we've had is that the matches they're doing really well in, they kind of have the zone play out perfectly towards them. I mean, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's, be it the decent rotation in on Sanhok where it wasn't rivaled, which you could quite easily have some teams holding on that kind of northeast side as they're coming in from that rotation, or the fact that kind of you got that central field position, right? Like either of those, very, very powerful downform. I'm glad that they can convert them though, especially the 19 kills that Sanhok was amazing.
I mean, that's what we've been saying the whole event long, right? It's been great to see some teams who maybe don't play in one Super Weekend or do badly one Super Weekend shoot back up the leaderboard like Nima Galaxy did, scoring 47 points in the first Super Weekend, then over 140 in the second. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it here. I'm sorry, Max, we have to cut you off. We appreciate you being on the show. Save your voice, though, for tomorrow, because tomorrow we do have 6 more matches coming up. We have 12 left to go in total, 2 days of action. And by the end of that third day, we'll finally have our 9 teams to represent us in the grand finals. Remember, tomorrow, same time, 6 more games. Be here, or I'm going to be disappointed in you. Bye.